Hello and welcome back to my channel What If Deku 2.0. Join us as we delve into the realms of fanfiction and fantasy, bringing you the best stories and discussions. Today we're kicking off part 17 of our series, What If Deku Became the Villain Emperor? If you enjoy this video, please give it a like and subscribe for more content in the future. The author of this story is DekuVerse from Archive of Our Own. All the relevant links are in the description. Feel free to say hello to the author on their profile. Now let's dive into the fanfic. The League's Secret Chat. You a spy, my king XD. Rockstar, my dear boss. Invisi Beach, Deku Midoriya. Goddess, Deku-san you have to see this you must it's glorious. Blood why habanero? The boss, what's wrong ladies? You seem. The boss, oddly excited? Rockstar, the absolute amazing roast dish / school renovation from your childhood friend turned bully redeemed to hero. Gecko man what? World's a stage, Nedzu was roasted again? Insomniac, oh. A school, ha. Silver Death, again? Purge the fakes, oh right you are a newbie let me send you the recording. Live Riffle, how what did the blonde that had the honor of growing up with our mighty overlord? The boss, stop worshipping me like a god. Vampire Queen, no. Mad Scientist, never our beloved amazing and very worshipped overlord. Deadpool, yeah. Insomniac, totally. A school, yup. Rockstar, well yeah we all worship at the boss like the god he is but. Invisi Beach, looks like Bakugo had the same hidden godhood like our king and needed to become heroic enough to unleash it. Goddess, and he used that to make NEDZU tremble in his throne-like chair like a mouse in front of a large tiger. The boss. World's a stage. Wow now that's a plot twist I didn't imagine the antagonist in Deku's life redeems himself and devotes himself to heroism what do you think about this Deku-kun? The boss. Kachan was always someone who went plus ultra and everything, I can actually see us being best friends in a world where we had decent teachers and I did tell his parents that he bullied me early so he would be set straight. The boss. Once he put his into being a hero nothing will stop him so what did he do? Goddess? You mean you don't know? The boss. Only about the new 1C but not everything else. You a spy. From next year the entrance exams will start being more open, robots will be made to be influenced by mental quirks, those with non-combat quirks will be given another type of test to see their other skill sets. Insomniac, what? Why wasn't established a year ago? Gecko man. Purge the fakes, I actually like this idea. Live Riffle, so the U decided to be more open with its propaganda? Hallelujah. Vampire Queen, and for those who still fail? Invisi Beach, by giving a request they can still attend heroics classes with the Hero Corps students and are allowed access to support gear under the supervision of their homeroom teachers. A school, that's actually good. The boss. Sweet man if those things were allowed 2 years ago most of us would be in U now. Game Master. So to some even if people couldn't get online they are still allowed to practice for the retry? Cool actually. Goddess, and that's not even the best thing XD. Gentle Criminal, this is already magnificent what could possibly be better? World's a stage. Yes I see that Bakugo-san already went plus ultra with this project so what happened further? The boss, you'll see happy face. Uncligiri. Sounds like they are being extremely supportive to the children in this program I love it already. You a spy. Welp, the Gen Ed students that failed the hero exam this year will be pulled into a new class along with. Wait for it. Invisi Beach. 8 small-time villains or vigilantes that could be rehabilitated. Rockstar, and most importantly 2 slots for quirkless people. Purge the fakes, and the rat was all for it. Just like that? You a spy, well no. He kinda said they would do that next year, but Katsuki-kun put his foot down and said that he doesn't take a no for an answer. Invisi Beach. May had some of the support courses officially the eyes and ears of our newly appointed leader by everyone she hacked the system and took the camera feed for us. Goddess, it was glorious. Invisi Beach sent a video recording. F school. Boss are you sure you are not half-brothers? Because your moms are almost sister wives or something. The boss, I am beginning to question it honestly. Purge the fakes, well that was morally satisfying to watch. Insomniac, huh? Would it bother you boss if I enter his fan club because I bet he got one now? Gecko man, me too. The boss, honestly go ahead I'm on a high from the video, get me some merch on your way. Vampire Queen, so to sum up if that program started maybe 2 years ago I could apply? You a spy. Yeah all you have to do is give you sad backstory and swear to do better. The boss, Kachan chatted with me yesterday on possible candidates, got him 8 people. Mad Scientist, wait is that why you got me to make that extremely fast and important research? You could have told me XD. Game Master, guess he went from a killing character to an ally character. Purge the fakes, I approve of this project, truly heroic. Insomniac, plus I got to see the rat roasted, Bakugo got some serious power in there. F school. Quick question, if Nezu went on a cynical backstabbing spree then what? You'd a spy. Apparently everyone else in the classes, even the support, would leave, and that's before we fully explain the shadow war of Nezu and the commission. Rockstar. If Nezu does something stupid then Bakugo will start a league of vigilantes, funny enough. Game Master, really? The boss, and let me guess, everyone is following him? You'd a spy, yup. In Vizy Beach, and wholeheartedly too, it's shocking. Goddess, it was like seeing you in work, a thug and vulgar version of you with blonde hair, confident and charismatic. F school, charisma? What's that? Uncligiri, it's something that you get from a combination of conviction to change the world, readiness to act upon it, willingness to spill blood if needed, and power. Uncligiri, think about All Might. Imagine that you are random passers-by attacked by a villain. Suddenly All Might appears and makes that have no fear, for I am here to talk. Uncligiri, if anyone else spoke such words, people would have laughed at the cheesiness or remained terrified of the villain. But here it makes them hopeful and calms them down. Because they know instinctually or not that he wholeheartedly means it. That he has the strength to back his statement, and that he would rather die than abandon them. Uncligiri, Stain is identical. That man has abandoned his prior life not once, but twice for his ideals. He has dedicated his very existence to purging false heroes from this world. Only death or incarceration can stop him. And the latter only until he inevitably escapes. Purge the fakes. I am flattered that you put me in a league similar to All Might. Uncligiri, the young master is also similar. He is willing to change society and get rid of all the false heroes and the corruption in the government. He is willing to act upon it without hesitation. He promised you a better future, that your dreams would come true, and you followed him because you could just feel that he was honest, and he is more than willing to spill blood, make baths and seas of it if necessary, and most importantly, you could tell he had the power to back it up. Uncligiri, but if All Might turned his back on people in need, if Stain willingly spared a false hero, or if Deku betrayed one of us, their aura would no longer be genuine because even if no one else would know, they would. And this special quality of charisma would vanish from them instantly. Insomniac, every time I think the boss is cool I find out he is cooler. Vampire Queen, I know right? Mad Scientist, totally agreeing. Uncligiri, and apparently Bakugo exceeded the same level of charisma because he found himself a goal, a genuine one, and pulled people together for it. He might be brash and loud and vulgar, but his determination is genuine and his word is honest, plus of course his reputation as someone who never backs down, so it makes sense that they all followed him because as cliché as it sounds, his words came from the heart. Goddess, yes, that's exactly what I felt, and oh dear. You two are similar in that way, Deku-san. Once you get into the zone you look almost identical. That overwhelming presence, the sheer determination, the driving passion. The boss, I guess this new class will take the media by storm, and if that threats was anything to go by, Kachan got Nezu on a checkmate XD. Game Master, cool, so we got another player besides Tintin? Insomniac, apparently. Game Master, sick smiley face. I wish to remind you, Bakugo, that you'll be giving a public speech to the people in the soon-to-happen festival. Since you won the sports festival, explained Shoyuta, and Katsuki nodded. Sure, whatever, I got an idea for that, shrugged Katsuki in his seat. Problem child, do not overthrow the government in this event for the love of everything holy in the world, deadpanned Shoyuta. With that the class resumed. It was 6 days remained until the National School Festival and the students were quite excited for the upcoming event. It has been 3 days since Katsuki convinced threatened Nezu into making Class 1C a hero course class. The students were doing their best to prepare for the upcoming festival. Their quirk training in Momo's land was going great. Said training might as well count as hell on earth, but nobody could question the results of that suffering. Everyone's quirks had gotten stronger than before. Their super moves are going pretty cool too, honestly. Everyone has at least 2 of these with people like Shoto, Katsuki and Ochako, much more than that. But then after homeroom the students were called for some reason into the auditorium, along with the rest the first years, and took multiple seats across the large room. So what do you think this is about? Asked Setsuna to Mina. The girls of the hero course took a full row of seats for themselves while the boys sit behind them. I honestly have no idea. Maybe they want to give us instructions on the incoming national festival? Wondered Mina with a shrug. Maybe they want to make an announcement of the new class. Seeing how strong Bakugo's threats were, I wouldn't be surprised if the class was rushed in the past 3 days. Especially how Bakugo convinced the principal, snickered Toru. Convinced my ass, the best word is threatened, and even then it's an understatement, said Jiru with a smirk. I didn't threaten anyone, said Katsuki scoff, which caused everyone to chuckle in amusement. You literally got Nezu to do something for you with implied threats. That's threatening, Bakugo, said Shoto bluntly. Well, he started it, not my fault, he needed to be threatened to say yes. We even worked hard enough to make a convincing thesis for him to read, grumbled Katsuki. Well yeah, but still pretty cool, said Yosetsu. I mean, you had Nezu do what you said. That's an achievement. One for the history books of U.A and maybe the country, joked Sun, causing the students to snicker and Katsuki to grumble. Oh come on man, lighten up, you gave the chance to a bunch of people to be heroes, now that's the peak of manliness, grinned Ijiru. Peak of manliness indeed, grinned Tetsu. Katsuki was about to reply something when Present Mike took a place in the auditorium and grabbed the microphone with a huge grin. What's up, little listeners? Give me a YEA, shouted Mike into his microphone that he definitely didn't need. YEA, cheered the students. Now students, no need to be louder than mean, joked Present Mike. Yeah, for the sake of my eardrums, groaned Katsuki while cleaning his ears. That got a round of laughter from everyone in the auditorium. After everyone stopped laughing, Present Mike resumed his talk. Alright, I am pretty sure that you are all confused over why did we interrupt your schedule like this. Well, to make it simple, we have an important announcement, cheered the voice hero. But let's not delay it any further, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for our principal. And with that, Present Mike moved to the side, allowing Principal Nezu to take the podium right as the students started applauding him. Nezu stood on a chair and leaned into the microphone. Everyone started speaking in hushed tones about what could possibly be happening and what this was about. Hello and good morning to all the students today. I am very sorry for cutting your lessons short like this, but we have a very important announcement for today, started Nezu. A bunch of students of our school has decided to bring to my attention some of their concerns about how the school is ran currently and some suggestions for improvements in our policy in the entrance exams. Nezu then started explaining about the improvements to the entrance exams starting from next year, as well as the extra lessons for those who didn't make the cut and the changes to sports festivals. By the end of his explanation, everyone started applauding furiously. Why, thank you. Now to the bigger improvements. I was given a very bold suggestions, a high-risk, high-reward program. A new class, Class 1C, will be turned into a hero courses class, declared the principal, to receive a lot of cheers. We already have 10 students who didn't make the cut to the hero course but admittedly still did their own training in the school's gyms, so they will be the ones to be transferred. But now, we are also adding right students that got into rehabilitation, 4 vigilantes and 4 small-time villains, and most importantly we got 2 quirkless students to enter into the class. The room exploded into applause. Would the 8 students so generously come to the stage? Asked the principal, and then from the door that was open 6 students came into view. 4 boys and 4 girls started walking. They didn't look that different or intimidating. In fact, half of them looked very timid and nervous as they stood on the stage. Gara Tsunagaki is a 16-year-old boy with short red hair and brown eyes. He was wearing the U.A uniform casually but had a small gore to his side as he looked at the crowd with an indifferent expression on his face. But he looked at everyone calculatingly. Saya Kaseki is 15-year-old girl with long brown hair and ember eyes. Her uniform was put on so poorly it was obvious that it was intentional. In fact, the way she dressed reminded everyone of Katsuki's messed up uniform. Her face was twisted into scowl as she looked like she ready to punch someone in the face. Himoto Saimari is 15-year-old boy with spiky green hair and purple eyes, with a cheerful expression and relaxed posture as he had his hands behind his head. Saiko Imasuji is 16 years old with short black hair and dark eyes, as well as a tall and muscular body for someone his age. He looked pretty nervous as he looked around the room curiously. Himawari Saraki is 16-year-old girl with long sunshine yellow hair and honey yellow eyes and a very mature body for someone her age. She held a very timid and nervous expression on her face. Mika Amari is a 15-year-old with purple hair and dark pink eyes. She wore glasses and had a very concerned expression as she looked around the room like someone might stab or shoot her. Demoto Chikara is a 17-year-old boy with silver hair and red eyes. He was around 2 meters tall and had a muscular build. His face was stoic and indifferent as he casually stood on the podium with the others. Yuya Satori is 16-year-old boy with white hair and pale skin. He was short and looked thoroughly bored but looked focused nonetheless. His features would remind you of an actual ghost. Well, hello there new students, why don't you introduce yourselves to everyone? Suggested Nezu as he motioned for them to come one by one. Gara was the first to walk to the podium and grab the microphone. Well, good morning. My name is Gara Sunagaki. I was a vigilante for 2 years now. My quirk allows me to control and weaponize sand. I was offered the chance to join this new rehabilitation program and I accepted. Thanks for listening, said the boy casually, then walked off. There was a round of applause at that. Saya was next as she stomped to the podium with her back hunched and her shoulders slumped. Everyone looked at Katsuki, whose sweat dropped at the girl's angry expression. What's up? My name is Saya, and forget my shitty last name when speaking to me. My quirk allows me to turn you to statues for an hour. If you don't like me, then leave me the F alone. I've been a vigilante for 3 years now, and let me tell you, I don't need a quirk to kick ass. I hate losing, said Saya with growl before stomping off. All the hero student robotically turned to Katsuki, who was looking at the girl blankly. Please tell I don't look like that, mumbled Katsuki. Everyone just hissed at that and Katsuki slapped his forehead. Himoto was next as he walked to podium with cheerful smile as he whistled all the way. As he reached the podium, he gave a dramatic bow to everyone. Good morning, good fellows. My name is Himoto Saiwari, and I was for a while now a peerless thief who took inspiration from Mr. Compress and gentle criminal. I stole from unworthy those the ability to help but lacked the desire. I stole mostly from the commission-aligned heroes and its workers and donated 90% of what I got to charities, anti-discrimination groups and so on. But when I was offered the chance to become a hero and legally help people, I couldn't possibly say no. I hope we could all get along in the future, said the flamboyant boy with flourish, and everyone clapped their hands and cheered. The next was Himawari, who walked to the podium with a gulp and looked at everyone else around her like she was expecting to be punched or stabbed. Hello? MMIN name is HH Himawari and IIJ just wanted to say that I w what to be a hero. Himawari said quickly while stuttering, then left the podium. The next one was Mika, the girl with glasses. She walked to the podium stiffly and bowed formally. Hello, my name is Mika Amari and I was a vigilante, or more like an illegal transport for one since I rarely did the fighting. I always wanted to be a hero but couldn't before because of certain circumstances. I hope I wouldn't disappoint those who gave me the chance. Thank you. Mika bowed again and left the podium. Everyone applauded at that. The next one was Demoto, who stood into front of the podium, then grabbed a text-to-speech device and wrote on it. He only gave his name and a quick explanation of his quirk before boxing and leaving. Yuya just shook his head, implying he wasn't into public speech. As everyone finished, Nedzu took the podium again and gave a quick explanation about how the new class will operate, and how the rehab students will have a dorm of their own that Cementos, Ectoplasm and Power Loader had built them in the past 3 days with professional help. After the whole explanation of other changes into the school was done, the students were sent back to classes, but it was in fact 10 minutes to lunchtime, so they were sent to the cafeteria instead. Lunchtime. Those guys looked so timid, pouted Mina as she picked at her food. Yeah, that blonde chick looks in serious need for hugs, said Kyoko while taking a bite of her food. Yeah, is anyone gonna speak about the female version of Bakugo? Because sorry, but that was hilarious. Laughed Denki, Ijiru, Tetsutetsu, Sen and Yosetsu soon joined in. Hey, that beach is nothing like mean, snapped Katsuki. Oh come on Katsuki-kun, that girl, Saya was like a girly you, the messed up uniform and the attitude and even the language, giggled Ochako. The girls all laughed at that and Katsuki started glaring daggers at them, but it wasn't effective. I can't believe I am actually getting to the hero course, said Arashura as she passed by them. She looked at Katsuki and grinned. Guess I should thank you. I am so happy I could be with you, and if you do more, I might give you more, grinned Mira. There were whistles at that. I'll definitely do more, but if you don't keys me, deadpan Katsuki. I was serious you ass, pouted Mira good naturally before huffing and walking off. Dude, you should have taken the offer. I know I would've, said Cozy Eye. Whatever you say, Pervy Jackson, said Katsuki with an eye roll. I will never live that down, will I? Groaned Cozy Eye. Nope, said the girls in unison with matching grins. It was then that someone slammed their food tray on the table in front of Katsuki, startling everyone else. It was Saya, who took a seat between both Shoto and Ochako before looking at Katsuki with narrowed eyes. You are Katsuki Bakugo? Asked Saya with a sneer. Who's asking? Asked Katsuki with a bored expression. Answer the question, idiot, glared Saya. Yep, that's me, Katsuki Bakugo, winner of the sports festival and the guy who publicly cursed the former number 2 hero, replied Katsuki casually. Saya grinned at that. Fight me. Katsuki raised a brow at that. What? You don't know me, said Katsuki skeptically. I know you are strong and that you got balls. Trust one beat up so many villains and none of them was worth taking off my gloves. Most of them either lack balls or don't have strength to back up their words, scoffed Saya, then smirked. But you? Anyone ready to cuss a number 2 hero is worth fighting. And you are crazy strong, so that's a bonus? Fine. But only in training, You are already in probation if you remember, pointed out Katsuki. Which is idiotic. The worst I did was breaking some bones of some idiot 3 times my size and somehow I am an A rank, scoffed Saya. You sent Yoroi Musha to the hospital last year, deadpan Katsuki. Everyone gaped at that. How the F did you do that anyways? I kicked him in the balls, turns out it's a huge weakness for him. Plus, I like hitting people there, shrugged Saya. You kicked Yoroi Musha in the balls, gaped Denki. Actually hit him with a steel-guarded elbow, corrected Saya while eating her food. And everyone stared at her uneasy. Good thing he was already above the age to have kids. Or women. Because I am pretty sure my other opponents were in the age. Why do you hit people in the balls anyways? Asked Cozy Eye. Because it's hilarious, answered Saya with a shrug. Can't argue with that, chuckled Jairu. Although turns out All Might too has the same weaknesses, otherwise he would have arrested me, chuckled Saya. It suddenly got deafeningly quiet. You kicked All Might in the balls? Asked Shoto for confirmation. Yup, said Saya with a pop. Although he recovered pretty quickly. Good thing I am good at running or he would have caught me. For some reason my quirk doesn't work on him. I feel the two of us will get along, beach, said Katsuki to Saya as everyone stared at her blankly. The Udata War Council. The brain. Welcome everyone to today's discussion. Mean Rabbit, you mean about the new class? Need nap, you heard? Mrs. Eraserhead. Yeah, we all did. Dragon Queen. I'm afraid the media heard instantly and they are rioting. Super Punch. I hate the media. Mini Might, and I will have to deal with them? Need nap, yes. Mini Might, crap. I spy. Language Mirio. Mini Might, sorry sir. Hot Bird, adopt him already. I spy F you. Super Punch, nice. Mrs. Eraserhead, XD. The brain, I believe the best response is. The brain L. Captain America, exactly. Oh. Fashion statement. I heard about the new class and the future changes, it's very fashionable. Driller Thread, yes. It's truly astounding and very welcoming and will attract a lot more talents to heroics. I mind? Yeah, wish it was introduced to us in more moderated way. Super Punch, honestly? We kinda needed that slap. The brain, I replayed the scenario 100 times and I agree, Sai. Mean Rabbit, what? Need nap. To sum up, Bakugo, my now favorite problem child of all time, has come to the office few days ago, was mostly passive but as vulgar as ever. Dragon Queen, is he a relative at Mean Rabbit? Mean Rabbit, I wish lol. Need nap, gave very well written and thought thesis and statements with complaints and ideas from him and other first years. The changes were his initiative with the help of others. Mini Might, Katsuki Bakugo is now my favorite junior, no arguments, laughing face. Fashion statement, few days? And you already initiated the ideas? Kinda a bit to plus ultra, don't you think? Need nap, considering that Nedzu doesn't want to talk about it. The brain, Aizawa. Sad face. Need nap, I will show you. Smiley face. Need nap sent a video recording. Mean Rabbit, holy shit. Hot Bird, Hanfkejkich. Dragon Queen, oh dear. Fashion statement. That was very fashionable. Smiley face. Driller Thread, yes. Smiley face. Mini Might, you see what I mean? He wouldn't back down to help those he promised to help. What's more plus ultra than that? XD. Mini Might, in fact. I spy? Mini Might sent an invitation to King Explosion Murder. King Explosion Murder accepted the invitation. King Explosion Murder joined the group chat under the default name Mad Bomb. Mad Bomb? WTF? Mini Might, welcome to the club my dear junior. Mad Bomb. Toonface? Mad Bomb changed Mini Might's name to Super Smash. Super Smash, thank you. Mad Bomb, NP Toonface. The brain? Explanation? Super Smash. Well, Bakugo-kun doesn't trust the Udata, so by letting him join us we can restore his and the first year's trust in us. Need nap, rational enough, I approve. I spy. Does this have anything to do with you seeing him as a little brother? Super Smash, yesn't? I spy, just making sure. Mad Bomb, so what are you doing here? Hot Bird. Mostly speak about how do we make this country a less shitty place, plan raids, try to find ways to keep karma from sinking the country, you know. The usual shit. Mad Bomb, cool. Mean Rabbit, hey kid, nice endeavor roast you had there. Mad Bomb. TKS, the secret is speaking from the heart, add how much you hate him to your tone, then give your worst profanities and voila. Dragon Queen, dear God, not another one. Captain America, welp, nice to meet you splody friend. Mad Bomb, I am 90% sure you are crust. Fashion statement, and the other 10%? Mad Bomb, the Real Captain America Japan is crazy, so not that outlandish. Hot Bird, oh. Mrs. Eraserhead, lol. Mad Bomb, Mrs. Eraserhead? I am so telling everyone XD. Need nap, no. It's just her form of a joke. Mad Bomb, the only joke is her asking you for marriage while you secretly are XD. Need nap, I demand explanation Bakugo. Need nap right now. Mad Bomb, the Nerd King told me when I was kidnapped I thought it was a joke but now I see he was serious. Mad Bomb, and Mad Bomb changed Need Nap's name to Tired Badass. Super Smash, I approve of the name XD. Mrs. Eraserhead, me too XD. Tired Badass, thanks. Mean Rabbit, so what got you the idea for the new class kit? Because that's actually pretty cool. Mad Bomb, a conversation with the worst villain in Japan, well if you judge using the rankings that is. I spy, and you came prepared with threats in case your idea was refused or delayed. Mad Bomb, I made a promise to them and I would rather die 1,000,000 times before break a promise. Captain America, which is actually super cool. Hot Bird, agreed. Super Punch, I am very proud of you young Bakugo but could you tame down the threats next time you have a great idea? Mad Bomb, I don't know, could you not fight me over when I get a great idea? Mean Rabbit, busted. Dragon Queen, oh. Hot Bird, oh. Captain America, oh. Fashion statement, a fashionable response. Driller thread, and a silencing one. Mad Bomb, still can't believe you took a teaching job. What got you the idea at I Spy? I Spy, I excel in analysis especially in quirks, and I have experience with training people that's already behind in heroics, so a class that already did the work and have decent foundations is certainly a treat, plus I know I shouldn't pick favorites but I think I already like young Arisher the most. Mad Bomb, oh. I Spy? Mad Bomb, she is secretly your fangirl, say it to her face and she will faint on you. Super Smash, I should meet her. Mad Bomb, you probably would get along but back to business, what's this meeting about? The Brain. Mostly speak about the national festival, it's gonna be a first. So we should increase the security. Mad Bomb, well try to not increase too much. The Brain, explain? Mad Bomb, I'm just saying I know that there is a high of someone attacking the festival but if you add too much security around the stadium there won't enough heroes around to interfere if. Mad Bomb, I don't know if villains try to attack like PLF, QLF, MLA, CRC, ISP and LOV. The Brain, this is actually a very valid concern, thank you so much Bakugo-kun. Mad Bomb, hey can I ask for something? Super Punch, are you going to throw in some threats? Super Smash, do it do it do it. Mean Rabbit, do it do it do it. Hot Bird, do it do it do it. Captain America, do it do it do it. Mad Bomb, no but I think it's a good idea. I Spy, elaborate? Mad Bomb, Mai and the other hero class are meeting after school at Ponytail's property to do joint training and practice our quirks and try to come up with super moves. Tired Badass, you do realize that's what the summer camp is supposed to be for, right? Mad Bomb, plus Ultra? Super Smash, yes. Super Punch, yes. Mad Bomb, so I thought why don't we invite the new class to join? Even the rehab students supervised by pros obviously dash, that way they'll feel like they are one of us. I mean the whole point of this class is for them to make them feel like they're not rejects. Not inviting them would be counterproductive. The Brain, All Might? You mind being the one to supervise? Just in case because better be careful than sorry. Super Punch, I would be delighted. I Spy, I wouldn't mind my class getting extra training, they're a bit behind except the rehab kids, they are in the same level if not better and could profit from extra training. Tired Badass, sounds like a logical argument to me. The Brain, alright I'll allow it. Mad Bomb, cool thanks. The students of U.A arrived at Mirai National Stadium, a stadium that was built in the past 2 months for this event, via bus. Most of them slightly nervous. Mika took a steadying breath as 1C left their bus and gathered before the testing site. The U.A buses had their own section of the parking lot of the stadium. She was incredibly nervous, especially that compared to 1A and 1B they weren't as prepared. Mika was dressed like everyone in her P.E uniform. She gulped as she looked around the parking lot at all the students walking out of their buses. Then she felt an arm being slung over her shoulders. Come on Mika-chan, chuckled Arisher. You can't be intimidated by this, can you? I mean most of your villain opponents must have been scarier. Mika smiled timidly at that. You're right, Arashi-san, I faced worse and I will do my best. Hey you guys wait for us, said a voice from a distance as Class 1A and 1B walked to them with Katsuki in the lead. Yo, Bakugo nervous for the festival? Asked Himoto looking at everyone intrigued. Doubtful, those losers stand no chance against us. Not when we can just beat them all the way to hell, scoffed Saya and everyone's sweat dropped. What she said, We are Udata students, the best in the country, and it's our job to prove that to world, declared Katsuki with his hands in his pockets. Too true, exclaimed both Ijuru and Tetsu. Everyone together now plus dash. Ultra cheered a tall, muscular student wearing the black cap of Shiketsu Academy who somehow managed to drown out everyone else's cry of their school motto. The UA students looked at the intruder confused. Who the F are you? Asked Saya and Tagaru glaring at the newcomer heatedly. Yurashi-kun, it's rude to intrude on another group's huddle. Lectured a stern voice from another student in a Shiketsu hat. Hehe, yeah, that's true. I am so sorry, apologized the now named Yurashi as he bowed in apology with such force that his head hit the ground with a loud crack. What the heck's with this guy? Asiro baffled. It's like you added Kirishima and Tetsu and multiplied the result by Ida, commented Denki with a sweat drop. God, the horror, shivered Kyoka at the idea. I just always wanted to say that, bellowed Yurashi. I've always loved UA. And I'm so thrilled to be competing alongside its students today. As he said this, blood began to trail down his forehead. Hey Yurashi-kun, we need to move, said a girl with fond hair and brown eyes as she came into view. She looked at Katsuki and leaned on him, causing him to lean back on instinct. Yo Katsuki Bakugo, right? I peeped you at the sports fest and let me tell ya, you're straight up iconic, like, you're vibing with that energy to say you're gonna be #1 and actually slaying it. Plus, calling out Endeavor not once but twice? That's mad savage, smiled the girl slyly as she leaned further. Yo, it's your girl Kami Utsushimi, sup fam? If you're rollin' solo, hit me up, cute stuff. Katsuki blinked before looking at his friends confused. Translation? Asked Katsuki confused. She says she saw you in the festival and that you're hot. She told you to give her a call if you're single, idiot, deadpan Saya. Everyone looked at her as in, how did you get her? And she scoffed. I know the street language, dipshits. Kami winked at him as leaned back, giving him his personal space back. As she did, she noticed the one with dark blue hair, the one with short black and blue eyes, and the orange-haired girl glaring at her with fires in their eyes. Bruh, being this dude's GF is like a whole contest, but like, duh, he's low-key fire, so I get it, sweat dropped Kami as the girls glared at her. Let's go everyone, it's unbecoming of Shiketsu students to be late, declared the stern boy as he started walking off. The other Shiketsu students followed him, but Kami sent Katsuki a quick wink before leaving. Why are you so popular with girls? Wailed Mineta and Sei kicked him into the floor. Because he's not a creep, you idiot? Sneered Saya, who was glaring daggers at Mineta, pissed off by his comments about if her bedroom wildness is like her usual one. Shoto meanwhile frowned, wondering why the tall teen had seemed so familiar before pushing it out of his mind. Inase Yurashi was given one of the 4 recommendation slots for the U.Hero course, started Night Eye, who came with his class, 1C, gaining everyone's attention. He had the grades for it, but he declined the offer for some unknown reason. If not for that decision, he would have been in 1B instead of Hananuki. Mina scratched her head, her face confused. Wait, if he's such a big fan of UA, why'd he turn down a recommendation slot? That's so weird, said Mina confused. Weird or not, he's someone you should watch out for, said Shoyuta. His strength is no joke. Shoyuta had been ready to just head up to the audience chair when a familiar voice called out to him that sent chills down his spine. Eraser, it's been a while and you owe me a date as well, purred Emi aim his joke, suddenly attaching herself onto Shoyuta. Let's get married. No, replied Shoyuta dully as he pulled Emi off. And I'll take you on that damn promise soon, probably next week. Emi didn't even look depressed at the rejected marriage proposal, and instead focused on the later half of the statement, you better I expect to be properly wooed. While Mina formed a heart sign with her hands, Tsuyu asked how they knew each other. Emi began to spin a story of how their agencies were close by, and how the relationship bloomed when they kept helping each other, only for Shoyuta to immediately deny it. Meanwhile, as that happened, Katsuki sent a quick text to Ochako and Shoto. King Explosion Murder? Wanna hear something hilarious? Gravity Queen, yup. Sabaman, yes. King Explosion Murder? The marriage proposal is a play, they can't get married because they already are, and that's the joke. Ochako burst out laughing while Shoto chuckled to himself, confusing everyone else, while Shoyuta shot Katsuki a glare suspicious of what the laughing was about. So, how are your students faring this year? It's gonna be quite a large event this year, even wilder the license exams, smiled Emi, snapping Shoyuta from his murderous thoughts. Yes, it will be, replied Shoyuta, nodding his head. Joke, if you're here that means your school's here too? Yep, come on over everyone, called out Emi as her first-year students from Ketsubetsu Academy appeared. Katsuki was weirded when a taller boy with black hair as messy as Deku's came up to him, smiling in a suspicious way. Oh wow, you're Katsuki Bakugo, right? I'm Yoshindo. Man, you must have some willpower to handle all that happened to you this year, said the boy as he offered Katsuki his hand. Yeah, Katsuki finally managed to say as Shindo shook hands with other Udata members. The hell is with that guy? He thought, something feeling off about his demeanor. That smile is disgusting, mumbled Saya to herself. As the students walked to the stadium, Denki cheerfully said, Man, it's cool, we're being treated like celebrities. Shoyuta said nothing to that observation, grinning to himself. If his students didn't figure it out, they'd deal with the fallout. Because this festival is gonna be even messier than the provisional license exam. When Emi heard Kyoka and Denki commenting about their fame, she turned her eyes to Shoyuta in shock. Could it be? You haven't told them yet, Eraser? Asked Emi surprised. Shoyuta merely scoffed and ignored her question as he made his way towards the stands. And with that all the students went to their own changing rooms in the huge stadium to prepare for the festival. Hello there folks, announced Present Mike from his booth, causing the crowds to cheer loudly. He was in the commentator's box with a Shiketsu teacher, the Shadow, who looked more bothered with his partner than anything. Pay attention, audience swarm, mass media, this year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all were waiting for a while now, the very first inter-school sports festival, is about to begin. Everyone, are you ready? Why do you bother asking? Grumbled the other hero sitting right next to Present Mike. He has no idea why the principal of Shiketsu got him into this, what the point, he asked himself. And he is also confused over how he was convinced, he didn't know what got him to do it. Which was worrisome because if he didn't know what he was doing wrong he couldn't avoid it in the future. As if on cue to Present Mix shouting, the students began entering from the entrances made for them. Starting from Udata, then Shiketsu, then CI, then Seijin. The other smaller schools that sent only a handful of students. And here they are, and of course you folks all came to see them specifically, didn't you? The miraculous new stars, the I. Student. The crowds cheered wildly as the class was revealed. Some of the students like Kaminari, Kirishima, Tetsutetsu, Yosetsu and Himoto waved while others focused ahead, either looking nervous or determined. Then we have the students of Shiketsu High. Present Mike declared proudly as he yelled into his mic. As the students of Shiketsu were revealed from their specific entrenches, there were cheers for it, although it was obviously not as loud as the ones given to UA. That got the second school students to frown slightly at that, with some students mumbling about how the U.A steals all the spotlight. CI and Seijin as well as the other schools also got less enthusiasm and cheers than the U.A students, causing them all to complain about being stepping stones for the U.A to shine further. And now for the players pledged, announced a female voice, along with the sound of a whip snapping in the air. A pledge that will be done by the champion of all champions, exclaimed another voice that was more enthusiastic. Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the voice to see that the chief umpires for the first-year students were the beautiful R-rated heroines, Midnight, and the equally popular, mostly along teens boys heroine, Feline, a blonde woman in a skin-tight cat suit that perfectly showed her curves to everyone. Almost all of the male students blushed at the sight of Midnight and Feline in their hero costumes, which really showed their curves, as did quite a few female students but with jealous looks in their eyes. A few comments rang out about if it was really okay for a pair of 18-plus heroines to be here, as they were all under 18. But the two women didn't take the comments. Enough, quiet down, shouted Midnight, causing them to settle down before looking at the row of Class 1A with a smile. Representing the students will be Katsuki Bakugo of 1A's hero courses of U. declared Feline with a purr as she looked at the blonde with predatory eyes. As the audience cheered, Katsuki walked to the podium with a bored expression, his hands in his pockets. As he reached the podium he grabbed the microphone and eyed it for a second. Hummed Katsuki as he stared at the microphone for a second before sighing. Well, enough of this idiotic. I know that it's a tradition for U.A that this speech is made by the hero course student with the highest score on the entrance exam and all that crap, so considering U.A is the top school we will follow their tradition. But, this one time I've decided to make a change to that. So I'm giving the floor to Mira Arashur, the highest scoring general course student and a good friend of mine. Oh no, said Shoyuta as he watched with the other teachers, he can hear Ned's cackles from here and he doesn't like it. Katsuki took a few steps away from the podium, letting the grinning Mira from Class 1C take his place, ignoring the O's of disappointment from everyone. Mira coughed into her fist before she opened her mouth and started speaking into the microphone. Hello ladies, gentlemen as well as morons and government idiots everywhere, started Mira with Cheshire's smile. Today I would like to give a small talk about the unfairness in the hero industry and how bigoted it is in the terms of choosing its candidates and graduates, and who becomes more popular or more known than others. After all, what better way to make a point than to speak to the whole nation while it's listening? In an island in the tropical Raijin, Shigaraki chuckled in amusement as he used telekinesis to pull a huge bowl of popcorn to eat. Inko grabbed a jelly sandwich while Ray grabbed a box of ice cream. The three of them started watching while grinning in anticipation. In the League of Villains base, everyone grinned widely as they looked at each other knowingly while Deku chuckled in dark delight at what's coming. Nice one, Cat-chan. Mira Erasure then spent 15 minutes dumping on the public bias against the bearers of less flashy quirks, pointing out how public venerates the heroes with quirks that carry the highest risk of collateral damage. She mentions burning things a few times, and while she didn't mention Endeavor by name, it's rather obvious who she was dumping on. Which was honestly a kick to the man's dead face and a kick to Mizuki's alive face. In the League's base, Dabi cackled like a madman as he howled in laughter, tears streaming down his eyes as he was only kept from falling over his chair by Twice, who was laughing as badly. In fact, everyone were laughing hysterically. In a university, a tall and muscular white-haired teen laughed at his phone screen hysterically with tears in his eyes. She also openly stated that the bias is at least partially caused by the ongoing policy of the Hero Public Safety Commission and its which president that the Hero Schools has declared after Karma's attack to be a villainous organization that they did not follow. Said policy was to favor the heroes that the public finds more inspirational, namely those with flashy quirks and powerful. So it only made sense that the U.A stopped such favoritism, and Mira has also stated that pissing off the president would only sweeten the deal for them, giving the U.A more reasons for going further with their new policies on the entrance exam and course transference. In her office that happens to be hidden in the middle of nowhere in fear of Karma's blood, why revel, the president of the HPSC crushed her wine glass while sneering at the TV screen, her eyes almost making a hole through the poor television. If that wasn't enough, that's merely an abbreviated version of the entire manifest that's available on an internet page. Which also includes detailed stats for her arguments, for example a comparison between the collateral damage and arrest success rate of some overhyped and some underhyped heroes, with the hype or its lack being caused by the perceived flashiness of the hero's quirk. A page that apparently included advertisements. The money from said advertisements will go to a charity dedicated to children from groups that are discriminated against based on quirks or lack of those, and an ability to directly offer monetary support to organizations fighting against quirkism. That day, the Quirkless Liberation Front and League of Villains became big fans of the U.A, especially both Katsuki Bakugo and Mira Erasure. With Deku Mightless and Overhaul on top, funny enough. The entire speech was clearly planned in detail and well-trained. With just enough well-timed jokes to keep the public's attention occupied, Mira Erasure is good but not that good. She wasn't all might to keep them hanging on her every word. This was in fact a joint effort of Bakugo's group, so Tenya, Momo, Mei, Nito, Itsuka, and Mira obviously dash, and with some generous help of the business course. Nedzu, who was cackling manically with the other exasperated but thoroughly amused principals, is 99% sure that the director of that orchestra is a certain blonde kid that is slowly becoming the worst but most favorite problem child that Shoyuta Aizawa ever had to deal with in his career as a teacher. And speaking of Shoyuta Aizawa, I told him not to overthrow the Japanese government with his speech, grumbled Shoyuta, and Emi heard him. Well, did you tell him not to have someone else overthrow the Japanese government with their speech in his stead? Asked Emi teasingly, looking thoroughly amused while Night Eye was laughing quietly, clearly amused by the clever public dumping on the Hero Commission. Shoyuta blinked at her before sighing and pinching the bridge of his nose. Yup, this was on him. I am definitely giving Mira Erasure extra credit for this stunt, if only to spite the president, said Night Eye while cleaning his glasses. He hadn't laughed this much since Bubble Girl tripped over a banana peel. Much to my regret, so will I, admitted Shoyuta with groan. Katsuki and Mira bid themselves goodbye and returned to their classes, large parts of which are clearly stunned by what just happened, but were thoroughly amused. Momo tried to be subtle, but the teachers could notice the exchange of a thumbs-up gesture between her and Katsuki, meaning that she was on it too. The others are more vocal. Saya started laughing while holding her stomach. The manly trio shouted "It's so manling" with huge grins. Shoto and Ochako gave huge smiles, thumbs-ups to Katsuki, and the rest gave some form of praise for the manifest. Meanwhile, a lot of the students were very impressed with the speech of Mira and had gotten some form of respect for Katsuki for allowing the girl to speak. They also felt touched because many in the stadium were under the categories that the speech defended. Inesa had shouted how passionate and hot-blooded that speech was, and everyone actually agreed, if a bit exasperated. Now, let's get the first game started right away, declared Midnight as a projection appeared behind her with a slot spinning rapidly to choose the game. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier every year, Many end up in tears now for the fateful first game it'll be. This feline declared as she pointed with her whip to the slot. The slot halted for them all to see the words Paint War labeled out for them. And there you have it, the first game for the event is going to be a paint war with actually paint guns, declared Midnight, snapping her whip on the ground. As Midnight said, "Let me explain the rules to all of you," smirked Feline as she showed a belt with a button on it. This belt has been designed to sense how much paint you were hit with. The belt will calculate how much paint is on your P.E uniforms, and decrease your points. When she says points, Feline means just that you all have an amount of health points, and just like the video games you lose points when you are shot, and of course, you can still use quirks, but only paint eliminates people, so knocking someone out without elimination means they are still in, declared Midnight with a grin. So to sum up, we are playing a video game, how would that work anyways? Mumbled Katsuki to himself, but was still heard. Well, to answer the question, started Feline as she grinned at Katsuki like a hungry predator. You have a fake city on the outside of the stadium. You are to declare a single building of the city as your own before the end of the time limit, and then the game will start. You will have your own fortress to protect while you try to infiltrate and eliminate other teams from all the students. Only 200 will remain, declared Midnight with a Cheshire grin. I also would like to add that you can't eliminate a class before the buildings are claimed and the war starts property, added the Shadow sternly. Ah, good catch, emo friend, you little listeners can't backstab anyone while the game hasn't properly started, explained Present Mike. Saya scoffed at that. Katsuki followed her example but looked at Mira and nodded his head. Their plan is in motion already then. Mira perked seeing Katsuki's signal and turned to Mika, giving her a thumbs up. Now let's start with giving the equipment, declared Feline, then smirked. Ah, by the way, you are not only restricted to only your class or school, heck, you can work alone if you want. All that matters is that there is 200 left. By the time that happens, everything is fair game. Katsuki smirked at that as everyone started scrambling around. Almost everyone stuck to their classes and schools. Udata decided to do the same. The classes 1A, 1B and 1C has decided to stick together for this round, and were quickly joined by the hyperactive and extremely excited Mei. Right after that, the guns and paint bombs were passed to every one of the students, who took them eager to start. Surprisingly, they were allowed to get more than a gun or even rifles and shotguns. Since it was paint, it was very safe. Now let's start the game, declared Present Mike with an excited grin. Let's get this rodeo stampede on the road, shall we? 3, declared Feline, and everyone tensed. 2, cheered Midnight while snapping her whip on the floor. The students prepared their quirks. 1, cheered the audience. Gee-oh, shouted Present Mike into his microphone in excitement right as everyone started running. Everyone unleashed their quirks to increase their mobility or help their fellow classmates move faster. Inasa Yarishi had his entire class in the air, all of them flying with his wind. And here goes everyone with Shiketsu high on the lead, followed closely by Seijin Dash. Present Mike stopped and blinked as he saw the 3 hero classes of Udata still in place gathered around Mika. What are they doing? Asked Shadow with a raised brow, seeing the purple-haired girl with glasses close her eyes and put her hands together while closing her eyes. I don't know, but Dash started Present Mike but stopped and his jaw hit the floor like everyone else when the 3 classes, over 60 people by including Mei Hatsum, has just disappeared in an instant in a spiraling portal. Ah yes. Forgot to mention that one of the rehabilitation students, Mika Amari, has a powerful warping quirk. A quirk she just displayed in action, although that many people might take few seconds. A very useful quirk. Warp quirks are very useful and gives teams the advantage of mobility, praised the Shadow with nod. They give the user and their allies a huge tactical advantage for the quick response potential, as well as evacuation and infiltration potential. Warp quirks aren't only the rarest but the most versatile in the tactical point of view. Meanwhile, the young heroes has just landed in the middle of that fake city, and quickly ran inside the large building as their prize for being the first to arrive. The building apparently was prepared with a security system in it and defenses as well as alarm systems. Alright, everyone gather up and let's get to the planning, barked Katsuki, and at his command everyone gathered up at the lobby of the ground floor of the large building. Alright, first things first. Ponytail, create everyone earpieces to put on. The plan needs perfect coordination and we can't do that without communication. Momo nodded her head as she created everyone else in the room earpieces with small alarm buttons. The blueprints were provided by Mei, so Momo was able to make the new version rather quickly. As everyone put on their earpieces, Katsuki looked at Mika, who gulped. Okay, Purple, warp cross eyes to the security room. We need her as our eyes and ears in this operation. Plus, she is the only one who gets how the security system works, ordered Katsuki, and Mika quickly nodded her head as she touched Mei, and the pink-haired inventor spiraled on herself and disappeared. Cross eyes, you there? Asked Katsuki, pressing on his earpiece. Yup, said Mei cheerfully. This is a pretty cool room. The security system is such a great baby too, but I can make better though. Cool, now do you have contact with everyone in here? Asked Katsuki for confirmation. Yippee, chirped Mei enthusiastically. Alright, then hack the security systems in the city so we can spy on everyone in here while remaining well protected. Better hit them quick and silent, ordered Katsuki. Key Splody, my favorite baby maker Mei-chan will make you proud, chirped Mei enthusiastically. Call me that in public and I'll bury you, deadpan Katsuki with his left eye twitching. Everyone in the background snickered at that. Why don't we just charge at them head on? Asked Psycho, confused. Yeah, hiding isn't manly, Bakugo, grumbled Tetsu while crossing his arms. Yeah, Bakubro, I think we should attack head on, pouted Aijiro. Poker face, side ponytail, blueberry, smack them, deadpan Katsuki. Smack, smack, smack. The three girls smacked the manly trio upside the head. The three yelped in pain and clutched their heads as they glared at Katsuki, but stiffened as he glared back like a disappointed dad. Because, idiots, UDA is the top school #1. So you know what that means, and if you don't, just remember the cavalry battle. Basically we have 10 million points at our backs, explained Katsuki. Everyone realized what Katsuki was implying. Once everyone settles down, they will gang up on us. Almost 2,000 students from other schools will charge at us, realized Yosetsu. Mineta gulped at that. Bakugo? Can we actually fend that many people off? Asked Mineta, trembling in place. Hell yeah, we can, squirrel. We are, as Bakugo said, the best. Hey, should be nothing more than stepping stones for us to shine further. I mean, if they are stupid to attack us and weak to depend on numbers, then they are nothing more than bugs, scoffed Saya as grabbed her gun. What the beach said, nodded Katsuki, receiving a middle finger from the girl. We have the advantage of being in the middle, so we have clear view of everything around. Plus, we have a capable hacker, and the advantage of numbers because I noticed everyone else sticking to their classes. And on top of all of that, we have a limitless resource of paint bullets and grandes. Everyone looked at Momo, who looked at Katsuki in surprise. Katsuki-kun, my quirk is not limitless, deadpanned Momo. Katsuki smirked at that, surprising everyone. Oi, Robin Hood. Drop the bag, ordered Katsuki, and much to everyone's surprise Himoto dropped a small bag full of high-calories energy bars. As you asked, Bakugo-kun, 50 high-calories energy bars smuggled for Lady Yaoyorozu, said Himoto with a flourish, and everyone gaped. Good, now is that enough for you, Ponytail? Asked Katsuki with a smirk. Momo blinked before nodding. Yes, this is actually more than enough to last me for the rest of the week, honestly. Training my quirk for the past few weeks made it far more cost-efficient, said Momo with a smile, and Katsuki nodded. Alright then, everyone get to work. We don't have a time limit, so we need to survive until everyone else are eliminated from the round. I don't want anyone to be eliminated, am I clear? Asked Katsuki, and everyone cheered. Yes sir, everyone cheered before grabbing their weapons and running to their positions. Alright, it seems that everyone has reached and claimed their own buildings, exclaimed Present Mike loudly. Now the war is going to truly start. Who is going to be the last one standing in the end of this? I am actually curious to see what the UDA students has been up to in the past 40 minutes while the other students went through the obstacles and entered the cities and claimed their buildings, commented the Shadow. After all, any competent person could turn Data home to a fortress with that time if they are creative enough. Oh, we have someone whose quirk is being creative in that quirk, and considering how crafty teenagers are, I wouldn't be surprised if the whole place is filled with traps. And protected with paint launchers, laughed Present Mike. So, what do you think our kids are up to? Asked Mrs. Kirishima as she was sitting with the other parents. Dunno, but my little Pika-chan is going to do great, I just know it, squealed Mrs. Kaminari. Those brats had a good start, nodded Mitsuki. While everyone else was wasting time on this obstacles, the brats were already filling their place with traps. Honey, please mind your language, said Masaru with a sigh. The FI will, we are all adults here, scoffed Mitsuki. I actually think they are off for a great start, smiled Mr. Kendo. I mean, not only that they made it pretty quickly, too quickly in fact, but they also took the largest and best equipped building in the fake city. And considering that unlike the others who chose to go with only their classes, our kids have the advantage of numbers. Along with their quirks and the time they had to create and enact a plan. Too true. The time window was pretty long for them. And with how crafty they are, I wouldn't be surprised if the place is filled with death traps. But with paint, smirked Mr. Zero as he looked at the screen. Oh dear, it seems the other schools are targeting our kids with the advantage of numbers, Mrs. Shiozaki said with frown. The screen showed a large number of students running through the street to the middle tower from the four sides. They will be fine, smiled Mr. Monoma as he ate some popcorn. The screen showed Katsuki standing on top of the tower wearing his jacket like a cape, looking like some marine admiral of the sorts, with the world's most cocky smirk on his face, literally looking down on everyone. It seems your son is pretty confident, Mrs. Bakugo, said Mrs. Hatsum with a smile, remembering how her daughter always spoke about the blonde for the past month before this festival. The mother could tell May has a crush on him, even if she doesn't realize it. And honestly, he was pretty good looking and obviously a good kid since he seemed friendly with everyone. Of course my Brad is going to be a top hero in the future, and to be one he needs to be confident, so those losers better get out of his way or he will blow them out if he wait, laughed Mitsuki. We are not stuck with you idiots, declared Katsuki proudly. Then his smirk turned to a dark, malicious, bloodthirsty Cheshire grin. You are stick with us. And with that the chaos began. Any bets how many will fall? Asked Mr. Sato around with sweat drop. Seeing that their kids were butchering the competition. Mitsuki just laughed more. Miss Explosion. Everyone had just claimed their buildings, they are preparing to attack, and as predicted most of them are coming for us. Copycat, so, 5 minutes until they charge? Enough to start the first phase of the plan. Miss Explosion, yup. Analyst, everyone is in position at King Explosion Murder, and the warp is ready for the plan. King Explosion Murder. Perfect, I'll take my place at Miss Explosion. You coordinate everyone, if something goes wrong contact me. Miss Explosion, yup. King Explosion Murder at Goddess, is everything prepared? Goddess. Yes Baku Chief, all the equipment is prepared. King Explosion Murder. Alright, I'ma take my position. Copycat. Why are you dressed like that anyways? King Explosion Murder, because it's badass at Copycat Bastard. Miss Explosion. Can't argue with that, laughing face. Analyst. Me neither, smiley face. King Explosion Murder. Alright, time for the first phase of the operation, Operation Paint Bath. Katsuki stood up on the rooftop of the building he and his classmates claimed as their own and smirked as he stood on the ledge. He wore his P. Diddy jacket as a cape around his shoulders. Alright little listeners, the last of the teams had claimed their own building just 2 minutes before the time limit ends. You got 5 minutes to prepare before the war starts, shouted Present Mike into his microphone. Can you lower your voice? I don't want to be deaf by the end of the day, grumbled the shadow. Katsuki smirked at that. 5 minutes as planned, now to get everyone into their positions. Katsuki pressed on his earpiece and started speaking. Hey, are all the teals ready? Asked Katsuki. Yes sir, said everyone. Good, 5 minutes until they charge. Did everyone finish their own preparations? Asked Katsuki with a smirk. Yes sir, cheered everyone. Good, now let's butcher these losers. Plus ultra, declared Katsuki with a grin. Plus ultra, the others cheered. 5 minutes had already passed since all the classes had claimed their buildings. Most opted to lock down the doors and windows and leave a single door open for the players to come in and out, but guarded by their classmates. Alright, the time has passed for preparations. You are no longer in the safety of the timeout, little listeners, so let's get this show on the road to entertain the audience, shouted Present Mike. And that when all hell broke loose as multiple classes and students with huge numbers started running out of their buildings, but instead of the chaos everyone in the audience expected, the students ran alongside each other, all going to the same location. Meanwhile in the stands, Emi was giggling at the audience stands, trying to get a reaction from Shoyuta before becoming serious. Every year in provisional license exam there is one thing that's almost like a tradition for that event, and it'll be the same thing now with this festival. As all the high schools around the country compete to pass the exam, there's only one school that doesn't keep their students' quirk anonymous until the exam. The top school whose sports festival is broadcasted across the country, showcasing not only the students' quirks, but also their weakness and fighting styles. Your school? Smirked Emi. In an instant, Emi saw the U.A's Hero House's tower getting charged at by students from different schools and courses, with her own class participating in it. If you really liked your class, guys, then you should have told your students what always happens in the beginning. The UA crushing. Shoyuta blinked and looked at Vlad and Sir before replying, as Vlad snickered and Night Eye sighed fondly. I should probably apologize about that. What? Blanked out Emi, trying to figure out what Shoyuta meant. Did he really plan to tell his students and just forgot about it? What do you mean apologize? Asked Mr. Brave, one of the teachers in Shiketsu High. You mean you just forgot to warn your class? Asked Faith, one of the CI Hero Course teachers. Vlad started cackling loudly now, confusing everyone not from the UA. Actually, I meant I should apologize to you, since I forgot to explain everything before we started the betting pool, smirked Shoyuta. Our students are winning this round, said Vlad cockily. The U.A crushing. is going to have a different meaning this year, smiled Night Eye as he watched with almost giddiness waiting for what's going to happen. The rest of the teachers were just confused by that, as they looked at each other in concern for their students. Back to the fake city. Right as President Mike yelled for them to start, everyone started running at the central tower intent on taking it down, and the U students with it. Which was honestly a tactical mistake to charge in blindly even if you knew your opponent's quirks. The game was about survival, not elimination. There was no point system or a need for someone to attack. Some smart students chose to go solo and hide in hard-to-find places, while others were excited to show what they were made of and chose to attack head-on, starting with the U.A as primary targets. And that's why over 300 students were now running at the central tower the U.A Hero Courses students had claimed as their building from the 4 streets leading to it, intent on sieging the tower and surrounding the hero students. A lot of the students that took action were those from the general course and support. A lot of business students didn't bother with trying to win the game since it was pointless. Instead chose to focus on analyzing the hero course students to see who would hit the top rankings in the future by observing their performance and personalities. The students from different schools ran at the central tower while preparing their quirks to attack, because obviously the limited amount of paint bullets meant that they had to be efficient with them, so wasting shots couldn't be tolerated. As they reached the middle of the city and got near the tower so it was in view, everyone from the attackers saw Katsuki standing on the ledge of the tower wearing his jacket like a cape of the sorts, and looking down on them with the world's cockiest smirk of all time, one that would give Endeavor and Maruko a run for their money. "Hello there everyone, I hope you enjoyed the few minutes you had in the game," said Katsuki as he gave a thumbs up. He then turned it to a thumbs down. "Because you lose here. So why don't you shoot yourselves and spare me and my course mates the trouble?" The suggestion made everyone angry as they started yelling insults at the confident blonde who was still smirking at them without a care in the world. "What the F was that, you idiot?" snapped someone from the crowd. "If you jackass so bad at math so much, let me help you. You guys are a couple dozen people in there. We are hundreds, so in logic you are goddamn surrounded." Katsuki chuckled darkly at that as he replied with a mocking tone. "All I am surrounded by is fear, losers." "Like hell we are afraid," snapped another. "Then you'll die braver than most," declared Katsuki before blinking and shrugging. "Metaphorically speaking, of course." "Stop acting all high and mighty, you are stuck with us if you haven't noticed," snapped a girl from the crowds. "First phase is in motion," chirped Mei enthusiastically. Katsuki grinned widely and Predator ally. The students beneath him saw the change of expression and flinched on instinct as the feeling of dread overwhelmed them. "We are not stuck with you idiots, you are stuck with us," declared Katsuki. And before anyone could yell something, one of the streets was sealed behind the students with an ice wall, so thick it might as well be a small mountain. The wall was created by one Shoto Todoroki as instructed by Katsuki after Miko warped him behind the students. On another street a large yellow energy barrier-like wall sealed the street behind another bunch of students who were as startled as the first group. The energy wall was created by Himoto thanks to Miko warping him there. The third entrance was sealed by Hanta, Mineta, Bondo and a Gen Ed student, Litsuchi, whose quirk allows him to freeze a single object in place, making impossible to move it from there as it was frozen in place. The wall of tape, glue and sticky balls was there to stay. The students quickly sealed the street after Miko warped them there. The fourth wall was sealed. Ibra, who used her vines to seal the street behind the students to keep them in place, with Gara using his sand to steady the vines and protect it in case someone tried to burn it, while Juzo softened the ground in front of the vine and sand barrier to keep anyone from escaping. "What the dash," said one of the students before a shadow was casted over them. The students looked above them and their eyes widened in shock and horror as they saw a bunch of large balloons falling on them. The students tried to use their quirks to dodge or escape, but a good chunk of the students beneath was stained with paint as the balloons hit the floor and exploded. "What's this?" It seems the trappers became the trapped with the U.A's hero students, locking the surrounding students in their trap, shouted President Mike in astonishment seeing large balloons of paint falling on the students. Few managed to not be stained or eliminated, but they were out. They just eliminated over 100 people now. But I wonder, where did they get all that paint? From what I suspect, considering the sports festival, I would say Momo Yaoyorozu, but I doubt she can create that much in one go, said the shadow confused. Meanwhile Toshinori was busy laughing seeing the students being painted with pink paint. Why did the students choose to use that color is anyone's guess by now. "I can't dash," wheezed Snipe as he watched the other students from other schools get butchered and covered in paint. "It's not a war, it's massacre," Ectoplasm commented. "Too true, the U.A crushing will have a different from today," grinned Power Loader. The teachers of other schools looked thoroughly distraught by the disaster that was the U.A crushing. Meanwhile the chaos was still unfolding. as a bunch of students tried to run through one of the walls by climbing, just be shot down by Reiko, who was in her element using her poltergeist to manipulate the small paint bullets and shoot anyone with sight. She was paired with both Yui and Itsuka. The three of them were teaming up on their opponents. On another wall in the rooftops of the buildings, Ochako, Toru, Tsuyu and Mina were holding machine guns filled with paint and shooting down anyone that got stuck in the glue or minetas balls, eliminating them. The same was happening on the other walls, as almost everyone was eliminated, save for the Ketsubutsu students, who were able to escape thanks to Yushindo using his quirk to crack and shatter the ice. After he did, the class ran for the hills, but not before losing 7 of their classmates in the chaos. Some students tried to reach the door to the tower, and they did, but unfortunately for them they couldn't open the door because of the security system, as well as Sato, Demoto and Imasuji using their quirks to push back against the students, their collective physical strength being too much for the dozens of people outside pushing against the door. As said students struggled against the 3 brutes, they were shot down by the security system that was improved in before by Mei and Momo with some help of the others. Multiple guns sticking to the walls and windows started shooting down on the students on the door, eliminating them quickly. Katsuki watched the metaphorical slaughters unfold beneath him and cackled loudly as he saw the students on the ground under him try to run away and escape, only to be eliminated by his coursemates. Is that what Izuku feels like all the time? It's addictive, honestly. Your weapon, Bakugo-kun, said Mika with a small bow as she appeared while touching what resembled big machine gun that you put on turrets. Thanks, Purple. Time to commit some murders, grinned Katsuki as he grabbed the weapon and started firing while Mika nodded and warped away. Mei included a visor to make the shooting easier, so Katsuki didn't have a hard time making sure he didn't by mistake shoot a coursemate. Now that's what the U.A crushing folks. Our young heroes are destroying the offenders without any mercy. They already eliminated over 200 people, exclaimed Mike with joy. 239 students to be precise, said the Shadow with a sigh. After the slaughters stopped, everyone were warped back to the tower thanks to Mika's warp gates to regroup and rest for a bit. Everyone cheered loudly as they started celebrating their crushing victory. All of them looked very happy with the results of the plan made by their strategists and tacticians. Alright, did we lose anyone here? Asked Katsuki around. Nope, chirped Mei through the earpiece. I did count and follow, only 3 people lost 5% of their HP, those being Ghost Girl, Girly You and Orange Hair. Well, if you too, Pinky, scoffed Saya, having suffered a shallow shot to the ankle as she was tasked with eliminating those that escaped the ice wall. She eliminated 7 of them, but then she was cheap shot by a weirdo from Shiketsu. The idiot had some creepy meat-like quirk. She turned his Sarias to a stone. But then that Hulk Tornado guy showed up and almost eliminated her with his Whirlwind's ID. It weren't for Mika warping her back. That was a crushing victory we had there, laughed Denki as he slung his arm over Ijiru, who nodded. It was, and that's all thanks to our strategists and tacticians along with our leader, grinned Ijiru. Nito and Momo did the planning while Mira provided her input on the tactical side of the plans, and everything was coordinated by Katsuki from the roof with the help of Mei. Come on guys, you are embarrassing us, squeaked Momo with a blush. Speak for yourself, I'm enjoying the praise, smiled Mira with pride. Well, you're not wrong there. It's thanks to our plan that we all won, said Nito. But of course it wouldn't have mattered if it weren't for you carrying it out perfectly, so thank you for your hard work. Katsuki sighed as he watched everyone else chat and laugh together. They won this small fight, but there is still a good chunk of students outside. And if Arashi's analysis quirk was right, that Inasa guy will be a pain to deal with later. Her quirk was very useful, the ability to sense and analyze a quirk from a distance by being able to tell what it does to a degree, and its class is a wonderful quirk for a tactician. Even if she wasn't that good of a fighter yet, she was still a great tactician for a team, and paired with Momo with her high intelligence and creativity with Nito's cunning and trickery, the 3 created a great plan to follow, and Katsuki acted as the coordinator with Mei's help. You okay, Katsuki-kun? Asked Ochako with a smile as she sat beside him, and so did Shoto. Yeah, why the F wouldn't I be fine? Asked Katsuki with raised brow. We expected you to gloat with everyone else, but you are sitting here alone, so we thought of coming to check up on you, shrugged Shoto as he ate some cold soba. Where the hell did you get that soba? Asked Katsuki confused. The kitchen? Said Shoto unsure. There is no kitchen here, Shoto-kun, said Ochako blankly. There was a pause as Ochako said that. Then I don't know where I got the soba, shrugged Shoto. Meanwhile in the teacher's room. Yes, cheered Vlad. Yes, that's my kids, take that Shiketsu. Our students had yours butchered with everyone else. Technically our students eliminated mostly Gen Ed students and support students with business. They had a small number of hero students eliminated, pointed Night Eye with a frown. But still a huge number of students to be eliminated. Our students eliminated almost 300 in less than 5 minutes, argued Snipe. It's still quite the achievement in my opinion. Can't argue with that, sighed Emmy. That plan was made to perfection. I take it that the blonde on the rooftop had a hand in it? Shoyuta shrugged at that. The plan, if I must guess, was conjured by Erasure, Monoma and Yaoyorozu. Bakugo acted the leader and coordinated everyone to perfection while improvising in case something went different from what was planned, explained Shoyuta, and Emmy hummed at that. He doesn't strike me as the leader type, but then again appearances deceive, nodded Emmy with smile as she looked at Shoyuta teasingly, who grunted and looked away. As the teachers watched the last of the eliminated students exit the fake city through the screen, Nedzu started cackling. Now that was quite a plan, don't you think, my fellow educators? Asked Nedzu around with a grin, holding a cup of steaming tea in his paws. The only thing I learned is that warp quirk give any team a huge tactical advantage along with a lot infiltration and evacuation options, without mentioning the quick transport, huffed the Legion, principal of Shiketsu High as he drank a cup of coffee. Ah yes, that's true, warp quirks are quite rare. The fact that someone with such wonderful talents went to vigilantism before coming to the rehabilitation course, sighed Nedzu. Honestly, a lot of young talents slip from our grasp because of personal circumstances. Hopefully the rehab course will decrease that loss. Maybe I should open a similar class devoted for rehabilitation in CI. It would take a lot of work and time, but the results seem to be worth it, said the Grace, the principal of CI, as she hummed in thought, with thoughtful expression on her face. That would be wonderful, agreed Nedzu with a smile. That blonde kid certainly is impressive. He seems to be able to coordinate multiple teams in the same time without getting anyone hurt. That definitely is an important quality for a leader, mused one of the teachers. Yes, it's the reason we put this game in the elimination round. To see who do better in working solo, who does better working in teams, and who excels in leadership. Now that we got this data, we could help our students improve based on what learned about them, said another teacher. I wonder how young Togata is doing in his year's festival, mused All Might. Meanwhile in the third-year stadium. Power, shouted Mirio as he popped out of the wall of a building and punched a student, slamming him. 3 others, the bunch, were all knocked out as they hit the wall. Mirio quickly opened the door to his classmates as they entered. Yu shot the unconscious 4 before sighing. Togata, I know you are trying to help, and that your quirk makes unshootable, but stop charging recklessly as the explorer for the building, deadpanned the girl, and Mirio chuckled. Not that we mind, Mini Might. We are thankful you bothered to stick with us, a boy with red eyes and green skin chuckled, and Mirio groaned. For the billionth time, I am not All Might's son, snapped Mirio in annoyance. But you are still Shield Maiden's half-sibling, right? Asked a girl with messy purple hair and pink eyes. You're, yelled Mirio as he punched the wall, making it crumble into dust. Nijire pouted at her friends and spoke. Stop the teasing, you meanies, he is tired of it, snapped Nijire. Why do you even bother doing this? You know he will punch one of you eventually, right? Asked Tamaki, confused. At this point it's a game. A thin boy with orange hair shrugged. And if he gives in, we win. And he knows that. That's stupid, gaped Yuyu. Well, we are not that smart, shrugged a brown-haired boy with dark eyes as he chuckled at Yuyu, slapping her forehead. Seconds later the wall where Mirio went through burst open as a person was punched through it. Your friend is in a bad mood, said the Seijin third year before fainting. Alright, another reason to piss him off. It makes him more focused so as he ain't focused on us. We are golden, grinned the guy with blue hair. Nijire, Tamaki and Yuyu groaned at that. Their classmates need an ass kicking ASAP, honestly. Back to the first-year stadium. Nah, he must be alright. I know how smart and driven he is, and with his strength very few people including the pros could fight him, chuckled All Might. So what do you think they would do now? I mean our problem children? Asked Shoyuta, interested. If I have to make an educated guess, I would say that Erasure will use her analysis quirk to get a red on the other still standing bases of the other classes with a stealth team, most likely with Kawaro, Hagakure, Jiru and Himoto. Then after getting the intel they will conjure a quick strike force to raid the bases and eliminate the other students. And most likely by sending the perfect counters to everyone in the other teams, said Night Eye, and Shoyuta nodded. Sounds like the most logical plan, admitted Shoyuta. Man, your students really are dominating this round. And they are doing it perfectly too, whined Emmy as she pouted. Half of her class were eliminated from the tournament and she was salty over it. Indeed they are, boasted Vlad, causing everyone to roll their eyes, but the Udata students were definitely as happy as he was. A warp gate opened in the middle of the lobby where 5 figures jumped out of it. Mira, Kyoka, Toru, Kawaro and Himoto came back from their intel gathering mission with big smiles on their faces. So, what do you have, guys? Anything to worry about? Did you get shot? Asked Momo as she welcomed them back. Nah, nothing happened. Me and Korwaro did enter the buildings thanks to our quirks while Kyo-chan listened from the outside. Surprisingly, this place is pretty big compared to the other buildings, said Tour with a grin. Yeah, and here's the list of quirks I was able to analyze from the buildings with remaining teams. I say we attack the weaker bases and eliminate as many as possible. We don't have to eliminate everyone else, only enough for the round to end, explained Mira, and everyone nodded at that. As Mira, Momo and Nito went to conjure a plan, everyone else started warming up for the upcoming fights. Ijiru didn't know what to think about the rehab course folks at first. He can understand trying to make your life into something better. He has a history with that. Sure, he wanted to change out of being weak and indecisive. This isn't the same as committing whatever crimes they did commit. But considering that Bakugo did change for the better after being a terrible bully, Ijiru decided to give these folks a chance. Plus they looked as worried and insecure as the students around them, so Ijiru could tell that they were as worried from everyone else trying something against them. Bakugo gave his word it would work, and that was enough for Ijiru. He was warped to a building full of ninja-like students with Saya and Demoto and almost immediately understood one thing. That he certainly preferred those two to be heroes, or at least civilians, and certainly not villains. Because what he witnessed wasn't a fight. It's a methodical, one-sided massacre that he barely got to participate in. Saya moved silently but freakishly fast. She didn't even use her quirk, whatever it is. She would appear out of nowhere but right next to thoroughly shocked enemies and then either rams their heads into the wall or do something similarly nasty. Demoto was silent, but Saya honestly did all the yelling, taunting and cursing for the entire class, all the while laughing manically while beating people thoroughly to a pulp. Demoto, even though he was faster and stronger, seemed to be gentler, as he would give quick chops to the neck or punch the enemies in the gut, effectively knocking them out instead of the brutal beatings of Saya. When the enemies are knocked out, Saya scoffed as she pushed the two of them out of the room, but not before throwing a bomb of paint that exploded right as Saya closed the door, covering everyone inside in paint, eliminating them. You know, this almost feels like cheating, honestly, Ribbit, said Tsuyu with a sweat drop as she saw Gara and Ibra both restraining around 12 people with vines and sand respectively. There is no such thing as cheating unless you are told to not do something, and you do it regardless to win, stated Gara as he grabbed a gun and shot people in face. Headshots were instant elimination. Exactly. We are playing by the rules and using our quirks to give us an advantage over quarter combatants, nodded Ibra with smile. I guess you are right, Ribbit, but I still feel bad about it. Water under the bridge now, shrugged Tsuyu as she shot other people herself. Shoto was warped into a room full of the students from some hero school in the countryside Shoto wasn't familiar with. The students had the bad luck of being from the last to arrive, making them have to take a place in the outskirts of the fake city. And they ended up taking a warehouse, which honestly was one of the worst decisions they could make. As he stepped into the middle of the warehouse with a bored expression as he looked around, the students jumped at seeing him come out nowhere, which was understandable. Warp quirks were such a huge advantage it was almost unfair. To other schools, that is. How the hell did you get here? How did you even find us? Snapped one of the students, obviously startled. Not in the mood to answer, said Shoto with a shrug as he stomped the ground with his right foot. And ended the fight before it even began. The warehouse was frozen to its fullest, covering everyone besides Shoto in ice. The students shivered from the cold eating at their bodies before Shoto grabbed his gun, eliminating everyone. In another part of the city, Inasa Yarishi grinned as he looked on everyone from the rooftop of a building. He used his quirk to create a huge whirlwind that got all the paintballs swimming inside it and spinning. He aimed his hand down and the paint projectiles fell on everyone underneath him and covered them all in paint, effectively eliminating them. He defeated over 100 people with one attack. Dine, yelled Katsuki with a wide grin as he blasted himself at another set of students in the building. He was tasked with helping the not-so-skilled in combat girls by being the one to do the heavy lifting along with Itsuka, and he was loving every second of it. Somebody help me, shouted a student as he tried to escape. Please mercy, yelled another. Mommy, screeched another. Meanwhile, Katsuki was having the time of his life with so many opponents to fight as he blasted them all and laughed all the while. Is he always like this? Asked Himawari with a gulp, seeing the mad bomber explode into another bunch and blow them into the walls. Yup. And he is so cool like that, said Yui stoically, but her cheeks were red in color. Can't argue with that. Wish I could fight like that, said Mira with a blush. Yeah, for someone who never went to a dojo he is pretty good at fighting, said Itsuka with sweat drops, seeing Katsuki blast from a wall and drop kick a bigger teen. By the end of the next 10 minutes, the U.A and Shiketsu and CI along with some loners from other schools were the only ones remaining. If Katsuki had Haushiko Haki aka the Conqueror Spirit, and mastered it. Basically, Katsuki discovered it after the sports festival and trained it in secret for this event. Emi was giggling at the audience stands, trying to get a reaction from Shoyuta before becoming serious. Every year, in provisional license exam there is one thing that's almost like a tradition for that event, and it'll be the same thing now with this festival. As all the high schools around the country compete to pass the exam, there's only one school that doesn't keep their students' quirk anonymous until the exam. The top school whose sports festival is broadcasted across the country, showcasing not only the students' quirks, but also their weakness and fighting styles. Your school? Smirked Emi. In an instant, Emi saw the U.A's Hero House's tower getting charged at by students from different schools and courses, with her own class participating in it. But for some reason the blonde boy that won the festival was standing alone in the rooftop wetting his jacket like a cape, resembling a king of the sorts. If you really liked your class guys, then you should have told your students what always happens in the beginning. The UA crushing, said Emi while staring at Katsuki strangely. Shoyuta blinked and looked at Vlad and Sir before replying, as Vlad snickered and Night Eye sighed in exasperation. I should probably apologize about that. What? Blanked out Emi trying to figure out what Shoyuta meant. Did he really plan to tell his students and just forgot about it? What do you mean apologize? Asked Mr. Brave, one of the teachers in Shiketsu High. You mean you just forgot to warn your class? Asked Faith, one of the CI Hero Course teachers. Vlad started cackling loudly now, confusing everyone not from the UA. Actually I meant I should apologize to you, since I forgot to explain everything before we started the betting pool. Mostly about Bakugo's newest ability, smirked Shoyuta in sadism. In the back with principals Nedzu started cackling causing everyone to shudder on instinct. Our students are so winning this round. And without even trying said Vlad cockily, when he was told about Bakugo's newest ability he slapped his forehead in exasperation. But the potential is undeniably amazing especially for this round. The U.A crushing is going to have a different meaning this year, said Night Eye, seeing Katsuki standing on top of the rooftop with his hair shadowing his eyes. The rest of the teachers were just confused by that as they looked at each other in concern for their students. As the students reached the tower they saw Katsuki just standing there on the ledge alone unprotected, looking like some king looking down on all of them. He's alone, get him, shouted Shindo as he raised his gun to shoot at Katsuki, with everyone following his example. Emi saw everyone doing the same, targeting the lone Katsuki. Here we go, said Toshinori with a wide grin, full of anticipation. Katsuki merely raised his head and shot a glare at everyone before unleashing his strongest blast of the Conqueror spirit that expanded to the edges of the arena. The teachers couldn't help but suddenly shake, feeling something happening. They quickly looked around to see all the students seemed to have frozen up stiff. Shindo finally shook his head, clearing his thoughts and sluggishly regaining control of his body before looking around. He saw Tatami Nakagame had retracted into her body, her head barely sticking out with her eyes rapidly looking around in fear and alarm. Don't lose confidence, I don't know what that was, but we still outnumber them all, right? Shouted Shindo looking to his other temporary allies. Everyone throw shoot at him. When only a few seemed to respond, Shindo had to take a closer look at another student before seeing the white of their eyes. Almost as one, students all around the arena began to fall dramatically, collapsing onto the ground, a few foaming in their mouths. What's this? It seems that everyone somehow had fainted in the same time. Was Bakugo's newest super move this effective? Shouted Present Mike in disbelief, his mouth agape and his eyes comically large. Those who can't even stand up to this pressure should think long and hard about their own career path. Night Eye stated, shaking his head in disappointment. In case you're wondering, the problem child there is able to exert his will over others somehow, and for those weak-willed? Well, the results speak for itself. Be proud that your students were able to keep conscious after that, chuckled Shoyuta sadistically. With so many students down, the festival management had to pause the round to count how many were still conscious. Luckily, and oddly enough, a total of 200 students were still conscious. But the fact one student was able to take out 1,800 students in mere seconds after the first round started properly was rather eye-opening. On that specific date forward, UA crushing had a severely different meaning from the past and future. To both the future festivals between schools and license exams. The first round has just finished after Class 1A from U.A had managed to finish off another base, effectively and coincidentally enough reducing the number of students to 200 after Himoto and Shoji teased up on said base of Gen Ed students. Having someone with multiple arms and guns as well as someone who can create shields from thin air and happens to be surprisingly good at shooting storming a building filled with untrained students was an overkill, especially that Shoji had 18 guns in his many hands. The others weren't that far behind in the scoring either. Himawari basically went to the main vent and filled its sleeping gas-stuffed sunflowers, on her own driving 17 students to sleep before eliminating them. Gaara and Ibra were the perfect tag team with their defensive and capture skills. It was also a huge bonus that they were good at shooting if not bothered. And with that, the first round was concluded with the hero course of U.A suffering only shallow losses on the form of Ijuru, Tetsutetsu, Tagaru, Demoto and Imasuji losing 20% of their points each, oddly enough. After the first round was concluded, the students went back the stadium where the eliminated students went to the bleachers to sit while the still participating ones went to the middle of the stadium. We won, cheered Mina as she threw her hands in the air, gaining some cheers from the others. You mean we survived? Deadpanned Itsuka. Speak for yourself, Beach. I crushed everyone that got in my way, huffed Saya before looking at Ijuru and Demoto. Although I did have some help in cleaning up the trash afterwards. Saya-sen, do not speak about other people in such a sinful way, scolded Ibra with disappointed look. F you Vines Beach, my mother acted all religious but when my court kale and she saw me as demon, so stop acting all high and mighty on me, seethed Saya before realizing what she said. She huffed and walked further away from the stunned Vine girl as everyone else looked at her in worry. Man, it has been quite the 3 hours, don't you think? Asked Hanta, turning to Denki, who nodded. Yeah man, it felt like we were on a war zone of the sorts. Good think we have a trio of big brains with an authoritarian blonde, joked Denki, causing everyone to laugh. Who the F do you call authoritarian, you Pikachu idiot? Snapped Katsuki. Sorry boss, said Denki and Hanta in unison, causing Katsuki to huff and look away. Before realizing what they called him, and everyone started laughing again. Alright, the first round of Inter-School Festival is over now. We saw a lot of bright talents and I know you're waiting for more, shouted Present Mike enthusiastically. In this round we've seen leadership and open battles as well as cunning plans and wars, so what would our next round bring? The students calmed down, ignoring everyone else looking at them in both annoyance and jealousy. It was a round to display what skills each person has, from leadership, combat, support, strategizing and tactics making, as well as show who can do more than one of these things, explained the Shadow with a sigh. The point of this round was to show the strengths and weaknesses of the students so we could work on that, as well as see if there are students with potential for heroics. And now that the first round is over, time to announce the remaining students from the first years as well as who scored more points, exclaimed Mike, causing the audience to cheer. The score wasn't explained beforehand to see how everyone acts normally, to split the hotheads from the cool heads. And to see who excels in what when there is no pressure. The scores weren't only based on elimination but also on other things, mostly overall performance, so if someone specialized in support and did a good job, they would be rewarded for that and so on, explained the Shadow. As our grumpy fellow said, the pints were based on your performance and not how many people were eliminated. After all, being a hero is more than beating up bad guys. And that's something that most people forget these days, exclaimed Mike, and now that we explained it thoroughly, let's see the result. The large screen lit up as it started showing names from first place and so on, with the points being shown as well. Katsuki Bakugo 5300. Momo Yaoyorozu 4900. Mira Arashir 4800. Inasa Yurashi 4500. Psycho and Eli 4000. And so on went the names, with the numbers not being showed but the ranks were still displayed. Bakubro, yelled the manly trio as they saw Katsuki's Nake on top, with Arashir and Momo right behind him. That's quite the huge difference in points, commented Fumikage with a hum. Possibly because Bakugo did the leadership role, helped in planning and fighting as well as doing support and covering when needed, said Tenya thoughtfully. After all, if we are being rewarded from our performance, then doing multiple roles would surely give us more points? That makes sense, Ribbit, said Tsuyu with nod. But following that logic, why did that Yorishi get so many points? All he did was solo fighting? Because he eliminated around 400 people alone? That surely got him a lot points on only the speciality of combat, explained Momo helpfully. Any further conversation was cut short as Midnight snapped her whip on the floor. Now to explain the second round to you all, exclaimed Midnight with a grin. The second game will be of similar workings but with more handicaps, exclaimed Feline, the cat-dressed heroine, looking around at the confused students. The screen then started changing quickly, drawing multiple kanjis in different successions until it eventually stopped on the sentence, "See battles," causing everyone to get more confused. We to explain the second round, started Feliner with a smile. I'll explain it, and then the third round in the same time. First off is going to be a long obstacle race. That made the U.A students perk up slightly in excitement. Now to the third round. This game is going to be a Marines and Pirates sorta game. You are going to race to the large lake outside the stadium. The first 5 classes to reach the port where the wooden ships are will get to be the Marines and take the 10 Marine ships, which is steadier and better equipped ships, while the pirate ships, as penalty to being the last to arrive, are slower and easier to sink, explained Midnight. And now to the rules. You have cannons on the ships. Use them along with your quirks to sink the enemy ships whether you are the Marine or Pirates. The last 9 ships standing will qualify to the third round, exclaimed the cat-dressed heroine. So to some 10 people for each ship, mumbled Momo, already thinking of plans. That sounds quite fun, cheered Mina, throwing her hands in the air. I feel like there is something more to it. I mean, a battle in the water and ships was never something traditional for heroes, hummed Ochako. I would like to add that warping to the pool is not allowed this time, exclaimed Midnight, looking at Class 1C sadistically. There was a bit of protest at that, mainly from Mira and Saya, the former in exasperation while the latter in anger, but they both stopped as Midnight snapped her whip on the floor. Meanwhile, many of the other students sighed in relief that they still had a chance. Quiet down, little kittens, we can just let you breeze through because one of you is a teleporter, can we? Asked Feline with an amused smirk as Katsuki scoffed. Well, I guess we'll just have to work around it, grumbled Katsuki as he rolled his shoulders. Well, even if we can't just breeze through quickly, this doesn't mean we are that disadvantaged, chuckled Hanta. Speak for yourself, muttered Mira, knowing that she was screwed since her quirk offered her now help here. Even so, we must persevere and keep going further because as heroes, we will need to face all obstacles head-on and overcome them, said Itsuka with a determined expression. Alright, and now that we have the game properly explained, let's dive right into it, yelled Present Mike while the crowd cheered. All the students tensed as they prepared their quirks for the race. If one from each class got there first, said person could secure a ship for the entire class. Redai? Goo, shouted the voice hero in excitement. With that, all hell broke loose as all the students charged forward into the large tunnel exit, just for a large wall to almost shut it down, leaving only a small space upwards, meaning that the students will have to climb, and even then it would be crowded. And here we have the first obstacle of the second race. Let's see if you students can climb as well as you can run because you have no other choice, grinned Present Mike while watching. Don't be so sure, Sweat dropped the shadow as he saw everyone running at the wall without stopping. Inesa was the first to pass by using his wings to fly through the open space easily. Katsuki, on the other hand, who was right behind him along with Ochako and Shoto right besides him, charged at the wall, the 3 of them fighting while running, trying to shake each other off. Wow, it seems the monster trio from U.A is on full-blown rivalry mode. Look at them fighting so hard, almost shaking the earth, shouted Present Mike on amazement. As the trio reached the wall first, the audience expected them to jump and pass through with agility. But they were dead wrong as the trio charged their attacks instead. Armor-piercing shot, head cannon, Jupiter smash, fierce flame palm, heat blast. The 3 rivals separated into the sides of the gate. Katsuki shot a blast of his concentrated explosion on the middle of the wall, blocking the exit, creating a huge hole for himself, and possibly other contestants. Ochako jumped to the far right and shot forward in a kicking motion, but before she tapped herself lightly, increasing her gravity, giving herself greater momentum. As a result, when she slammed against the wall with a kick, she shattered it, creating a huge hole. It's similar to Katsuki's. Shoto, on the other hand, unleashed a wave of concentrated heat that exploded from his open palm. The fire was so bright and it expanded as it traveled before it slammed into the wall, the heat melting a hole through it instantly as Shoto jumped through. And the monster trio had just bulldozed through the first obstacle. Guess raw power could top it all, huh? Sweat dropped Mike. The wall started to fully crack as everyone else got close to it. The cracks got bigger and bigger until the large wall finally collapsed into small pieces, kicking a cloud of dust around the exit. The contestants cheered at seeing a chance to get a free passage and ran through as fast as possible, trying to not let their big number bother them in the exit. Meanwhile, Inesa was flying forward with his wind until he heard something, no somethings to be precise, so he turned and took a peek just to grin excitedly at what he saw. Behind him was both Katsuki and Shoto, both blasting forward in the air with explosions and jet flames respectively, propelling themselves close to Inesa. Inesa also saw Ochako right under the 2, running at very high speeds with pink lightning crackling around her with the sound of thunderclaps. The scene was enough to make the tall hot-blood Ed teen laugh with joy and excitement as he grinned at the trio that's following him. Haha, yes, this is exactly what I wanted, a heated and passionate competition with hot-blood ED rivals, shouted Inesa as the trio got closer. And it seems that Bakugo and Todoroki are catching up to Urashi. Oh wait, Uraraka too, can't forget the angel-faced warrior of 1A there. Which of them will come on top? Or will someone else steal the win? Let's find out, exclaimed Mike. Considering those three completely forgot about the brunette, it's possible, commented the shadow with a raised brow. Inesa threw his hand at the direction of the trio, creating a powerful gust of wind that blasted straight at the trying to push them back and blow them away. Trying is the key word as both Katsuki and Shoto changed directions to avoid being blasted away, while Ochako just brute forced her way through the winds without stopping, albeit slightly slower. Don't think that some Pensia's breeze is enough to stop me, idiot, yelled Katsuki as he blasted closer to Inesa. Shoto said nothing, but he increased the intensity of his fire and shot forward even faster, intent on attacking Inesa as well. Well, it seems the whirlwinds are enough to. Inesa saw the two reach him and blew a strong gust of wind at them to shoot them back, but Katsuki kicked his hand to the side before grabbing into him with his right arm cocked back ready to deliver an explosive punch. Meanwhile, Shoto also grabbed with his right hand, ready to freeze the tall teen. Inesa grinned as a tornado enveloped the three of them. Katsuki and Shoto found themselves being pulled away from Inesa but didn't give up from their fight as they spun with the tornado before flying out of it with even greater momentum. Inesa realized he has been tricked and grinned. "Alright, now that's the challenge I wanted for so long," shouted Inesa as he charged forward with a stronger gust of wind than before to catch up to Katsuki and Shoto. Meanwhile, Ochako was running on the ground. The idiots were duking it out there, so it only made sense that she ran further and ignored them. Let the boys have their little skirmish over there while she goes into the top spot. Guess you are also gonna ignore the loud ones, said Gaara, who was besides Ochako, flying on top of a cloud of sand he was controlling. Ochako blinked before looking at him. Yes, said Ochako, unsure as she kept running. There was a short pause before Gaara shot some sand on Ochako to trip her, but the brunette simply jumped over it before throwing a punch with enough strength to shoot an air blast at Gaara. Can't we just race instead of fighting like the idiots behind us? Whined Ochako as she looked at Gaara with a pout. Possible, but dash. Gaara was cut short at multiple shouts behind them, causing the two of them to look behind them in surprise. Get back here, Sand Boy, and Cheeks, don't you forget about me. Show me your passion, you two. I will get the number 1 spot, Uraraka and Tsunagaki. Ochako and Gaara cursed seeing Inesa and Katsuki and Shoto catching up to them. After deciding that it was too time-consuming to fight, the trip had abandoned their fight and focused on running. And there you have it, folks, those 5 are the ones in the front and leading the charge. It's quite surprising how Tsunagaki popped out nowhere in second place, yelled Present Mike with surprise. He used the chaos and flashiness to sneak ahead and slip between the conflicts. Smart choice, nodded the shadow in approval. The 5 on the lead slowed down slightly, seeing that their path was interrupted by what resembled monsters with dark skin and bony like masks and skulls. And there you have it, folks, the first obstacle this time. The monster forest. Be careful, because those things are not for decoration, exclaimed Mike enthusiastically. Where the hell did your school get those things anyways? Asked the shadow. They had those things ready to be put into the forest, and the other schools were too confused by where Nedza got the monsters. His only response was they donated by 2 avid hero fans who wanted to have a great show, which was even more confusing. Because if there are 2 people that could create an army like this, then why didn't they become heroes? In reality, Deku supplied those monsters after he asked Mahoro to create some monsters for the event. The little girl was more than overjoyed to do as her dad asked. The monsters could be destroyed by 1 strong hit, so making them in bulk wasn't really taxing on her in the slightest. Udata never lets out its secrets, said Mike, wiggling his finger in a no-no gesture, and the shadow sighed at that. His boss wasn't paying him enough to ask anyways, and one thing for sure, he didn't give a damn. The students ran and saw the forest full of monsters and gaped. What the hell? Where did these things come from? Yelled Shindo in shock, seeing the large shadow beasts on the ground and even some flying in the air. The monsters had pitch-black skin, masks like skulls on their faces, and glowing red eyes. Some students stopped on instinct on fear, but some people charged straight off fearlessly. The first being Saya, as she ran in and drop-kicked one of the monsters on the throat, snapping it, and the best dissolved into smoke immediately. TCH, pathetic. They die in a single good hit, scoffed Saya as she ran forward. Hawk, shouted Ijiru as he punched one of the monsters, destroying it instantly. Tetsu, Demoto and Imasuji did the same thing as the 4 of them made their way together by brute forcing their way through. Ochako was ahead of everyone as she tore through the beasts like they were nothing, throwing punched and kicks at the creatures of darkness, turning them to smoke with 1 good hit for each. Those flying didn't fare any better, as they had their fair share of flying monsters that had wings and could maneuver in the air easily. Katsuki, Shoto and Inesa were killing the beasts with their powers easily, but it was still time-consuming, and it seems that the monsters kept appearing somehow. What nobody knew was that Mahoro was still supplying the monsters from a nearby hidden cave. Nedzu owes Deku a lot of merch for this, but it was worth it for a good show. especially that it had the rodent students shining brightly in front of everyone. It seems that the students had regained their courage, and they are now tearing through the beasts like they were made of glass, shouted Present Mike. Even though the numbers are usually an advantage, if they weren't very strong then it wouldn't make that much of a difference, the only thing it would do is tire them out, noted the Shadow. As the students ran through the forest killing monsters, or in the case of the trio in the air, flew, they noticed something big riding from the trees. As it fully rose, a lot of people from the audience gaped at the 30 meters tall humanoid shadow monster with multiple arms and sides, as well as chainsaws. Alright, now that's just an overkill, snapped the Shadow at Mike. Hey, don't look at me, the principal is the one who organized the event, so it's his idea not mine, shrugged Mike with a sweat drop. He did agree that it was an overkill with the sides and chainsaws. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr gaped Yoshinso in horror as he stared at the giant fire-breathing beast in front of him. What the absolute see? Shrieked Mineta loudly, looking at the huge monster in horror. Where the F does your school get the funding for this shit? Asked Morinagamasa, staring at the huge monster in shock and disbelief. Trust me, idiot, if I knew I'd tell you. That rat is crazy and I love it, cackled Saya as she kept running forward, ignoring the giant beast. Okay, now I am so happy I didn't sign for you. Because they are clinically insanely crazy, mumbled Psycho and Eli as she decided to run around the huge thing. It might be a longer path but definitely safer. Nedzu, growled Toshinori as he looked at the principal with a heated glare. I don't know where the hell did you get this monster, and I honestly don't care, but this is going way too far. It's worse than the 0-pointers. Do not worry, All Might, the giant is just for show. He won't actually hurt or maim someone, let alone kill. It's just there to make the race more epic, explained Nedzu calmly. Where absolute F did you even get that thing? And the monsters too? Did you make a deal with another devil? Asked Shoyuta with his eye twitching violently. If one of my students die, Nedzu, it will be months before they find your small body, deadpan Night Eye, but he looked completely serious. I'll join you, Night Eye, mumbled Vlad King with a huff. Now, there is no need for that type of animosity, chuckled Nedzu, and everyone groaned at the pun. Ochako bent down as she giant monster and decided to show off, so as she got close enough she bent down, then activated zero gravity on herself while jumping up high in the air. Channeling her full strength that wouldn't break her arm, she reached the monster's face and tapped it with her left hand, making the head weightless before throwing a double full-powered kick. Solar Luna. The punch pushed the monster a few steps back as it lost its balance. Satisfied with her handiwork, Ochako floated down to the ground and started running away to the port. Katsuki grinned as he saw the huge monster being punched by Ochako and decided to not be outdone. Katsuki put his hands behind him as they sparkled with explosions. The strength of the explosion sent Katsuki sailing forward to the giant. Katsuki used more explosions to shoot himself from left to right and right to left with increasing speed, building the momentum as he spined like a drill, followed by a tornado of sparks, smoke and orange flames as he got closer to the monster. Inesa and Shoto decided to battle the monster too, as Inesa surrounded the giant with a powerful whirlwind that kept in place while Shoto froze it in place, creating a huge ice glacier before summoning his flame. Howitzer Impact Cluster. Explosive Expanding. Raging Whirlwind. The super moves slammed into the giant, creating a huge tornado of sparks, flames and smoke, so big that it ripped the nearby trees and set it ablaze. And there you have it, folks. Uraraka kicked the giant golem so hard it was pushed back a good distance while the other three set it ablaze with a destructive tornado of flames and smoke and spark. What the hell do you teach those kids? Mumbled the shadow to himself, ignoring the fact that one of those monsters was technically from his school. Buddy, I assure you that if we knew how to teach kids to do that, we would be the best school in the world, no argument. Not just Japan, sighed President Mike. As the monster was turned to ash and smoke, the trip went back to racing and, well, squabbling with each other. Ochako on the other hand was racing Gaara for the end of the forest. To reach the port where the ships were located, she would secure herself and half her classmates a boat, while Katsuki and Shoto would do the same thing for the other half. As the airport was in reach, Ochako prepared to take the first boat while running at full speed, although trying to get ahead of Gaara, who for someone silent and calm was very stubborn and wasn't lighting up. Don't forget about me. I will get first place. The first place is mine, Uraraka. Just as the five of them were about to reach the port, extending their hands to the finish line, the space warped and spiraled on itself before a portal opened, causing them to widen their eyes in shock. Eep, squeaked Mika as she jumped forward, crossing the finish line before everyone else getting first place. Just then Katsuki, Ochako, Insa, Gaara then Shoto crossed the finish line at the mentioned succession. And there you have it folks, Mika Amari had won the race by literally popping out of new here, shouted Mike in shock. Honestly, he didn't expect what just occurred. There was a short pause as the group stared at the nervous Mika before Yorishi started laughing loudly in amusement. Ha, now this is something I wasn't expecting. Good work, Miss Purple, exclaimed Inesa with a wide grin. Shit, completely forgotten about her, cursed Katsuki quietly so Mika wouldn't hear him. The girl had too much social anxiety, it was almost unhealthy. Warp quirks are so cool, groaned Ochako. Honestly, she has no idea why she thought she could beat a warper in a race. It was the best mobility tool ever. Truly impressive, sighed Gaara in disappointment. He wasn't quite bothered by Mika's sudden appearance since it was only natural for her to pull such a trick. Truth be told, he was more impressed than bothered or disappointed. If Izuku had Haoshiku Haki aka the Conqueror Spirit and mastered it. Basically, Izuku discovered it after he started learning how to use killing intent and trained it in secret. Well, Mightless. It seems that you are cornered unless you have reinforcements on the way. I say let us grant a quick and painless death, Reidiot said with a cocky grin. Mightless just sneered at the Pinocchio hatefully with her teeth grinded together. F you, Mightless yelled hatefully. Redestro just chuckled at that sinisterly as he looked at them with amusement. Well, there are worse last words honestly. Time dined, the Pinocchio said cheerfully. Akane raised her hands defensively as she stepped forward. Whoa man, let's be civil about this, alright? Akane started with a smile, confusing everyone as she pointed at the confused Pinocchio with her index finger. Let's make a deal, Redestro. After all, you are a businessman, right? You know when it's more beneficial and more taxing, right? You leave and you don't die here today. Akane grinned widely. Sounds fair. The redhead asked with a grin. Redestro just chuckled in amusement as everyone behind him started laughing loudly in amusement. Oh really? And how are you going to kill me, little tomato girl? Redestro asked, trying not to laugh at how ridiculous this was. Akane just beamed while her people were looking at her in worry for her sanity and well-being. Oh no, I can't kill you. But my buddy can. That confused everyone even more as she pointed ahead. Say hi, buddy, Akane declared loudly. Then just as she finished, between the two groups a rift opened, that expanded into black purplish mist that turned into a portal. And everyone gasped in shock at that as they recognizing the quirk in action. The laughter died instantly as well. A gloved hand came out of the mist that was followed by the fearsome, powerful boy in his suit and skull-shaped helmet with breathing tubes on it. The leader was followed by the SS ranked of the League of Villains members. Hi. Karma said, turning to Redestro as he adjusted his tie casually in front of everyone. Redestro was shocked beyond belief as he gaped at what just happened. The men behind him were now pale in horror. Pinocchio blinked for a second, registering what happened. This must be an illusion. Or the girl was serious. Well, quirk thief, I guess it was about time we got the chance to finish off a freak of nature like you, shouted Redestro with scowl. After all, nobody should be able to strip people from their meta abilities. It's their right by birth. There are powers greater than your pitiful meta abilities, Redestro, said Karma as he stepped forward. What is he doing? Asked Mightless, confused as she saw that Deku's followers just stood by her side while Karma was still standing there. Oh. He is going to finish them all off at once, so be ready for the cleanup, smiled Shield Maiden. What? Asked Akane, confused. Was she missing something here? She wasn't informed of a quirk that could take down an army. Meanwhile, Deku merely raised his head and shot a glare at everyone before unleashing his strongest blast of the Conqueror Spirit that expanded to the edges of the neighborhood. The quirkless Liberation Front with Mightless on the lead couldn't help but suddenly shake, feeling something happening. They quickly looked around to see all the MLA soldiers seemed to have frozen up stiff. Redestro finally shook his head, clearing his thoughts and sluggishly regaining control of his body before looking around. He saw that Gueten had frozen in place, the irony of that, his eyes rapidly looking around in fear and alarm. Don't lose confidence, I don't know what that was, but we still outnumber them all, you hear my loyal soldiers? Shouted Redestro, looking to his soldiers with smile. Everyone, let's attack them. When only a few seemed to respond, Redestro had to take a closer look at one of the soldiers before seeing the white of their eyes. Almost as one, the soldiers all around the arena began to fall dramatically, collapsing onto the ground, a few foaming in their mouths. What the F? Yelled Akane, her eyes almost bugging out of her eyes. Those who can't even stand up to this pressure really aren't worth being called villains, scoffed Stain while shaking his head. In case you're wondering, our leader, even when he was a quirkless, learned how to exert his will over others somehow, like he is using killing intent, and for those weak-willed? Well, the results speak for itself, chuckled Melissa as she saw Deku calmly walk to the now cornered Redestro, who stepped back in fear. Cool was all Akane could say to that. Meanwhile Maria, who on her way felt the pressure and decided that this was no longer her business. Screw Redestro. Just as the five of them were about to reach the port, extending their hands to the finish line, the space warped and spiraled on itself, just before a portal opened, causing them to widen their eyes in shock. Eep, squeaked Mika as she jumped forward, crossing the finish line before everyone else getting first place in the race. Just then Katsuki, Ochako, Insa, Gaara then Shoto crossed the finish line at the mentioned succession. And there you have it folks, Mika Amari had won the race by literally popping out of new here, shouted Mike in shock. Honestly, he didn't expect what just occurred. Now that's what I call a plot twist, mumbled the shadow to himself. There was a short pause as the group stared at the nervous Mika before Inasa started laughing loudly in amusement. Meanwhile, Mika was still nervously looking around as people started crossing the finish line at quick succession, with Tenya being next, then Momo and so on. Haha, now this is something I wasn't expecting. Good work, Miss Purple, that was truly remarkable, exclaimed Inasa with a wide grin. Shit, completely forgotten about her, cursed Katsuki quietly so Mika wouldn't hear him. The girl had too much social anxiety, it was almost unhealthy. You will definitely punch someone over it later. Warp quirks are so cool, groaned Ochako. Honestly, she has no idea why she thought she could beat a warper in a race. It was the best mobility tool ever. Truly impressive, sighed Gaara in disappointment. He wasn't quite bothered by Mika's sudden appearance, since it was only natural for her to pull such a trick. Truth be told, he was more impressed with her than bothered or disappointed. That's kinda disappointing, mumbled Shoto as he stared at Mika blankly, but he wasn't bothered. In fact, he had somewhat expected this to happen. Warp quirks were unfair like that. Soon after them, students started reaching the port slowly one by one. Some students didn't make it to the round for being eliminated, and the blame mostly goes to Morinagamasa and Saya Kaseki, who took eliminating people for granted. Some other students, mostly Arashir and her classmates from Gen Ed, previously now heroes, teamed up to eliminate some students from other schools. This race was a huge cluster F, grumbled Yo as he looked at Tatame. The two of them scored the 106th and 107th after so much hard work. And that's without mentioning that they were almost eliminated by that Saya bloodthirsty psycho, and other Class 1C students a few times. Mika Amari, Katsuki Bakugo, Ochako Uraraka, Inasa Urashi, Gaara Tsunagaki, Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida, Momo Yaoyorozu, Denki Kaminari, Nido Monoma, Itsuka Kendo, Tsuyu Azui, Saya Kaseki, Setsuna Tokage, Juzo Hananuki, Demoto Chikara, Saiko Masuji, Ajuru Kirishima, Tetsu, Morinagamasa, Antasiro, Mina Ishido, Kyoka Jiro, Toru Hagakure, Mira Arashir, Abara Shiozaki, Jiroda Shishida, Kamiya Tsushimi, Reiko Yanagi, Pony Tsunatori, Senkaibara, Yosetsu Uwase, Kojiro Bondo, Mizo Shoji, Rikido Sato, Fumikage Tokoyami, Shirhai Kurwaro, Meihatsum, Saiko and Eli, Mashireo Ojiro, Narengaki Shota, Minoru Mineta, Himawari Saraki. Alright, this is just idiotic. I call idiotic, deadpanned a Shiketsu teacher as his left eye twitched uncontrollably. Those Udata kids were now just bulldozing through everything from the start, especially those so-called monster trio, and their only competition was Inasa, and he was the only one in Shiketsu to be like that from the first years, all while the Udate had a lot of powerhouses. Even some supposed small fries were doing very well. What's wrong, partner? Can't Hanley havin' our students crew Shinya students? Asked Snipe with a chuckle. Nedzu cackled in the background. The teachers not from U.A and the other principals looked so done with it all. It definitely made the principal's day, even if he had to deploy a lot of favors from Deku for the monsters and the giant and the surprise in the lake, and deploy merch as well. But the rodent scored the chance to play chess with a rival, so it was worth it all. Honestly, the principal was very salty that Karma didn't join U.A and become his personal student, but he couldn't blame the boy. He only had society to blame, destroying his life and future like that. Nedza was actually happy that Karma chose villainy instead, because that way he could show the world his talents, so even if Nedza didn't score it, it wouldn't go to waste, plus of course the fact that he used on the witch and her best buddy was a plus in his book. Well, I guess this means I am 80,000 yen more rich, stated Night Eye with a shrug, looking positive at the fact that his students passed the round, and faintly proud of their teamwork, because they did some very good eliminations. He would bet everything he had it was Arashi's orders. That caused the other Udata teachers to gape at him with wide eyes filled with shock, their jaws almost hitting the ground. Even Nedzu is startled by Naitai's statement. That he of all people made bets, aka gambled. You gambled? asked Toshinori with his sunken eyes almost bugging out. He knew Mirai Sasaki very well, the guy was painfully straight as a rod. Yes, I did bet that Erasure will be at least in the top 30 in this. I didn't even bother using my quirk to know that, I just knew she was that good and she didn't disappoint, plus I knew that my entire class will make it to this round no questions asked. They are a wild bunch but hard workers, shrugged Night Eye, but he somehow without changing his expression or tone in the slightest looked quite smug. Was he being influenced by Vlad King? And now, I am more rich than before thanks to those kids, and this is money that I will enjoy spending so very much. There a short pause at that as everyone processed what he said. The teachers didn't know him for long, but this was way out of character for him, that's for sure. Well, honestly, I also did a similar bet about my students and I am incredibly proud of their performance so far, admitted Vlad while scratching his cheek with a sweat drop. 80,000 yens here he comes, he will spend it on buying a good stash of wineries because he knows he will need it. Same, deadpan Shoyuta, but he was in reality getting 120,000 yes. And he will use it to the damn fullest. Mostly on dates and chocolate for his wife, he hates sweets and coffee and cats obviously. It was mostly Bakugo leading them in the first round with additional war counsel, but this round showed their individual skill sets. I guess though that I'll have to get Bakugo some strategizing lessons for the qualities he showed. There is no point in leaving such talent unpolished. Nedzu perked up at the idea before grinning widely, displaying his fangs to all to see. That's a wonderful idea, Aizawa. I will see what I can do to arrange Bakugo and his war council, of course some private lessons. It has been a while since I had a personal student, declared Nedzu, and everyone felt a shiver go down their spines. In his office, Redestro looked around him in confusion right as he felt a shiver go down his spine, and his body started sweating. Why do I hear boss music? Asked Redestro in confusion, looking around alarmed. I hate you, ate deadpan to CI teacher. A lot of the other teachers and unanimously the other principals nodded at that, causing most of the Udata teachers to look in amusement at them. Not bothered in the slightest by that declaration. In fact, it was flattering that they were so good that their fellow teachers started hating their guts for it. In the league's secret base, Mustard sneezed for some reason, wondering if someone was talking about him. He also had a weird urge to agree with someone and he didn't know why. The Shiketsu teacher promptly got a middle finger from Vlad King for his trouble while Shoyuta cackled in sadistic delight. Cultivate it well, it might make you a better teacher, smirked Shoyuta. Now that sounded like something Karma would say to motivate his men, deadpanned Emmy as she looked at Shoyuta with a pout. What she didn't know was that it was exactly the truth. And speaking about Deku, the league's secret chat. The boss, I believe that all of you owe me money, winking and laughing. Insomniac, F. Geckoman, F. F school, F also LOL. Game Master, F. Purge the fakes, F. Mad Scientist, F. Vampire Queen, pouting. Deadpool, disappointed. Gentle Criminal, now that's just disappointing. Gentle Hacker, I really thought that at Udata Spy will pull the win. World's A stage, we are splitting the money. Deku and XD. Deadpool, wait, you bet on the Warper? World's A stage, I am a supporter of the underdogs XDDD. World's A stage, plus she is adorable, I over little adorable girls, laughing face. The boss, respect, smiley face. Burn Beach. F. I lost 10,000 yens by betting on Shoto, honestly it weren't for Booma version of boss Shoto would have won. Vampire Queen, ah laughing face. Burn Beach, F you. Silver Death, I bet on Boom Boom Boy and that's what I get? Well, at least I only lost half my money because he got second place, but still. Purge the fakes, this is idiotic. Live Riffle, and we didn't even start the water battles yet, this was just a warm-up. I have my bets on Splody. Mad Scientist, I hate gambling, why did I even agree to this? The boss, no idea but I got more rich. Game Master, you cheated? The boss, no I just know quirks. Purge the fakes. Can't argue with that. Game Master, me neither. F. Burn Beach, F. Live Riffle, F. Silver Death, F. F School, F again LOL. Alright, now that everyone had reached their destination, time to choose the ships to board, yelled Present Mike. The students did so as instructed, and started taking ships for themselves to board, but on the succession of Marines and pirates. The pirates are given a 10 minutes head start to escape from the law enforcers, while the Marines will wait until the time was over to hunt the law outsiders and sink them. Katsuki ended up taking a ship with Ijiru, Mina, Hanta, Denki, Shoto, Ochako, Momo, Mei and Fumikage. Katsuki stared at the Marine ship for a second before looking at Momo, something shining in his eyes as his lips twitched. That alone was alarming. Hey Ponytail, would you do me a favor? asked Katsuki in boredom, from the outside boredom anyways. Momo blinked for a second, surprised at the question before nodding. What Katsuki requested made them all grin. This was gonna be glorious. Soon enough the rest of the Udata ships joined in. Class 1B and 1C were more than happy to join into the idea. 10 minutes later of preparations, then war started. It was a massacre. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Psycho and Eli was riding her marine ship with a smirk. She knew she did well by taking the shortest path to victory and leaving everyone in the dust back in the race. People underestimate those with intelligence and no power, but this was only going to make victory more sweet to her, because the people fell to their own arrogance and idiocy. She really wanted to confront and defeat Momo Yaoyorozu. She of course knew her personally. Their parents used to drink tea together in the past. Well, used to being the key word in that sentence. But unfortunately her parents were arrested for being freaking CRC funders. The freaking CRC, what the heck? Ever since then she and her parents were visiting every once in a while, and Yaoyorozu looked fine, suspiciously so. Because you don't look fine when you find out that your parents are scumbags. It was obviously a red flag, but her parents passed it up as denial, which it wasn't. She easily accepted the fact with gusto. Did she somehow see that reveal coming? Did she know about but didn't have any proof to go to the police? Or maybe she had such proof, but her parents had a tight leash on her. Actually, that made the most sense of it all considering how smart she was. Getting back on track, Psycho would have loved to defeat Momo Yaoyorozu in a fair one-on-one strategy battle, since they were both very smart, but there a teeny tiny little problem with that goal, or more like desire, and it was known as Katsuki freaking Bakugo. The blonde menace who threw whatever plans she had to deal with U.A through the window before shooting it with a metaphorical rocket launcher and then finishing off with nuke for good measure. Psycho, after seeing that the 3 hero classes, that alone was a huge advantage because the other schools had only 2 warp away thanks to having an actual warper at their disposal, changed her plans. Because around 60 heroes had just claimed the strongest fortress in the war zone and were readying for war. That alone made her weary of launching an attack at them. She was smart enough to not do that, and thank God for that. Because it was such a beautifully executed massacre that eliminated anyone dumb enough to attack them. Which, much to both her amusement and exasperation, was a good percentage from everyone in the first years. The metaphorical kills were in hundreds, and that's when they were in defense, not offense. Psycho took a building on the middle close to the Udata just for insurance and shut the place down like a fortress. She dealt with whoever attacked them with her class through intelligent plans, with well-placed traps of course, as well as a bit of bluffs and mischief. She was, at least in secret, a fan of Karma's handiwork. Excluding murders of course, his plans were beautifully complicated and well-studied as well as foolproof. She and her class did very well on the defensive part and survived all the way without any loses. Their eliminations weren't as great though, but they were more than decent, at least in her opinion, and her strategies as well as good choices while cornered earned her points for it, gating her in 5th place, which she was slightly salty about. Now she was sailing in the huge lake while watching out for any attackers. After all, she had no idea about the people from the pirates, and she had to be careful from the marine too because there was no rule to not attack other marines and pirates. So she had to be weary of enemies and her supposed allies. Which was a pain, but considering the whole feud between Nedzu, and which, yes, she calls her that woman should burn in hell to ashes, it was something to expect when she graduates and starts a hero agency. But she is willing to stay neutral. She had nothing against the U.A, but she wasn't interested in openly antagonizing the government either. Boom. Psycho heard the sound of cannons and felt the waters around the ship shift and wave, causing the ship to lost its balance. Psycho turned to see 3 pirate ships speeding towards her with what seems to be water dragons? Okay, they have someone with a water quirk in their midst. Joy. Alright everyone, we are leaving. We will not engage now because we are disadvantaged in combat and outnumbered, shouted Psycho at her classmates, and they let out the sails fully. They sped up and started sailing away from the attackers, but the pirate ships were still giving chase to them, rather fervently too. Boom. Psycho cursed as the cannons were firing from the ships. She chose a place that was empty to avoid conflict, but that ended up leaving her cornered with no way to escape conflict. The irony. Another shot hit the side of the ship and put a hole in it. Psycho growled at that. Intali-san. The ship is getting damaged, said one of her classmates. She did see it curses. She has no idea how to shake them off. She ordered her classmates to fire the back cannons, but unfortunately her classmates weren't able to do that much damage. The cannons weren't that strong, unfortunately. She tried to look for help, but she stuck to the corners next to the chores, so trying to go to the middle wouldn't be possible considering the distance. Boom. Another shot shook the waters next to her ship. Shaking her ship, she held to the wheel and looked behind her to see the ships approaching her. Curses, mumbled Psycho in anger as she spun the wheel. The ship moved to the left, avoiding the cannonballs but only narrowly. Boom. Her classmates cry out in distress when the ship is hit again. They weren't sinking thankfully, and the sails weren't damaged miraculously, but that was a very small victory because the ship was damaged too much. Then when the pirate ships reach her and are in view, she sighs in defeat. Well, she at least got this far. She never excelled in power anyways. She was a strategist and nothing more. Her quirks was for human chess games, not living Call of Duty with quirks. Yes, she knows video games. She wasn't stupid, so she wasn't that disappointed. Guess we lost, grumbled one of her classmates. She couldn't even be mad at them for glaring at her. She should have tried to stick with allies, but she went alone. Well, water under the bridge now. Then everything stopped making sense as she heard another bunch of cannons being fired, a lot more cannons being fired. Psycho looked in surprise at the direction of the sounds and blinked. She rubbed her eyes before pinching herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming. The pirate and marine ships were just ships that was enough to house 10 people with black and white sails for pirates and marines. But there was now 6 marine ships sailing towards her in armored ships with sails bigger than what they had, sails that pretty much had the word marine printed on it with the symbol of the Japanese marine on it. The 6 ships were sailing together like a fleet of the sorts, with one ship ahead of the others, and somehow she could see a person on the front of the leader ship shouting about murdering the pirates. It was that Katsuki Bakugo kid, and he was dressed like a goddamn marine admiral of the sorts, with the uniform, the custom cape-like coat, and even the damn hat. The 6 ships opened fire again. The cannons are much stronger and damaging. A single round of fire sank the 3 ships. The marine ships passed by her and she expected to be sunk down or mocked, but instead the leader ship stopped close to her. Katsuki Bakugo is in the front with his arms crossed and a confident smirk on his face. He didn't seem to be making fun of her. In fact, he seemed almost impressed. "You were trying to make them hit the rock?" asked Katsuki, pointing to a bunch of pointy rocks a distance away from them. Psycho blinked, surprised he saw through her plan. Unfortunately, she wasn't fast enough to lead them to the natural trap. "Yes, but unfortunately they both took me off guard and were chasing us faster anticipated, thus delaying my ability to respond correctly. And the fact that they are faster than anticipated was also a huge problem," answered Psycho. "No point lying at this point." Katsuki Bakugo stared at her for a second before smirking further. "Wanna lift?" asked Katsuki casually. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" asked Psycho, surprised. "Simple, we help fix your ship quickly. You join us in the team hunting. There can be 9 ships to advance. Together we will be 7, which is most of the number. We protect each other while keeping the advantage of numbers," explained Katsuki with a shrug while still crossing his arms. Psycho blinked before considering the offer. It was tempting, and the Udata weren't known to be backstabbers. If they wanted to sink them, they would have done it from the start. Playing it like foxes was the Udata's style. "Alright. But how will you fix my ship? The damage is quite big, and would take a lot of time and materials to fix," said Psycho, confused. Katsuki just put his finger yo his ear and spoke to her earpiece. "Hey, cross eyes, ponytail, bandana, come and help fix the ship of these guys," called Katsuki. The answer was presented to Psycho when the people she recognized as Yosetsu Aways and Mei Hatsum came with Yayorozu to her ship. The repairing work took barely 5 minutes, which was fascinating to her. Weld and creation were very perfect quirks for repair works, and when you have support engineer at standby, the upgrades weren't that hard to add, such as a better hull and cannon set. Turns out the cannons they used were filled with nitroglycerin while the ammunition was filled with explosives. It was unfair, but it was quirks and made on the fly. So she won't question it or complain. She was given the chance to advance by the uncrowned king of the Udate's first years. She heard the gossip about Katsuki Bakugo. It was only 2 weeks, but the gossip that Bakugo was practically the one who started the Class 1C notion, and then very delightful changes to the Udate's entrance exams and the upgrades to the course transference. Heck, if she was born a year later, she would have been able to get in without recommendations. Katsuki Bakugo was practically the leader of Class 1A if what she heard from a friend from the 3rd years was correct, and soon enough 1B joined in, because somehow if what she heard was true, Bakugo forced the Rat King to start those changes on the fly. Class 1C apparently are now the fanatically loyal soldiers to him. They would probably kill for him, no questions asked. It was weird, scary maybe, but it seems he doesn't know it and just acts natural. Working with someone like that, powerful and charismatic, but in need for a big brain to help him, would be beneficial to her. Because he had what she lacked, power, and she had what he lacked, superhuman intelligence. CI joined the Udate on their supposed one-sided massacre. Interested in seeing what the man she seems as potential business partner in the future is like. She could be like an inferior Nedzu to his inferior All Might. Is you will. But first to see what type of a leader he was. 10 minutes later, After they and the Shiketsu high class that had the Whirlwind Teen are left along with ship from Ketsubutsu as the only pirate ship surviving, although barely, she was left to question how someone could make her fanatically follow his command without her noticing. Is it a quirk? Is he a complex mutant leader of the sorts? Then when they went back to the port, the blonde leader whispered a proposal to her that she couldn't refuse, mostly out of her own morals and undying spite to a certain witch. And here we go folks, announced President Mike. The 9 ships remaining are now back to the port, and oh dear God, the U.A's hero are yet to lose a single member. You really are enjoying this, aren't you? Deadpan the Shadow. He already called idiotic on those hell spawns in the first rounds. Couldn't they just open a hero agency now and get it over with? No one could question their power and competence, that's for sure. Oh come on, don't be salty, at least one class from Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu survived. Well, a CI-class ship seems to have joined the U.A fleet after being almost sunk by a 3 teamed-up ships too, commented Mike. Yeah, which made sense to follow a big pack, especially when they were liberally offered in, sighed the Shadow. He wasn't getting paid enough for this shit. As everyone from the remaining competition were left in the middle of the stadium, the crowd started cheering for them loudly. Alright folks, now's the time for the final round before the tournament, so let me hear those, shouted Mike. He was led up with the crowd exploding into cheers and applause, most of it aimed at the U.A students who remained so far untouched. This will change soon, considering that I 16 people could move up to the tournament and then work their way up to first place. Alright, now let me explain. The final dash started midnight but stopped as her microphone stopped working. The large screen on the stadium stopped working as well. An electrical surge cut the lights for a second. Every pro hero felt a shiver go down their spines. Abruptly, an electrical surge traveled through all the lights, dimming the whole room by a noticeable amount. All pro heroes suddenly knew something was wrong while a chill crawled up their spines. Something was coming. And it was dangerous. The students weren't doing any better as they felt the danger just as much, all of them tensing in preparation for what was coming. Then all around the stadium, portals of multicolored lights started opening everywhere, where a lot of soldiers and complex mutants started coming out. Then from the portal right in front of the students came out a figure in a suit, tall and muscular. His sight made all the students snarl in both rage and disgust. You really have some courage showing up here. Re-idiot, sneered Katsuki as he was the first to take a step forward. Redestro seemed annoyed by the disrespect from Katsuki but decided to ignore it for now, as he had more pressing issues right now. Such hostility with no need, said Redestro, taking a step forward, but Katsuki didn't back down. Most people claims that I am a villain, while all I am is a man trying to make a better world. Shut the F up, roared Katsuki in rage. His friends behind him flinched at the malice in his voice. Your load of horse shit is of no worth to me. Your shit of an ideology is no better than living in a forest. If we live by your standards, then this shit country will be no better than a jungle where lot machines are what decides how you live. So don't try to feed me your crap, because it tastes far worse than what your face does to my eyes. There was a short pause before Yatsubashi's eye started to twitch. You know, I could tell for a fact that you are the one who started the rehab course. An educated guess, really, started Redestro. Not a guess. I am the one who started it because I am done with this shit country. If no one else will clean it, then I will, yelled Katsuki. Why? Why would you care for those villains? Their meta abilities are made for villainy. Well, most of them and some of your classmates are either villain material or too weak, so why do you have a problem against our ideology when it practically worships people like you? Flashy and powerful, asked Redestro while nobody noticed his fist turning black. Everyone looked at Katsuki, who just grinned. Something in his eyes resembling murder, disgust? His friends couldn't tell what he had against Redestro. The same reason All Might would rather snap his own neck than be in any way related to you, because you are a bunch of idiots who want nothing than to further your power on he country. You want a free quirk usage? That would just mean that idiots like you could be more free in abusing those weaker than you. What you sick F want us to get a free pass to be evil without consequences for someone smart? You really are stupid to see that I am a hero. You are a villain. I will blow you as to hell and be done with it, shouted Katsuki confidently as he rolled his shoulder. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy to fight with Redestro. Redestro meanwhile looked bothered more than anything. You and All Might are fools. You have such an amazing meta abilities, but instead of using them to free us, you use them keep the oppressors in power. Katsuki scoffed at that. Like hell I am. The witch is on my shit list. I will drag her to Tartarus after I graduate. Well, that's if karma doesn't do the world a service and murders her on live internet to be an example to all politicians and government leaders worldwide, that is, declared Katsuki, not hiding the pleasure the second option would give him. Not that anyone that wasn't HPSC would disagree with. My problem with you.id similar, you bane of every quirkless person's existence and weak quirked, villainous quirked and all that. are nothing but an arrogant, overly spoiled idiot that was never told no, an overly spoiled idiot with delusions of grandeur that I will end here. You think you can beat me? Sneered Redestro as his skin started turning black, his figure building with muscle. Everyone tensed while Katsuki chuckled. Nah, I was just stalling, said Katsuki, but no one had the time to debate what that meant before All Might leapt at Redestro. The two giants' fists clashed, creating a huge shockwave that shook the stadium. A lot of the students were pushed back while Katsuki stood in place, his arms crossed and huge grin on his face. All Might is so cool, thought Katsuki, excited seeing All Might and Redestro in an arm lock. Young Bakugo, leave with everyone to the emergency exits. You have my permission to use your quirk as you see fit in order to save people. Do not engage unless absolute necessary, yelled All Might as he pushed forward. Katsuki was snapped from his amazement and fanboying before nodding. Alright then, but don't dare lose to this idiot or I'll blow yours myself, yelled Katsuki as he ran with all the other students. All Might chuckled at that before shooting Redestro a murderous glare. You know, Pinocchio, I always was under the impression you were at least reasonably smart, so what made you think that attacking was a good idea? Yelled All Might as he pushed forward. Especially since you already lost to me once. Because if you didn't notice, you are on your last legs. I no longer fear the symbol of peace. You are nothing but a skeleton with an inflation meta ability, an old nothing more than an antique poster of a bygone era, yelled Redestro as he pushed forward. Or he tried, but somehow he found it much harder than he remembered from their last clash, like he somehow got stronger. Well, that's too bad because a certain angel happened, yelled All Might as he in an instant pulled back, taking a step back before correcting his posture and throwing a punch. Texas smash. The punch was so strong it sent Redestro flying back in shock, the power of the punch enough to cause huge wind pressure around the two. How are you this strong? Yelled Redestro in outrage. All Might's signature smile turned a bit feral, a sign that he was spending time with Katsuki. Then he took a deep breath with peace. I was hugged by a small angel, replied All Might before charging at Redestro. You know, Pinocchio, I always was under the impression you were at least reasonably smart, so what made you think that attacking a festival full of pro heroes and the number one hero was a good idea? Yelled All Might as he pushed forward, struggling against Redestro, who looked equally as angry as All Might. Especially since you already lost to me once in the past, and terribly so. Because if you didn't notice, poster boy, you are on your last legs, metaphorically and literally. I no longer fear the so-called symbol of peace. You are nothing but a skeleton with an inflation meta ability and nothing more, an old man that's nothing more than an antique poster of a bygone era, yelled Redestro as he pushed forward. Or he tried, but somehow he found it much harder than he remembered from their last clash, like he somehow got stronger? All Might grinned slightly at hearing that. Oh, the poor bastard has no idea, does he? Well, that's too bad because a certain angel happened, yelled All Might as he, in an instant, pulled back, taking a step back before correcting his posture and throwing a right hook on Redestro's face. Texas smash. The punch was so strong it sent Redestro flying back with shock evident in his face, the power of the punch enough to cause huge wind pressure around the two of them and kick a cloud of dust. How are you this strong? Yelled Redestro in outrage as he shakily got up. It made no sense to him. All Might was supposed to be much weaker now than before thanks to the whole time limit thing, but instead he somehow got stronger than 2 years ago. All Might's signature smile turned a bit feral at Redestro's shocked face, a sign that he was spending time with Katsuki, not that Toshinori regrets it in the slightest. Toshinori. Then he took a deep breath with peace. Oh, how he loved that feeling. I was hugged by a small angel, replied All Might, a peaceful smile on his face, before charging at Redestro. Their fists clash once more. The battle is destructive to say the least. A couple days ago. Toshinori sighed as Recovery Girl finished another checkup on him. The last few years had been a pain to even wake up from bed, let alone do anything even remotely close to heroics. His quirk was carrying him out, but soon he will be back to quirklessness. He doesn't have a problem with that, he was more than fine with it, but he will miss being able to save people, being a good impact on their lives. After he punched All for One to his death, he felt fulfilled. He was interested in retirement, but he should give it a chance. He was happy with his teaching job, he won't lie. Teaching was hard, but he does his best, and the students are nice to enough to excuse whatever mistakes he makes, and seem amused by his goofy side too. That was a plus. You really need to take better care of yourself, Toshi, seriously. You don't have a lung or a stomach anymore, so try to not tax yourself, sighed Recovery Girl. She looked tired as she told him that. Toshinori winced at that. Sorry, Shizenji, it's just that I can't help but jump to save anyone at my reach no matter what, Toshinori said sheepishly. And she sighed in exasperation. Recovery Girl was for years now the person who looked after Nana, and now him and his successor. It must be a nightmare to her, and that's why she is fervently preparing young Eri to succeed her. Speaking of young Eri. As Tashinori got up from the bed, the little unicorn girl came to him with a smile, wearing an All Might hoodie, which honestly was rather heartwarming. Deku Shigaraki was a villain, a criminal, a murderer, but Tashinori Yagi will give him respect in one thing: he was a good father, because this child would instantly brighten up at the mention of his name. Eri walked to Tashinori with a beaming smile. She just finished the assignment recovery girl gave her and had a mission now. "Mr. Tashinori? Can I get a hug?" asked Eri innocently, her smile being the definition of war crime level adorable. Tashinori was taken off guard by the request, but he would never refuse the request of a little girl, especially something so easy to fulfill and that he personally enjoyed. All Might knelt down and nodded with a smile. "Well, of course, young lady, I have no reason to refuse," said All Might as he hugged her. Eri smiled widely as she wrapped her arms around Tashinori's neck. Then, without warning, her horn started to glow. All Might didn't notice, but he felt warm, so he kept embracing the little girl for a couple minutes. When she let go, she looked at him hopefully. "So, is breathing now easier?" asked Eri innocently, but she looked a bit anxious. Tashinori blinked for a bit before he realized that he in fact was breathing more freely than he did in years, and, well, his left lung or whatever is left didn't hurt. Tashinori took a deep breath. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled loudly. It felt good, honestly. He still looked the same skeleton and was still missing his stomach, but he was fine with that. "Yes, young Eri, thank you very much," said Tashinori as he patted her head. He was grateful, that much was for sure, so he gave one of his most happy and genuine smiles. Eri smiled even wider and put her index fingers to the corners of her lips. "Like that, Mr. Smile, like that. A smile makes everything better and makes everyone more happy," said Eri, looking at him innocently. Tashinori decided that karma was right. The world does not deserve this little girl. Recovery girl agreed for a while now, honestly. Back to the present. All Might punched Redestro in the face. The punch was much stronger than it used to. Eri gave him a solid 7 hours now, plus shockingly recharging his remaining embers of One for All. It was a huge boost, honestly, not his prime power, but still great praise. Eri. Redestro seemed to realize that he made a huge miscalculation, but it was in fact the element of being knowledgeable as much as they were, because even they didn't think that karma would let Eri give him additional strength and expand his time limit. They didn't even know it was possible, but it still happened. Night Eye has declared that he would go on a blood-Y revenge crusade against anyone who thinks of scratching young Eri. Young Togata seemed ready to join him. Nedzu was already making plans for it, and honestly Tashinori will tag along. Is that what karma feels like all the time? Makes sense. Prepare for Tartarus, Redestro, because this is the end of the line for you. All the people that were hurt for your egotistical ideals will get their justice today, whether they are alive to see it or not. I will get them their closure, and you'll pay for all your crimes, yelled All Might as he charged forward with great speed and threw a flurry of punches at Redestro. Redestro kicked the ground, causing it to shatter, disturbing All Might's footing and causing him to slightly stumble, giving Redestro the chance to jump back. But that was all he got, as All Might was on him again. "I will not lose here, All Might. I will succeed. I will free all the metas in the country. I will get rid of the oppressors. All shall be free to use their powers as they please," yelled Redestro in outrage. Redestro threw his giant oversized fist at All Might, who countered with his own fist. The result was a destructive shockwave that destroyed the middle of the stadium. "Over my dead body, I will not let you turn Japan into a jungle where the strong uses their powers on the weak. Nothing you desire will happen to everyone that you consider worthless. Why? Because I am here," shouted All Might as he punched Redestro in the face with all his might. Mahoro Shigaraki was standing on top of one of the high walls of the stadium watching the super entertaining festival when the world stopped making sense to her young mind. The stupid Meta Liberation Army was attacking with what looked like a rainbow warping quirk, along with those gross ISP jerks and some ugly-looking monsters. She actually liked that warping quirk. It was cute. She wants it. She will investigate and find out who owns it, then ask her beloved daddy to steal that quirks for her. He won't say no, right? Her daddy would do anything for her because he is super nice and the best daddy ever. She wants to make him proud. So she decided to make him proud by not standing idle while the MLA and ISP were targeting innocent people and weak students who couldn't protect themselves. Mahoro no, she was Echidna now used her quirk, well, quirk not quirks, because it was a fused version of the quirks into one. And she decided to call it Monster Queen, because she was practically the queen of monsters. Echidna summoned monsters. Those weren't the weak ones she deployed for the festival. Those were the stronger versions. Griffins, dragons from that dragon training movie, large snakes, dinosaurs, and anything else that came to her creative mind. She sent all of her babies at the stadium with clear instructions. MLA bad, MLA dies. ISP bad, ISP dies. Civies good, civies saved. Students and heroes good, students and heroes saved. Simple orders that her cute little and very hungry children could easily follow. After all, they need time to grow to start thinking on their own. Just like the baby she left in the island as extra security, or the army she was still building on her base in case it was attacked by the local government. When would the Americans realize that their base was literally an abandoned building? Hat was rebuilt in the middle of Las Vegas was a running bet in the league. Actually, Mahoro did bet on never because they weren't competent in the slightest. But that wasn't her problem was helping people now, and killing as much MLA and ISP losers while focusing on the weird abominations that's coming out of the portals. All Might is fighting Redestro, and did he get faster somehow? She remembers his fight with her mom Melissa, and he is much faster, much stronger too. Pinocchio looks barely keeping up. Whirlwinds of wind is clashing with dark energy, creating black spirals in the air around them. Echidna grabbed her favorite butterfly knife in her hands and followed her babies into the stadium. Time for hunting. Her daddy will be so proud. Nedzu was watching the fourth round about to start when the thing stopped adding up. Somehow, and he was fascinated by stupidity of humans. Villains started attacking the festival. Villains started attacking a festival filled with pro-heroes and strong hero students. Was stupidity a running trend to humans? If they were planning to kill All Might thinking he was weak now, then they're in for a nasty surprise. Bless young Eri for that. Of course, as heroes they jumped into action. The teachers and principals ran out of the room to fight off the villains without hesitation. Nedza meanwhile grabbed his earpiece and laptop and started ensuing orders to all the PTO heroes available. Or he would have if it weren't for the fact that communications were down somehow. Unfortunately, it seems that they can't coordinate unless somehow the network is back. The earpieces aren't working either, so requesting backup isn't an option either. Nedzu in a split second analyzed all the data available, then started combing through the option quickly and got to a decision. Looks like Redestro made a good plan, but he is underestimating the students of Udata High. And he will pay for it dearly. Attention to all the students. Those not in the hero course are allowed to use their quirks in self-defense. Those in the hero course, you are ordered to fight if not outmatched. If do, please evacuate the civilians in orderly fashion, declared Nedzu. It was reckless, but he had faith in his student. Katsuki and all the students ran through the emergency exits for only 3 minutes before they found themselves cornered by soldiers and ISP losers. The Udata students chose a different exit than other students. There are 6 and they separated over them. There was only 90 students in the stadium's arena when the attack started, while the others were already being evacuated. Said 90 students, most of them were split from the Udata after a nasty explosion in the corridor. Katsuki thankfully wasn't separated from any of his classmates or coursemates in the explosion, but the others were stuck on the other side of the ruined corridor. Other than his coursemates, he had Mei and Int Eli as well, so they were 61 in total. They will have to navigate their way out. Thankfully they had the permission to defend themselves, so now that they were cornered they could fight. What's wrong, kids? Scared? Taunted one of the complex mutants with a sneer. You know, we don't feel like being violent today, so why don't give us the cute ladies and we let you go? Asked a tiger-looking guy licking his lips. The suggestion made the girls give a look of disgust at the grinning mutants while the boys growled. Then Katsuki heard it and enjoyed hearing it so much. Attention to all the students. Those not in the hero course are allowed to use their quirks in self-defense. Those in the hero course, you are ordered to fight if not outmatched. If do, please evacuate the civilians in orderly fashion. Katsuki got a murderous grin on his face as he heard the orders of the principal. They were technically now told to fight OT run, so he knew what to do. Die, roared Katsuki as he blasted himself at the tiger dude before he could hope to react to it. The tiger's eyes widened in horror right as Katsuki's palm hit him in the face. The explosion sent the tiger flying through a wall, leaving a trail of smoke. The rest of the students followed Katsuki's example and charged at the complex. Mutants. It wasn't a fight, it was a harvest. 10 minutes later. Right as the students were done with the complex mutants and tied them up, Katsuki looked at everyone. Alright people, we have 2 choices. We F those idiots up since we were given the green light, or we get the F out of here. Which would you prefer, because I'm going back? Asked Katsuki around. There was a pause as everyone looked at each other before Ijuru stepped forward. You got me, Baku bro, I'll fight them too. Nothing is manlier than saving people, declared Ijuru while pumping his fist in the air. Count me in 2, shouted Tetsu enthusiastically. Let's kick some ass, sneered Saya, cracking her knuckles. Soon everyone voiced that they were going with him, so Katsuki smirked. Alright Purple, send us back to the tower from the first round. The command post is still there if I remember correctly, instructed Katsuki. Mika looked surprised for a second before nodding her head and closing her eyes. She focused her quirk for a bit and closed her eyes. After few seconds a portal opened in front of them. Everyone jumped through the portal, then they found themselves back into the tower where they did the first round. Why are we here? Asked Imasuji confused while looking around. Cross eyes, blueberry ponytail and T-chick. Go to the security room and use it as the commanding post. Purple, you are our transporter, the rest of us are to split to groups and fight around with the pros. Does anyone have a problem? Asked Katsuki looking around. Everyone shook their heads, they were on board, time for them to be heroes. Alright then, let's kick some ass, declared Katsuki proudly, and everyone cheered. Shoyuta Aizawa hates his life. Well, that wouldn't be accurate, he hated many things in his life. The death of one of his best friends was one of the things he hated in his life. Another thing he hated was working for the Rat King of Chaos. Their work against the Commission got him to do some shady things that he wasn't proud of, but compared to the Commission and government in general, they weren't that bad. Another thing he hated was the Hero Commission, and not only because they made his path to heroics a nightmare, and he was only here because of they were idiots, and he wasn't their only victim. As a teacher, he saw a lot of kids being hurt because the world was a shithole. And now what he was currently hating in his life was the ISP members he was fighting while people ran away. Shoyuta ducked under a class swipe from a complex mutant that resembled a panda and then wrapped his upper body in his capture weapon. Right as he did do, he kicked the villain on the top of the head, knocking it out. As he did so, another mutant attacked him, this one resembling a bird, but Shoyuta didn't know what type, so he didn't bother knowing, since it was a bird it attacked from the air. It was shot in the wings by small spikes, red spikes. Shoyuta looked to the side to see Vlad give him a thumbs up before grabbing someone and swinging him around like bat. Midnight and Feline were fighting on another part of the hall against some feline-type mutants, which almost resembled a cat fight. He could even hear them hiss. Not his problem. They didn't know the current status of the students or the civilians because no communications were available to them. But that didn't stop him from fighting. Where is the students? Did they evacuate? Did they make it safety? Asked Night Eye as he threw one of his seals at an eagle mutant that was driving at them from the sky. It was a headshot, dead center on the forehead. Shoyuta found himself impressed with the former sidekick of All Might. Shoyuta really wanted to know the answer. He heard Nedzu's orders and he prayed that his students would leave, but he wasn't betting on it. He could only hope they don't get too hurt while fighting. Nedzu was trying to calm himself while looking through the cameras. The fighting was getting too out of hand, and the monsters were getting out of control too. Where the Meta Liberation Army got those, he had no idea. Breath in, breath out. And out. And out. It wasn't working, he was panicking. Power Loader was by his side trying to get the network back on track, but it wasn't working. Nothing was going accordingly. Curse you, Redestro. Nedzu will skin you alive if any of his students dare in this. Same with Beast. He heard that he was here too. The roars couldn't be mistaken. Then, in the main security office and commanding office, somehow the screen lit up again. The communications were back and everything else somehow was connected. Excellent job, Power Loader, cheered Nedzu as he put on his piece, ready to ensue orders. That wasn't me, Principal, said Power Loader confused. What? Asked Nedzu confused. Then he screen-showed a chibi May Hatsum with an oversized head giving them the thumbs up with a huge Hatsum Industries displayed on the background. You owe us a lot, Nedzu, said Katsuki through the earpiece. A whole lot? Bakugo-kun? Said Nedzu surprised. Yeah, look, to make it simple, the students fighting are going to be led by Psycho and Eli and Momo Yaoyorozu and Mira Arisher, while you lead the heroes around. Coordinate with them so we can F these people up, said Katsuki. Nedzu isn't looking a horse gift in the mouth, especially when the horse is his ticket to get out of a burning forest. Alright then, declared Nedzu as he started taking reports, watching info on screen, his high-spec quirk allowing him to decipher and analyze insane amount of information in a millisecond. And then he started to ensue orders around. Beast let out a roar as he punched a few heroes through a wall. He was a tall and muscular complex mutant. He had the beard of a lion, his body was as muscular as a gorilla, and he had very sharp claws and fangs. He had only a pair of pants as his villain outfit. You heroes are pathetically weak, growled Beast as he walked through the hole in the wall. He was in a bad mood that there was no women in his sight. One of the heroes tried to stand up. Pathetic, he was so weak and tired, and Beast wasn't even started yet. Well, why don't you let me put you out of your misery? Asked Beast as he raised his claws to bring it down on one of the heroes. Beast saw stars as he felt a fist hit his jaw and send him sprawling backwards. He rolled on the floor for a bit before he managed to stop himself. Beast stood up and looked to see four brats looking at him with anger, and Mika that was behind them warped away after bringing them. So you are Beast? Asked Imasuji with anger as he stepped forward. His body bulged up to 3 times his usual size. His quirk, Muscle Enhancer, allows him to enhance and increase his muscles, giving him greater strength and speed and durability. And what problem do you have with me, human brat? Asked Beast with a growl as he displayed his mean fangs, as an intimidation, but it didn't work. Ijiro and Tetsu stepped forward before yelling out battle cries and charging at him together. Beast scoffed and went to slash at them, but they activated their quirks, negating the attack. Beast had only a split second to be surprised by their quirks before he was punched on both sides by both Demoto and Imasuji in the same time, and being sent flying back into a wall. Alright guys, Imasuji and Demoto will be the heavy hitters while Tetsu and Kirishima are gonna be on the defensive and taking hits, understood? Asked Mira. Yes ma'am. Yelled the four as they prepared for the battle. The pros will be here soon to help. 5 minutes and 42 seconds later, Beast runs away with his literal tail between his legs and whimpering like a puppy. He had a bunch of broken ribs, his fists are lost, definitely broken, and dentists are going to have a field trip with his mouth, without mentioning the brushes and cuts. The 4 students were better though, only few bruises and cuts, nothing dangerous with a surface bite on Imasuji's arm. The 4 had a very strong and loud high five at that. Didai, shouted Saya as she kicked an MLA soldier on the back before ramming his head on the pavement. Her 5 fingers touched him and he in less than 2 seconds was a stone statue. Hopefully nobody crumbles him or he's gone. Now that sounded like Bakugo, sang Mina as she threw acid on the floor, making a few guys trip just for Itsuka to knock them out by slamming her giant fists on top of them. Shut the F up, I yell like that since childhood, yelled Saya as she ducked under a guy whose arms were bully functional blades. She rammed her foot into his balls and as he howled in pain she grabbed his head and slammed it on her knee, effectively knocking him out, but for good measure she used her quirk. Oh really? You guys must be soulmates, why don't I arrange you two a date? You would get cute together, squealed Mina as she dodged an attack from one of the soldiers before giving him an uppercut. Then Itsuka knocked him out by swatting him away like a fly. Focus on the fight, Ishido-san, lectured Era as she used her vines to restrain 2 soldiers. Saya jumped over their heads and touched them with 5 fingers, effectively turning them to stones, which let Ibara let go of them. I mean, she's not wrong. And maybe they could work each other's problems out, said Toru as she flipped a man over her shoulder. Plus, seeing them yelling at each other while holding hands would be hilarious as F, smirked Kyoka before unleashing a full-powered sonic wave at the door where a bunch of soldiers entered. All of you shut the F up and fight, roared Saya as she flipped over a complex mutant that resembled a shark, and as she landed behind him her boot made contact with his balls. A loud snapping sound could be heard and every male in the room winced in unison. Saya didn't even pay the Gura mind as she slammed his large head on the pavement with enough force to crack it before sealing him as a statue. Nice. You avenged every woman that was violated by those balls, said Yui as she threw a pebble above a bunch of running Len before returning it to its real size. She timed it so perfectly that no one could dodge it and they were promptly knocked out. I mean, you're not wrong, shrugged Setsuna as she split where a man tried to bit her, just for a metal ball to slam on the mutant's face thanks to Reiko knocking him out of the fight. Karma is a mean and vindictive deity, commented Reiko as she manipulated some rocks and did just like Saya. She slammed it on the soldiers and mutants' balls. Is it weird I am having fun? Asked Toru as she punched a Solider in the face, grabbed his arm, twisted it before giving him a vicious elbow to the gut, effectively knocking him out. Enish, they're just so weak, yelled Saya before slamming 2 heads together. Later it turned out the girls defeated 42 soldiers and 32 mutants. Surrender or it's the end for you, deadpan Shoto, because he knew the answer he will get. Those villains were mediocre. Karma would probably kill them for insulting the art of villainy with their existence. Not a chance, kid, we will free meta ABI dashed, said the supposed leader of the small group, but Shoto froze them all in an ice glacier. Shoto walked up to them before interrogating them. They were here to kill the weakened All Might, good luck defeating the symbol of peace. All Might will die to either old age or heart failure. After integration, Shoto promptly reported to the leaders of their small operation while asking for a quick lift to the fighting. Katsuki blasted another goon that got in his way as he ran to help All Might. He knew about the idiotic time limit thing, and honestly it was bugging him because who the F could injure All Might? Deku's adopted dead dad? Because he was the only one supposedly with enough strength. He ran until he was stopped by someone or more like something. A huge amount of ice traveled to him and he barely dodged with an explosion. The ice turned aside following him and he blasted it to pieces. The ice reformed and then turned to an ice dragon before charging back at him while he was in mid-air. Armor-piercing shot, head cannon. A blast like a bullet shot at the dragon, creating a powerful explosion and shattering the ice. Katsuki flipped in mid-air and landed on his feet before looking at the person in front of him in a parka. Goei-ten, deadpan Katsuki. You are the one we came for. I guess this means that it's time capture you, said Goei-ten, his hood covering his head. Surrender peacefully or I will have to use violence. Katsuki scoffed at that as he looked at Goei-ten. Alright, icy hot can't control the ice like that, so that means that this one can't create it, just control it. Well, if you, I'll knock yours out and drag you to Tartarus for being one of these meta-idiots or whatever, yelled Katsuki in anger. Guei-ten tilted his head in confusion. Why do you resist? We are not your enemies. We just want to free you. A talent like you shouldn't serve the oppressors but work to liberate the people, said Guei-ten. You mean serve long nose? I would rather die than work with a villain of his type. You idiots, and your ideology are the reason my best friend became a villain, yelled Katsuki. You're right. We shouldn't have let Aldera push him to off himself. The Grand Commander regrets not just getting rid of him from the beginning instead of letting the school push him there, said Guei-ten with a sigh. Katsuki froze at that, his quirk stopped mid-work, creating only smoke. What? Asked Katsuki. Honestly, we were disgusted that a quirkless attended one of our indoctrination facilities. We tried it all, encouraging kids to bully him, messing with his grades, unfair punishments. Heck, you the star student with your treatment to him. You seem to have a bit of resentment, so we fanned the spark to a raging flame. You treated him just as he deserved, said Guei-ten before sighing in exasperation. But you undid all the progress you made. You were an ideal medalist, you know? You believed in only strength like would do, but now you seem to defend those weaklings, and even somehow got a permanent place for the quirkless in the hero course. You ruined you, so we decided to take you back to fix the damage, as well as take some other talents that you didn't deserve. Katsuki was frozen in place, listening like his world stopped making sense. He bullied Izuku because these idiots wanted him to? They brainwashed him from the start? They tried to make him one of them? Now that he thought about it, Aldera was a free quirk usage place, and he was more than encouraged to beat up people, and most importantly Izuku. He never got detention, he was never scolded, he was always praised while he was a complete scumbag, and he thought that the teachers were just idiots. He said it was an MLA school as a joke, and you tell him it was real? Honestly? What disgusted me the most was that he wanted to be a hero while quirkless. It's honestly a insult to the notion if you ask me, and now he turned from a quirkless freak to a meta thief freak. He probably should have dashed. Guei-ten couldn't finish that sentence as he put up an ice wall. The explosion that was sent towards him destroyed a good chunk of the huge room and shattered a lot of the ice. Guei-ten took a peek and flinched. Katsuki was glaring at him, his eyes wide and bloodshot. His teeth grinded together, they were in danger of breaking, and his breathing was rabid as he growled like an animal. "Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr I will kill you quirk-worshipping idiots, I will blow your heads off. Kaboom. The explosion rocked the whole stadium. Katsuki's arms were stinging from the strength of the explosions he was throwing, but he was too rabid and pissed off to notice. His whole life he was a pawn, a doll of some idiots. His whole life he tortured someone he loved like a brother. Because of said idiots he was never someone, just a toy, and for a long-nosed loser from the beginning. Did he even want to be a hero because he wanted or because they wanted him to? You will kill them, then worry about it later. Kaboom. The next explosion shattered the walls around Katsuki and Guei-ten, whose clothes were singed, his hood was destroyed, and his face had burns. The place was littered with smoke and debris. Katsuki panted as he looked at the ice user in front of him with murder. When you get to hell, tell them to make enough room for your army of scumbags, sneered Katsuki as he took a step forward. Then Guei-ten smiled. Your power is amazing, but you are inexperienced. Checkmate, said Guei-ten confidently. Katsuki didn't have time to ask what the idiot was talking about before ice covered him from head to toe, the cold stopping him from sweating, rendering his quirk useless. Well, I guess I got one of the targets now, sighed Guei-ten as walked to the ice prison. As he was about to touch it, the ground shattered like glass before reforming into spikes. Guei-ten, being trained from childhood in battle, had enough time to fly up in an ice platform, but he got few nasty stabs at his side and legs. Guei-ten looked up just as the ice prison shattered to pieces. You know, Makoto was right. You Meta Liberation Army are nothing but mentally ill animals. You can't be cured, you should just be shot dead, said a figure as he turned to Guerin with a sigh. Katsuki trembled from the cold as he looked at the new arrival in suspicion. He wore a white dress shirt, a golden jacket with what seemed like a white feather collar and a red tie. He had black dress pants and dress shoes with a black gas mask on the lower part of his face with green tubes. Oh, the F are you? Asked Katsuki while shivering from the cold. Someone who sees the world as diseased and wishes to fix it. At first I thought that quirks were the disease, but now I see that it's how people see them. Like that hopeless patient over there. But rest assured, young man, I will put him out of his misery, said the person as he touched Katsuki, and all his wounds healed instantly. Go help your people, this hopeless patient won't follow you, I assure you. Katsuki narrowed his eyes, but he won't look a horse gift in the mouth. So he got up and ran off just for Guei-ten to shot ice barrage to follow him. The ground rose up as a wall was formed blocking the ice. "It's between you and me, Gueten. You are bad, you incurable bag of trash. I heard it all. You did to a healthy child what shouldn't be done to anyone at all for your rotten diseased ideology, and now, you will pay for it, just like you'll pay for all you did to Mikoto," said the person as he cracked his knuckles. "And who the hell are you?" asked Gueten while flying menacingly. "Call me Cure," said Kai Chizaki as he slammed his right hand on the floor. Spikes traveled at Gueten at high speeds, to the point he barely put up an ice wall. The ice shattered like glass, much to Gaiten's shock as Cure jumped at him from a rising pilar to grab him. Redestro yelled as he slammed his fist against All Might's once more. He was tired, exhausted even. His reserves of stress were increasing steadily, but it doesn't seem to decrease the gap in strength in the slightest. Detroit smash. The fist smashed into his gut, sending him flying backwards. Right as he stood up, another fist striped him in the face. The uppercut All Might launched at him launched him flying upwards right before All Might grabbed his legs and started spinning. All Might spun, gathering momentum before letting go of Redestro. The momentum and the throw combined sent Redestro slamming into a wall at high velocity. The impact shook the whole stadium. "Ugh," groaned Redestro as he picked himself up from the hole, albeit barely. "You know, I never really paid you that much of a mind in the past before your coup." After all, Destro somehow managed to woo some idiotic woman, then left a useless offspring of his. Then his ideology lived through his pathetic, worthless lineage, started All Might as Redestro growled. "You were so pathetic, I never paid you any mind when I was working on crushing All for One. After all, your biggest achievement was convincing a company to make you its figurehead. Which shouldn't be that surprising, since your passion seems to be cliché plays and meaningless philosophies. I didn't pay you and your notion any mind, but now that I've seen all you did, to innocent people who done nothing wrong to further your own beliefs, I see that I should have smashed your skull before All for One. That man was monster but never went after innocent people like you." Redestro was punched again through multiple walls. He stood up again as All Might walked to him slowly. He wasn't smiling. In fact, the snarl on his face would make most men, no matter how brave, run away while screaming in horror. "I won't end here, All Might," said Redestro weakly. "My ambition, Destro's will triumph," yelled Redestro as he injected himself with trigger. His muscles bulged even more. His giant oversized figure doubled in size before he charged again. As he did, he grabbed a huge piece of rubble and threw it at the stands where some civilians were still evacuating. All Might's eyes widened at Hat as he turned to leap into their rescue, but Redestro trapped him in an arm lock and started pushing with newfound strength. "Let's see you save those people, symbol of peace," roared Redestro as he pushed with his full strength. All Might struggled to stay in place. The civilians were being evacuated by Snipe, who was shooting any soldiers that tried to come close. He saw rubble and his eyes widened in horror. He knows he can't destroy the rubble with bullets. A woman tripped because of her heels as she was running and fell. Her husband grabbed her and tried to pick her up just for the rubble to come close to them. All Might shouted at the people to run while Redestro pushed forward. When all hope seemed lost. / bang. The giant pieces of rubble were sliced into small pieces before it exploded into small bits of concrete, away from the civilians who went back to evacuation. "What?" yelled Redestro in outrage while All Might sighed in relief. "Wow, now that's a new level of sinking low, long nose," said a feminine voice cheerfully. "But you seem to be trying to outdo yourself in being a total trash bin, so I shouldn't be surprised. All Might." And Redestro turned to see Mightless floating menacingly on top of one of her discs with a cheerful smile and glimmering eyes. "You know, I always knew you had a death wish, but you could have chosen a better way than attacking the U.A of all places. Honestly, I am surprised that Karma didn't show up yet, but I guess that means I could kill you myself," said Mightless as she summoned multiple discs to her sides. "I guess then I will have to get rid of one of you," yelled Redestro as he picked up All Might and tossed him into a portal that opened behind him. All Might was surprised by that as he tried to grab into something, but he was swallowed by the portal. "I guess you are stuck with me now, you retarded woman," sneered Redestro as he looked at the cheerful Mightless. "Nah, you are stuck with me," grinned Mightless. "Plus, I've been working out lately and need a new punching bag." Mightless shot 40 discs at Redestro. The explosion was one that would make Katsuki whistle in amazement, and the battle began. Shoyuta Aizawa sighed as he knocked out another complex mutant by a punch to the face. There were some notable injuries on his person as well as some other teachers. Which was to be expected. You don't go into a fight like this and get out unscathed. With such numbers, it's to be expected you'd get some injuries, but minimizing them is what matters, and they did just that. He had only a minor scratches around his body with some bruises, a busted lip, but he didn't mind, and shallow bite on his arm. The rest of the teachers were in a similar condition. Well, except for Snipe, who got a gash on his forehead. That one will scar, but thankfully nothing life-threatening. Present Mike was one of he least injured. Thanks to having a widespread attack quirk, Vlad King got less bruises than him and will be insufferable for quite a while. Well, I guess that was the last of them, said Emmy as she stopped strangling a penguin-looking guy. It seems so, said Night Eye with a frown. It was then that the doors were kicked open to the large hall, then stormed in a large number of soldiers from the Meta Liberation Army, all of them ready for the fight. You've got to shitting me, groaned Snipe as they prepared themselves for the fight. I hate these guys, grumbled Shoyuta as he put his hand on his capture scarf. The leader of the group stood up in front of the pro-hero teachers. Alright, to make things simple, I am the leader of the Alpha Squad and we order you to surrender. Fail to follow these orders and dash. Bang. The leader's head was blown to bits after the sound of a gunshot. Everyone looked at Snipe surprised, who panicked. That wasn't me, I swear, yelled Snipe frantically while waving his arms around. A small portal was open where a hand came through, just for the large circular portal to expand further. The gun-holding hand came through, then was followed by a redhead dressed in a military-style uniform. Greetings, MLA idiots, I am Akane Rika, villain named the Red Death, and I came here with my men to rid Japan of you pitiful existence, declared Akane as men in large numbers started exiting the portals that opened by her side. As they exited, they started shooting down the soldiers of the MLA. Go help in the rescue, heroes. We got these guys, declared Akane as she charged forward, using a handgun to shoot anyone at sight at rapid succession. The heroes looked at each other before deciding to not give the QLF a reason to shoot them dead. Aizawa was right, today was shit. Mightless looked down at the area where the explosion engulfed Redestro with caution, waiting for him to come out. An attack like that won't be lethal. And as she expected, Redestro emerged from the smoke and charged at her, his right fist cocked back to deliver a corkscrew. Right as his fist was thrown at her, while she was still crossing her arms, a disc appeared in between them and the fist sunk inside. Redestro only had a second to be shocked before he felt his own fist hit him in the jaw. That was some nasty hit he threw. Redestro got up and looked at Mightless in disgust and hatred to his personal arch-nemesis. A change in wardrobe, Mightless? Trying to look less like a beach? Mocked Redestro, and Mightless giggled. No, not really. I just felt that black was too depressing? Yes, let's go with that. I've been happier recently, achieved enlightenment and found peace with my past. Now I am working towards a future that wasn't powered by spite and hatred to your useless, worthless ass. So yes, a change in wardrobe, explained Mightless cheerfully. The female warrior was now dressed in a white robe with white boots and fingerless gloves with what looked like crown of white flowers on top of her head. And it seems that now I see why my quirk is class 6. After all, I always thought that mine was too weak to be one, but now after I achieved peace I got its full potential. Redestro scoffed at that. Inner peace? Full potential? Enlightenment? What did you find, God or something? Mocked Redestro with a sneer. Possible? Shrugged Mightless, looking actually considerate. I admit that my past had been blood, why if we put it into simpler terms. But I believe that you're only a monster if you refuse to change, if you refuse to get better. So get ready for me breaking you to pieces, slowly and painfully. And then I'll let the heroes drag your leftovers to Tartarus. Without you the Meta Liberation Army will be severely weakened and I'll just wipe it out. Heck, my beloved is wiping your personal bodyguard from this world right now. You speak like I am going to lose to an inferior subbar commander with a mediocre level of combat experience, yelled Redestro as he jumped at her, an attack she avoided by flying to the far side, letting him miss her completely. Mightless grinned as she saw him impact the ground and yell in anger, as she summoned dozens over dozens of coin-sized laser discs. She with a flick of her finger sent the projectiles at her nemesis. Redestro howled in both anger and pain as the discs impacted his skin and was able to leave cuts on his body, dozens over dozens of glowing discs flying around him, leaving lines of blue light as it cut into his skin. Redestro yelled in anger and slammed his fist on the floor. The power of the impact combined with the dark energy coating his fist created an explosion that shook the whole stadium. A whirlwind pushed a huge cloud of and pushed back a lot of debris. The stadium started to crack from the sheer force it was handling now, and from the previous clash between Redestro and All Might. Mightless giggled as the wind blew by her, making her hair fly in the air, an amused smile on her face as her arms were still crossed by her chest. Amusing, Pinocchio, you've gotten stronger than before, called out Mightless. But unfortunately for you, turns out my quirk is not as simple as a laser disc. A bunch of blue laser-made blades materialized everywhere between the two before Redestro looked around in shock. What is this? Since when could you make blades? Yelled Redestro in confusion. Since ever? said Mightless unsure. I just stuck to discs because I thought I was restricted to that. But when you are sleeping with a genius gene scientist, it's easier to learn this type of stuff. My quirk is, to put it in the simplest of terms, energy materialization and manipulation. I was idiotically restricting myself to discs when I had near endless potential. Mightless smirked and the blades rushed at Redestro. Redestro jumped high in the air to avoid the blades, but it followed him without a problem. He punched the air by his side, shooting himself to the other side, avoiding the blades. You really are an annoying bug, aren't you? Asked Mightless with a pout as she looked at Redestro, barely avoiding her attacks. Takes one to recognize one, you worm, yelled Redestro as he found an opening and went for a punch. Mightless smirked as she pulled her arm back. It glowed with blue light before it was encased in a gauntlet. Their fist clashed and Redestro was literally exploded away right before many of blades slammed into him and exploded him. Jitch, gasped Redestro as he was kneeling down. Mightless meanwhile covered herself in a blue armored, with a helmet that had a rather fongy grin. Her armored had what resembled the wings of hawks, letting her flying by telekinesis in the air. Get up, Redestro, I didn't get my pound of flesh's worth of you yet, yelled Mightless victoriously as she charged at him. Redestro regrets a lot of things today. Kai Chizaki was genius, that was a fact about him. Unfortunately, it led him to mad science in general, and maybe unethical and inhuman experiments in specific. The Yakuza financed his studies at Tokyo Medical University. He has a medical license and is technically a surgeon, being a valedictorian there considered as a prodigy. While studying there, he also attended lectures at biochemistry and genetics at the Tokyo University. Once he was done with the medical license, he moved over there and graduated with honors too, obtaining a degree in biochemistry. He was scouted by many research facilities and even the island, however he turned them all down and moved over to the mad science. This resulted in a man that went revolutionary about his science and research, leading to him not creating just the quirk suppression/erasure medicines but also bestowal one's temporary and permanent quirk-strengthening supplements and several other medicines that makes Trigger look like a work of an actual quack. And in his eyes, Trigger was the work of a quack. He worked his damn hardest after he overthrew his boss on creating the quirk-erasing medicines, to hopefully fix the disease of the world, and he used Eri for that purpose. Then he realized that he was too small and weak to achieve much as he was, so he went looking for financiers and support, and he decided to use a big name to help him with that. The League of Villain. Kai Chizaki might not feel as murderous anymore about that name, and he might not disassemble the first thing in his sight besides Mikoto. That woman scares the shit out him every time he hears the name Karma, but he is still pretty bitter about those guys. Then again, he might not admit it out loud, but maybe they did him a favor. The QLF was honestly a breath for fresh air to him, a whole place filled with the quirk list with some late bloomers dash. That was a heaven for someone who despised quirks. After the League of Villains destroyed the Yakuza compound and killed his subordinates, then Karma cut off his arms, he was left for the police to pick up his leftovers. He had only one thought as he was transported to Tartarus: he will have his revenge on them, he will kill them all, with Karma multiple times just for his amusement. But now all his dreams and ambitions, his desire for a better world, it was all gone forever. Or so he thought. On the highway his convoy was ambushed. Even when locked in the dark and strangled, you could still hear the explosions, the sounds of gunshots and screams. Then the steel door was sliced open and he was dragged out. Dragged out to find a woman in armor looking down on him with both resentment and skepticism. Her face wasn't hard to recognize, her name was unknown, but her looks were easy to identify. The skin-tight suit helped too. Mightless, leader of the Quirkless Liberation Front and an SSS-ranked villain. She said that he worked for her now, and that she doesn't take no for an answer. He wasn't in a position to tell her to F off, plus she looked like she was restraining herself from killing him. Yeah, the feeling is mutual. So yeah, the next few months were spent with him working for her. He never thought that he would use the rest of his research, but well, he got a sample of blood from some late bloomer with regeneration quirk and implanted it on himself. So he got his arms back. Now getting his quirk back was a bit more of a challenge because Karma didn't just steal his quirk, he wiped out his quirk factor somehow. So it took him a lot of work, send a blood sample that still had his quirk in it, so he took it from a hospital where his blood was kept in secret. So after he was back to full strength, he did what made the most sense to him. He tried to overthrow Mightless. That didn't work out as planned. That woman was vicious, and powered up by both spite and anger with a lot of hatred. So yeah, Kai got his handed to him, as well as almost losing his arms again. So yeah, after that fight he became pretty civil with her, if only because he wasn't strong enough to get rid of her. So he started working on creating the quirk erasing bullets again. It was a challenge because he needed Eri, and he knew he had a snowball's chance in hell to get close to her without Karma beheading him multiple times. But then he decided that F it and went with Plan B quirk suppression bullets. It worked after getting a sample of blood from Eraserhead, and boy what a fight that was. His relationship with Mightless was something he never thought of. But apparently the only thing needed for the two of them to stop despising each other was to rant to each other on how quirk were idiotic and a disease on mankind and how it screwed over society. There are more details but he won't elaborate. After that the two of them started working each other's problems out. Because somehow she was as much of a sociopath as he was, if not more. Actually checked that she was insane. He didn't have a problem with killing people, but blowing up preschools and killing people because they were quirked was a bit too much for his taste, and well, she helped him with germ phobia so he doesn't wear gloves anymore, and only wears a gas mask when it's getting too much for him. Anyways, long story short, he no longer despised quirks, but how people worshipped them, and Mightless no longer hated the quirked, only quirk supremists. And that's how Kai Chizaki found himself here fighting a quirk supremist so dedicated to his al cause it was disgusting. You have an interesting quirk, commented Kai as he moved to the side quickly and touched the ice. It shattered like glass instantly, then reformed into spikes to impale Gui-ten, but unfortunately he was able to manipulate his platform into shield in time. The ability to manipulate ice however you please, considering your control, and how much you can control, that must have taken years of hard work. Gui-ten manipulated the ice and reformed into a dragon, a huge one that charged at Kai. The scientist easily jumped over the head at the last second and touched it, destroying the dragon instantly. Gui-ten let out a growl at that. Such a powerful meta ability. And it's wasted on someone who works for the QLF? Why would you waste your life working for those subpar humans? Yelled Gui-ten as he controlled and shot ice spikes at Kai. Kai just touched the ground and formed a wall to protect himself. Because the quirkless are people who wish to be treated fairly, while you are a bunch of dictatorial scum with diseased and rotten ideals made by a madman, replied Kai with a monotone voice and a deadpan expression. A world where the weak triumphs is the only way it should be, shouted Gui-ten as all the ice around retracted into a huge sphere that was above Chizaki. So if you refuse such a world, then be gone. The ice sphere was brought down, and the impact shook the room and caused ice shrapnels to fly around in the air. Gui-ten panted as he looked through the mist, trying to see Chizaki's corpse stabbed in the ice. The attack was too fast and big for him to dodge it. That was close, said Chizaki from behind Gui-ten. But not enough. Gui-ten looked behind him in shock right as Chizaki's hands touched him, and then his arms exploded into blood smears on the floor. Gui-ten screamed in pain as his shoulders bled out. Kai shook his head with a sigh before turning and walking off. Don't worry, Mikoto will send Redestro to you, then we will send you even more company later. Gui-ten yelled in anguish as he started bleeding out. Until a small portal opened next to him. Katsuki growled as he blasted another goon out of the way. A group of complex mutants to the north, 2 corridors from here. I sent the big guys to punch their lights out if you want to join, chirped Mei enthusiastically. Katsuki smirked at that and ran to the direction described to him by Mei. Right now everything was going accordingly. The civilians were being transported away by Mika as planned. The pro-heroes not in fighting condition were being evacuated too. Those who could still fight were being either teleported for long distances or running with guidance if close. Mika was going to sleep for days when this is over, but she was happy to be of use to everyone. The students were trying their hardest too. Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu also had regrouped with them and now are fighting in SN organized fashion. Psycho and Eli and Mira Arashir were working on overdrive with Momo Yaoyorozu to create the best plans possible for the fights. Hey Splody, unfortunately it seems some of the weird freaks are moving to the place of the evacuation and the girls are freaking out. Any ideas? Asked Mei, still cheerful. Tell Purple to warp Icy Hot and Tornado Guy together. Icy Hot can freeze the freaks in place, then they blaze the said freaks by combining the fire and wind together, yelled Katsuki into his earpiece. They genius, so thanks for the ideas, Splody. And Katsuki was giving orders quickly in case things didn't go accordingly because improvising was his thing. While they did best in pre-made plans, he was skilled in making decisions on the fly. That's why he was in charge of the students while still fighting with them all. Katsuki reached the place where the complex mutants were and didn't waste time before unleashing his super move. Smoke Blast. Katsuki unleashed a huge explosion that created a large smoke screen around him as a cover. The thugs yelled in surprise but were blasted silent by Katsuki one by one. They were able to pick him up by scent, but that could only do so much when you get point-blank exploded in the face. By the time Ijuru and his group arrived, they found a place filled with unconscious bodies, said bodies still smoking from the explosions. Damn, we missed the fight, complained Tetsutetsu. Well, at least these guys didn't get to hurt anyone, so that's a win for us, said Imasuji while slapping Tetsutetsu on the back. Tetsutetsu thought about it for a second before nodding with a grin. You're right man, they're better like that. Whatever the F, snapped Katsuki before pressing on his earpiece. Where next? Welp, you could go help in the south where the freaks are if you are combat capable, shrugged Mei on the other end. Katsuki looked at the guys who nodded at him with determination. Alright. Send us there along with every heavy hitter available, ordered Katsuki. 7 seconds later Mika appeared in front of them from a portal. The girl looked tired and sweaty, her breath was rabid too. She looked an urgent need for refreshing and maybe a nap. Come pant guys, pant to help, said Mika as she opened them another portal and they jumped through it, but as the group did Katsuki stayed to give Mika a head pat, the action caused her to blush and panic. You're doing fantastically, brat. When this is over you can sleep as much as you want, said Katsuki before jumping into the portal. Psycho and Eli decided that she was born for this type of things. Born for leadership or well commanding since Bakugo was the one doing the leader role. What's our situation? Asked Psycho as she looked at Mei with frown. Welp, the MLA are being intercepted by QLF soldiers. Said soldiers are pretty much doing great in helping evacuate the civilians, and are doing better in butchering the MLA, reported Mei. Especially that redhead, that's some cool baby, she got pretty guns but I can still make better. Maybe if you were in the U.S. in here you can't even carry a knife in public. It's stupid, deadpan Mira Erasure. Psycho could tell the blue-haired girl had a problem with how Japan operated, so she was probably from the U.S. herself. Well, that's good to know, but do they need backup? Better team with them now than worry about arresting them later, decided Psycho. Sounds like the most logical thing to do currently, better work with them instead of turn them on us and risk them killing civilians, nodded Momo in agreement. But do we have any contingency plans in case they go renegade after this is over? Not necessary, the civilians are almost fully evacuated. Once that happens we can start worrying about arresting them, waved Psycho. She took a sip of tea, excellent quality tea that Yayarosa made her for this operation. It was the most effective she ever tasted. She must ask her what herbs did she use. Good, it seems the heavy hitters from the ISP members are gone. Unfortunately we didn't arrest them but they were defeated. Beast was crushed by Kirishima and his group. Tiger Claw was incapacitated after Kaminari unleashed a full power discharge on him through direct contact. Right after Monoma and his group did the distraction. Guei-ten was defeated by that masked guy in the golden jacket with feathers but was warped away. Mightless is giving Redestro the beating of all beatings and she is wearing the best baby knight armor I've ever seen. Pinocchio is wearing one too but his is too bulky. Oh, and now all the heavy hitters and combat specialists from pros and students are arriving to fight off the monsters, reported Mei. Psycho nodded at that. Excellent, everything is going accordingly. Ladies, I request a lift for Eraserheads and Shadows groups to the location of the beasts if Amari-san is available, spoke Nedzu from his own post. Negative sir, she is transporting the last bit of civilians to safety right now. The groups will have to wait I'm afraid, explained Psycho. She can't believe that she could actually say an ode to Nedzu. He was a bit of her idol honestly. Because he was incredibly smart and cunning. She wants to be like him honestly, so speaking to him like an equal is a dream coming true. Understandable, Intali-san. We shall wait for your signal, sighed Nedzu. At least that would be the last of the fighting if we exclude Redestro and Mightless having a grudge match with each other. Whatever happened to All Might anyways? Where was he sent? Wondered Erasure as she was trying to dissect the quirks of the monsters displayed by the drones Momo made with Mei's help. Somewhere in the U.S. Kathleen Bates was drinking with her men in a local, disguised of course to not be recognized. So, did you get to talk with All Might recently? You guys seriously need to talk about the whole custody affair, joked one of her friends. Her eye started to twitch. For the last time, it was a goddamn conspiracy theory show. Mel is not my kid, snapped Kathleen. That's what you say, but everyone else believe it to be the truth, snickered another of her friends while sipping his vodka. Ugh, for F's sake, she is not my daughter, and if she is, let All Might drop on the table, snapped Kathleen. It was then that a rainbow-colored portal opened above them, right for All Might to drop on the table. There was a pause before All Might got up with his eye twitching. Redestro yelled All Might as he fell to his knees. Everyone stared blankly at Kathleen as she held her head. Really, master? Couldn't pick another day to visit? Groaned Kathleen as her friends were laughing. All Might deadpanned. You know, I was punched through a portal so I could have landed anywhere but here. What are the odds? Extremely low, deadpanned Kathleen. All she could do is curse Endeavor for messing up a kid into becoming a conspiracy theorist that screwed her social life over while trying to be a person. Back to Japan. He's probably alright. It's All Might after all, said Momo with a casual wave. Welp, it seems that the fight is nearing its end. Mightless seems to have lost her quirk, noted Mei. What? shouted the other three girls. That wasn't in Psycho's plans. Quirk suppression bullets are a load of cheating. Mightless was winning until she stopped winning. Redestro had his stupid armor warped and he put it on, but her fully discovered quirk was still superior. As she started beating at him, slicing and exploding, she was gaining the upper hand rather quickly. And after some fighting and duking it out, she came on top. Redestro was now without his destroyed armor, laying on the floor and beaten to a pulp. Revenge was a step away from her. You know, in another life we could have gotten along, said Mightless as she walked to him slowly. If you didn't have a problems with us the quirkless, maybe a lot more people would have joined your cause. Heck, maybe if you were decent person Lou and my son might have been fans. Mightless stood over him with a glowing laser sword in hand. But you are an idiot and you'll be immortalized in history books as one. For the rest of time, and that, you scum, is revenge in my opinion. Your death no longer satisfies me. I want you to live, to weep the loss of your ancestors' legacy. The Meta Liberation Army will be remembered as scumbags, and when I get to hell, because I know I could never see my son again, I will know that I at least did my job as a mother properly and avenged him. Her sword raised above one of his arms. Ready to be Mightless, Redestro? Asked Mikoto with a smile. Bang. Mightless felt something hit her arm quickly. She looked down to see a quirk-suppressing bullet stuck in her arm, and then quickly her sword vanished. Mightless had a split second to be shocked before she was clocked in the face by Redestro. He was weakened, but his punch still had a lot of strength to it. Mightless was sent flying back before she painfully hit the floor. She stood up to see Redestro walking to her slowly with a victorious smirk on his face. Well, Mightless, never took you as the type to monologue, but I guess all late bloomers like you, vengeance and karma, are the same type of fools, said Redestro amused as he walked to her. Mightless glared at him. She of all people was defeated by that bullet. The irony. Any last words? Asked Redestro. Redestro, a voice roared from above. Mightless and Redestro looked up and their eyes widened in shock as a huge sword almost pieced Redestro and turned him into pasta. Maria? What the hell are you doing here? Yelled Redestro as he looked up at the unmistakable Susanoo standing high with a large sword impaled on the ground. Maria's face was that of true fury. You will pay for turning my faithful Christian followers and believers into those horrible abominations of yore. Redestro blinked. What are you? Started Redestro but froze in realization. Those monsters were an army that warped to him by an anonymous claiming to be a supporter, and asked him to use these monsters to attack the festival and kill All Might. Now Redestro realized it was a trap. Someone sent Maria at him, and she didn't look in the mood for negotiations. Heaven-splitting slash. The Susanoo slashed at Redestro. Even as he barely dodged, the sword strike was powerful enough to create huge wind pressure that shot both Redestro and Mightless away. Mightless flew back, but she was caught by Cure, who held her in his arms. All right, Mikoto, take the antidote and get us the hell out of here before Maria wipe us and our men out of the earth, said Cure, handing her a pill. Mightless won't say no to that. Maria looked pissed. Ah ha 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 ha, cackled Vengeance as he watched his plan go into fruition. May I know what this was about, sir? Asked Doctor, confused, and Vengeance smirked. Simple, I used our mutagen to rain it on a CRC church with choppers that had a fake Detronat logo on them. Sent the recording to Maria as an anonymous party and then told her about today. All the while I gave the new monsters to Redestro with a request of a fan to attack today, and then tipped the QLF, explained Vengeance proudly while leaning on his hand, sitting on his throne with his legs crossed, and drinking some high-quality wine. But why? Asked Doctor, more confused. To screw Redestro and Maria over, and give Mightless and the QLF some good publicity. And after seeing the festival, I'm intrigued by that Bakugo kid. Looks like an interesting nemesis for the future, explained Vengeance. So, you are trying to make the QLF look better? Asked Doctor. Of course I am a late bloomer, so I sympathize with their notion, said Vengeance almost childishly. Can't argue with that, and seeing Redestro getting beat up US entertainment, said Doctor with a grin. I love working with people with taste, cackled Vengeance. F. Redestro. Redestro, a voice roared from above. Mightless and Redestro looked up and their eyes widened in shock as a huge sword almost pieced Redestro to split him in half or turned him into pasta. The sword was held by the giant Susanoo that was now standing between the two other supervillains, its towering figure casting a shadow on the stadium. Maria? What the hell are you doing here? Yelled Redestro as he looked up at the unmistakable Susanoo standing high with a large sword impaling the ground. Maria's face was that of true fury, as she looked down at Redestro with both hatred and disgust. You will pay for turning my faithful Christian followers and believers into those horrible abominations of yours. I will send to hell where you belong, you long-nosed devil. Redestro blinked. What are you? Started Redestro but froze in realization, his eyes widening. Those monsters were an army that was warped to him by an anonymous claiming to be a supporter, and asked him to use these monsters to attack the festival and kill All Might. Now Redestro realized it was a trap all along. Someone sent Maria at him, and she didn't look in the mood for negotiations, a true and utter trap. Heaven-splitting slash. The Susanoo slashed at Redestro, even as he barely dodged the sword. The strike was powerful enough to create huge wind pressure that shot both Redestro and Mightless away. Mightless flew back while crossing her arms, but she was caught by Cure, who held her in his arms and took cover behind a rock. All right, Mikoto, take the antidote and get us the hell out of here before Maria wipes us and our men out of the earth, said Cure, handing her a pill. Mightless won't say no to that. Maria looked shit-pissed right now, and Mightless didn't have a death wish, contrary to popular belief. Mightless swallowed the pill and felt her quirk going back, so she put her finger to her earpiece to contact her men. Everyone, we are evacuating right now. The beach. Maria is here, yelled Mightless into her piece. And oh shit, boss, yelled Akane. Mightless winced at the anger and panic in her favorite cell leader's voice. The CRC are here and they are so trigger happy. Good thing the civilians and heroes are out of the stadium because these guys are shooting all mutants and MLAs at sight. Shit, gotcha. I'll open you a warp gate in a minute, said Mightless as Cure put her down. This is an absolute cluster F, commented Cure off-handedly as he saw Redestro inject himself with a second round of trigger in hopes of staying alive. No aesthetic Kai, snapped Mightless. Whoever set us up to set Redestro up is a genius and not Karma's style of operations. Wolfram? Turn flecked? Asked Cure. He knew that there was bad blood between the QLF and Human Rise, because Mightless literally kicked Turn Flecked out of Japan too and started her own organization. More like Vengeance, the second coming of Karma, but in a more dramatic flair, deadpanned Mightless as she created a warp gate. That's possible? Asked Cure, genuinely surprised. He always saw Deku Shigaraki as the peak of drama queen metaphor. The answer was a shrug as Mightless jumped through the portal. A second later Cure followed. Psycho and Eli like it when her plans went on without a hitch. Whether said plans were how she was going to spend her day, how she was doing a specific task, or a plan for heroics. She had an intelligence quirk, so naturally she was the type of hero for strategy and planning. So the success rate of her plans is basically the standards for how good she was in her job. And currently she feels like she was a failure because everything, as Bakugo just said, went to shit very quickly. They had everything handled. The ISP members were dealt with by the combined efforts of pro-heroes and students. The MLA soldiers had been dealt with too, but by the QLF, who took their sweet time butchering them. Not that Psycho cared for the quirk supremist jerks. She was an arrogant person but not a monster. All Might being tossed away by a Redestro into Warp Gate and disappearing was a major blow to her plan, but Mightless appeared on their side, possibly thanks to the newest addition to the hero course Udade had started for the quirkless to have 2 guaranteed spots. Must have been a celebration to all quirkless in Japan and made Mightless at least like the Udade enough to stand up for them, plus that woman would never miss the chance to kill Redestro. So with all those changes, Psycho changed the strategy accordingly, with Momo and Mira providing her with support and ideas while pointing out the flaws in her thinking. Her quirk increases her intelligence, but she is still vulnerable to making mistakes or forgetting things, so having 2 people helping her is a huge difference maker. Everything was still manageable until then. The monsters were dealt with thanks to the combined efforts of the teachers and the students. The civilians were evacuated from the stadium thanks to Mika's warp gates. So to sum up, everything was perfect. Until it no longer was. Maria and the CRC stormed into the stadium, with Maria going on a rampage trying to kill Pinocchio. Not that Psycho would care, while her men warped in and started an open murder on the MLA and ISP members like it was freaking Rambo: The Last Blood. Yes, she watched the freaking movie, she wasn't a retard. But the problem was that Maria was completely losing it in there and might level the whole stadium and everything around it. We need a way to stop that psychotic cultist before she murders everyone in the vicinity, yelled Erasure in panic. But how do you suggest doing that? That woman is too powerful and All Might is nowhere to be seen unless Karma shows up. We have no idea what to do with her, argued Momo. Well, I actually agree with you, Arashi-san. We need to stop Maria's rampage as soon as possible, responded Principal Nedzu with a sigh. Psycho grabbed the teacup and drank all the remaining as she started calculating the best ideas available to them. Maria is sticking to ground battle to not lose sight of Redestro, meaning that she probably won't fly away. I have an idea. But it's a bit risky, said Psycho. Well, let's hear it, Intali-san, said Nedzu in interest. In the end they decided to do the plan. Hopefully it will be pulled off flawlessly. Maria let out a yell as she slashed again at her full strength. Well, not full strength, since the only person she ever fought without restraints was Karma. now she was holding back enough to not destroy the entire city and have Karma decide that she was now on the top of his shit list. As much as Maria both hated and despised Deku Shigaraki, he was superior to her. Greater power, more powerful men, his army was easily superior to hers and he was smarter and more cunning. Redestro flew back from her attack, a second set of armor was warped to him from wherever, and the stupid armor was protecting him enough with his current durability, the bastard. Maria, stop this right this instant. I didn't turn your men to monsters, they were warped to me by someone, yelled Redestro as she jumped far back. Her Susanoo stepped back and brought the sword down. Tisish, like she would believe such a hypocrite like him. Yeah right, and Karma is the second coming of the prophet that came to punish mankind, said Maria as Redestro struggled against the giant sword. He was on his second round of trigger, he's gonna feel bad later over this, but better than dying here. More like the son of the devil that came to curse us all with his existence, growled Redestro as he tried to push forward. For once I agree with you, Redestro, now take those words with you to hell. Killing women and children and saying that it's for the revolution is no better than Muscular killing people and saying he is lowering the problem of overpopulation, said Maria as her Susanoo kicked Redestro away. A powerful earthquake started, as the ground shook violently and the started cracking, causing the two supervillains to look around in surprise. It was then that Susanoo was encased in a gigantic ice glacier to its neck, surprising both Maria and Redestro with its appearance out of nowhere. Redestro was then shrunken down to his normal size as his quirk stopped working. What the dash? Redestro couldn't complete his sentence as two powerful fists struck in the face and slammed him in the ground. The strength of the two hit strong enough to knock him out. Take that, you scumbag, shouted Imasuji in triumph as Demoto grabbed a rope, started tying him up. Shoyuta was to the side, keeping his eyes at Redestro just in case while putting quirk suppression cuffs on him. Meanwhile, as that happened, the second Maria was surrounded by the ice glacier and trapped. Powerful whirlwind of flames started surrounding her. What? Wouldn't that melt the ice? Thought Maria, confused. Kaboom. Maria got her answer as she looked up to see a tornado of sparks, smoke and orange flames rocketing down towards her from the heavens with high speed while yelling out profanities, coming straight at her to attack the gem. Maria's eyes widened in panic as she pressed the panic button, but much to her horror it wasn't working. Not today, Beach, shouted Arashur in triumph. Apologies, Maria team, but our technician has decided to cut off your communications for now, so you couldn't escape your punishment, giggled Psycho. May Hatsum from Hatsum Industries, and it's really not an honor to meet you, chirped May enthusiastically. Maria paled as she looked up in horror as the grinning teen reached the head while spinning madly. Katsuki threw his hands forward, sparks traveling from all his body to his right palm. Howitzer impact, cluster blast. The resulting explosion was so powerful it created a huge tornado around the two of them. The tornado of flames was originally to contain the destruction and hear from Katsuki's ultimate move. The sparks and smoke was that could be seen as a powerful shockwave traveled through the ground. Wind pressure exploded to all directions, causing everyone to fall on their behinds and look at the display of power in shock and awe. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Katsuki and Maria falling to the ground from the sky, both of them suffering a lot of burns, although Maria had it way worse than Katsuki, who had a natural heat resistance. Inasa used his quirk to slow down their fall as Shoto created an ice slide for them to slide onto the ground. As the two slid down, the pros walked to apprehend Maria, but unfortunately her body was covered with red gas before she was enveloped and warped away. God damn it, yelled Vlad in frustration. Shoyuta and Night Eye sighed in unison at that. Warp quirks were really annoying when you were up against them, especially ones that summons like Karma's quirk that he used in the USJ Aftermath to free his goons. Come on, let's round up Redestro and get this over with. At least now we got one of the biggest idiots in the country under control, said Shoyuta. Everyone nodded at that. 1 out of 2 supervillains wasn't really a bad deal to have. Psycho put down her earpiece and sighed in relief and slumped into her seat. She watched from the screen as Bakugo was put on a stretcher with him yelling that can walk. Is he always like that? Asked Psycho with sweat drop. Only when he feels he is being treated like a baby or a weakling. Other than that he is nice, shrugged Mira as she sit down. Welp, I think he is just stubborn, which is important for a hero, said May as she deactivated the security system. Indeed it is, but as long as it's not overly so, nodded Momo as she sit down to rest, and take a second you process that she was in the leadership of a true battle. So, not to ruin the mood but status report, said Psycho as she looked around. Welp, everyone has some form of cuts and bruises but nothing that first aid couldn't fix, they wouldn't even need hospital. ISP and MLA were obliterated, the CRC crowd are being dragged by the police and Redestro is defeated. Maria got away though, reported May with smile. Psycho snapped her fingers as she pouted. Darn it, We actually had her wish we had warp scramblers, but that would have made Amari-san's portals useless. Well, I guess that's the best outcome we could ask for, sighed Psycho in disappointment. Do not despair, young ladies, you did an amazing job as leaders for this operation. In fact, I would like actually to give all of you personal lessons if you are up for it. Such sharp and developed minds deserve proper polishing after all, said Nedza cheerfully. Wait, really? I would be honored to take those lessons, grinned Erasure. Yes, I would be honored too, nodded Momo with a smile. What about you, Intelli-san, interested in private lessons? Asked Nedza curiously. That surprised Psycho. Wait me? But I am not a student in your school? How would I take lessons under you? We can arrange something, but only if you wish so. Oh, believe me, this is like dream coming true. I would be a fool to refuse this chance, said Psycho in excitement. Excellent, now if you'll excuse me, I'll have to wrap things up here. I will contact you all later on, but for now go outside and find your classmates, instructed Nedzu. As the connection cut off, the girls sighed. Well, that was an experience, said Momo unsure. You're telling me we were leaders in a freaking war leadership post? I was afraid of screwing something up, said Mira with a pout. I feel the same thing, good thing Bakugo and Monomo were on radio for improvisation. Mostly Bakugo, said Psycho with a hum. I wish to say that it was truly an honor to work with the two of you, smiled Momo as she looked at the three other girls. What followed was a small chat as the girls walked to their classes. The first thing that happened after was all over was the police and medics rolling in, and then the media followed them afterwards obviously. The heroes, whether pros or students, were being examined by the medics. Katsuki was transported to the hospital due to having so many burns and cuts all over him, but thankfully nothing serious. The media exploded into a riot when Redestro was unquestioningly confirmed to be Rikiya Yatsubashi, the CEO of the Detronat Lifestyle Company and one of the richest men in Japan. He was bombarded with questions, but his only reply was, for the will of Destro. He didn't seem to be broken or devastated by the fact that he was now arrested. A press conference was to be held tomorrow concerning the attack on the students. Shockingly, but in a good way, there was no casualties among the civilians or the heroes, and the worst of injuries were some concussions, burns and broken bones, but compared to what a villain attack of this scale should have caused, it was a very welcome miracle. The HPSC agents rolled by as well, much to most present people's chagrin. As they started questioning the pros and students with the police, questioning the legality of their actions. Thankfully Nedza was not in the mood for dealing with those retards, so he asked them politely, used implied threats, and they were smart enough to get lost. Apparently the second and third year stadiums weren't attacked, much to Nedza's relief. The students were sent to their buses to be sent back to their schools and then back to their homes. The league's secret chat. The boss, I think I will sum this up for all of us by saying that today was a massive cluster F. Laughing face. Game Master. No shit, boss, the MLA and ISP attacked the U.8, the QLF attacked the MLA and ISP, then the CRC attacked them all. Game Master. A cluster F is a small and under-exaggerated way of putting it. Burn Beach. Yeah, but Pinocchio was caught, so that makes my day XD. Blood Y Habanero. Hallelujah XD. Mad Scientist. Yeah XDDD. The boss. What she said, I'm throwing a massive party over the death of Pinocchio. Vampire Queen. I'm happy that you are happy, Deku-kun, but Redestro is still alive. The boss, not for long. Uncligiri, if you are going after him, then dress properly for the occasion. Deadpool, did you just say that to the boss of all people? Uncligiri, I was speaking to a Game Master actually. Game Master. Game Master changed Uncligiri's name to Tired Nanny. Tired Nanny, this not funny. Burn Beach, it totally is. Purge the fakes, and unfortunately true. F school, more like a Papagiri to me. Insomniac, same. Vampire Queen, same. Gecko Man, same. Mad Scientist, more like an Uncligiri in my case, but definitely a dad for almost everyone here. World's a stage, a very good friend in my case. Live Riffle, maybe an older brother? Purge the fakes, definitely to me. Gentle Criminal, same. Gentle Hacker, same. Tired Nanny, blushes. The boss? Yeah, Kurogiri is the best, that's obvious, so back to business. The boss at Game Master and at Burn Beach, you come with me, we are grabbing Redestro from the police convoy. Game Master, F yeah. Burn Beach, I'm in, let's get Long Nose his punishment. Mad Scientist, can we get a recording of whatever this is gonna be about? F school, please? Insomniac, you just want something to start a new conspiracy theory over. F school, yes. World's a stage. The boss, whatever, later people. Rikiya Yatsubashi seethed as he was being dragged into the armored van in a stretcher with quirk-suppressing cuffs on him. It infuriated him beyond belief. He was caught by a bunch of kids, with a supposed hero whose quirk was the most disgusting in Rikia's opinion, the ability to turn off quirks disgusting. Now he was going to be transported to Tartarus for just wanting to create a better world, a more just world, achieve the dream of his ancestors and make a world where the metas were free while the quirkless were punished for their crimes in the past. But unfortunately everything was now over because someone had manipulated him and tricked him, giving him true but horribly incomplete tips and info to attack the U.A in order to end the symbol of peace while reclaiming one of his future wards that U.A had corrupted with their oppressive ideals. Said ward openly hated the Meta Liberation Army and blindly followed that poster boy All Might without knowing that he was the symbol of oppression in the flesh. As Rikia was loaded into the van, he heard one of the officers speak. "Honestly? I wish Mightless or Maria killed your worthless ass," said one of the officers with a scoff. "My daughter is quirkless and she was accepted to U.A's support course and her teachers are a godsend. Curse you for trying to mess with them. Don't bother asking for a lawyer, idiot, prepare for hell," said the other officer before slamming the back door shut. "Insolent bastards, he was working to make Japan a better place and this is what he gets? Ridicule and disgust from the masses? Guess the government brainwashed everyone so perfectly it seems." As the van started moving, surrounded by a police convoy because of course it was, Rikia started wondering how things went so wrong to him. What did he do wrong? Well, besides falling to that trap obviously. Which made him wonder who was actually smart enough to pull this off. The only ones who matched the description were Deku Shigaraki and Yami. Or would he rather being called Vengeance now? That brat was a goddamn mistake. He wanted to have an heir that was to take the Meta Liberation Army, but, in a twisted and cruel irony, his own son was what he despised the most, a quirkless. Mightless is laughing her as off at him right now, no doubt about it. So after discovering the whole quirkless thing, he dropped him to an orphanage while keeping his twin sister, who happened to inherited her mother's quirk, a class 5 intelligence quirk. She was perfect. He taught everything from politics to business to the silver tongue to leadership skills. She was a prodigy, no doubt about it, but what Rikia didn't count for was Yami ending up being a late bloomer with a very powerful and very destructive meta ability. The irony is hilarious, isn't it? So now Rikia was taken down by his imperfect product, just like Endeavor was taken down by his. The difference? Yami didn't bother there dirtying his hands, well, unless he was planning to attack the convoy, that is. Kaboom. Well, wasn't that just a coincidence? The van was attacked. Rikia could feel the vehicle losing its balance before it turned upside down and crashed. The door was smashed out as the pod Rikia was in stumbled outside into the round. Rikia looked around at the destroyed highway that was covered in blue flames lighting the night sky. It looked like hell with those fires. Rikia looked inside at the newcomers. From the distance he could make out Karma, Reaper and Dabi walking to him, all clad in dark clothes as their villain outfits. They looked like siblings, honestly. As they reached him, Reaper touched the pod with the 5 fingers of his right hand and turned it to dust. As Rikia was free from the pod, he looked up at Karma, smiling at him. "So, I guess you win now. Go ahead and kill me. My successor is ready to take things over now, so I will die peacefully," said Rikia casually as he looked at the three. That just caused them to laugh in response. What was funny about what he said? "Reaper, do us a favor and disarm him please," said Karma after he was done laughing. "Disarm him? He was unarmed. Are they Medicine-Ged?" Reaper did as instructed without hesitating and grabbed Rikia's arms. They turned to dust instantly as he looked down in horror. Karma removed his gloves and extended his hand. "No, you can't do that. I won't let you make me a null. I prefer death over quirklessness," yelled Yatsubashi in panic as Karma grabbed his face. Rikia struggled for a few seconds as he felt something, a part of him being ripped out of him because of the boy. After what felt like an eternity, which was only few seconds, Karma let go of him. It wouldn't really be that useful to me. But I'm pretty sure I could give it to some poor quirkless child dreaming to be a hero," mused Karma loudly. "Great idea. In fact, why don't we take the abilities of all his men and donate them to quirkless people?" Grinned Dabi. Was Rikia going crazy from the pain, or Dabi looks not burned? His skin was smooth and his hair was white. He looked unrecognizable, honestly. I like the idea of giving unusable skills to people who wants to start their own profiles. "Let's do it," said Reaper. Rikia can't see it, but he could tell Reaper was grinning under his hand mask. "Kill me. I refuse to live as a quirkless," growled Rikia. The trio cackled at that loudly before Karma looked down on him, his red eyes glimmering with mirth. "As you say, Redestro, but I assure you that you won't like what's waiting for you," said Karma as he grabbed Rikia's face, and then he was enveloped in darkness. A minute later, he found himself in some form of torture dungeon. Wow. And here I thought you couldn't get even more overdramatic. You literally have a torture dungeon? asked Rikia. He wasn't scared of this brat. Now you're just being unnecessarily rude, Yatsubashi, said a smooth bass voice. The voice made Rikia stiffen like a statue. He heard that voice, he still hears it in his nightmares. No, it couldn't possibly be. Don't you like this room? I designed it myself after all, said All for One as he stepped into the room dressed in one of the best tailored suits in the world. Rikia would know, he was an avid collector himself. Oh. In the actual hell are alive? Asked Rikia. He couldn't believe it. He saw through the cameras the men get his punched so hard that his face was stuck on All Might's face. How is he alive? Quirks are really amazing, aren't they? They are extremely versatile and powerful and beautiful and just incredibly fascinating. You wouldn't believe how much I could mutter to myself about a single interesting quirk, said All for One in a conversational tone as he cleaned his hands. Count in on that. I could talk for hours and hours about a single quirk. Maybe because I lived as a quirkless I got obsessed with them, shrugged Karma. But the point is, Yatsubashi, I am alive and kicking as more than you cocked. Imagine, you might wonder. Why is All Might still alive? Why do I keep myself hidden when I could reclaim control on Japan? Why this, why that? Well, the answer is simple. I decided to retire, said All for One with a smile. What? Was Rikia dead and this is somehow his own ironic hell where All for One decided to redeem himself? I know it's hard to believe, but I actually genuinely enjoy family life. I have two beautiful women by my side. Endeavor must be rolling in his grave with me cherishing the woman he never valued, while the other one had made me Izuku's stepfather by default, sighed All for One, patting Karma's head. And technically you're my dad now, which is honestly better than Endeavor, added Dabi, his face that of utter victory. So point is, since I want to get to the good parts, I am retired. I enjoy romantic life and being both a father and grandfather. Believe me, I really enjoy it, smiled All for One. Rikia in fact can't believe him. But a small part of me wants to remember the old days back when I wasn't just too old for villainy, and that's where you come in. You are going to torture for your own amusement, aren't you? Asked Rikia. Great, he would honestly rather the Tartarus right now. He was terrified, but he won't give the satisfaction of seeing his face filled with fear. My first family bonding time with a dad. Never had that before, mused Dabi as his hand lit up in flames. Welcome to the club, Tuya. Me and Tenko enjoyed our first time, and the more the merrier, said Karma before his face twisted into a malicious grin. Especially that I can reset the damage so we could restart and even revive him if we aren't done yet. After all, me and Kotakuin spent 5 days torturing Muscular together before we killed him, so we could just keep him here to pass by in our own free time, which we have a lot of recently. Rikia Yatsubashi isn't even surprised those freaks that steal quirks have a revival meta abilities. This is gonna be painful, isn't it? What the hell are waiting for? Let's get to the fun, deadpanned Reaper as he grabbed an electric chainsaw. All for One looked at Reaper disapprovingly. Tenko, what did we say about using over messy devices and villain outfits? Right, let me grab the other set of clothes first, said Reaper walking off. The world thinks that Redestro died on the day of the festival, which was kinda true. But he wasn't left stay like that until 2 weeks later. His screams were music to the Shigarakis. So, my father was assassinated on his way to Tartarus, said Rikita Yatsubashi with a calm and very collected face, as she sat in her new office, Redestro's office in the middle of Daika City. Yes. I am afraid so, said Skeptic with a guilty expression as he looked away. Probably, Rikia couldn't tell because of the hair on his face. Could she order him to cut it? Karma and Reaper and Dabi had ambushed the convoy. The officers were merely knocked out. But Redestro was taken by them. I see, said Rikita, her face still calm. How's Guiten doing, by the way? Not good. That cure guy didn't cut off his arms but exploded them into blood smears on the floor, so he will have to get prosthetic arms instead of getting the real ones back on, explained Skeptic with a sigh. He looked sad. She hates Guiten. Cute should have killed him. As the new leader, what are we going to do now that Redestro was dead? Nothing, said Rikita. What the F do you expect from her? Nothing, said Skeptic in surprise. What the F do you want? Storm the Diet building and throw a tantrum? Yes, nothing. Nedzu and the HPSC president are high on our tail. I am not risking them joining forces with the Prime Minister to take back Hokkaido. Better not piss them off, plus I am not suicidal to attack Karma and have invoke his wrath on me like the witch, waved Rikita casually. Skeptic flinched at that on instinct. That sounds reasonable, but what's our next step gonna be? Rikita sighed. For the love of... We're going to regroup and wait for an opportunity because initiatives aren't my style, so please now get out before I shoot you in the face and let me process the death of my father in peace. Skeptic bowed before leaving the office. Once he was gone, Rikita grinned to herself. She had long dark hair and blue eyes, Her skin was pale and her body was curvy. Her computer screen lightened up as she got a call on the Villian network. She sighed and answered before smiling. "Hello Yami, I guess the plan worked more fantastically than we expected," said Rikita as she looked at her computer screen. "Yeah, Deku really did the job for us. Redestro, now both the MLA and PLF are under our control. You think we could pull an alliance with the League?" asked Yami with interest. "First I will have to make some major changes in the system and how we operate and how we think in general, including our hypocritical ideals. But I think the alliance is a good idea," nodded Rikita. "You think Redestro would have been pissed if he found out I was draining money from him and sending it to you to do your thing?" Yami grinned. "Oh absolutely. Which is a pity we couldn't attack the convoy first. Welp, at least we know Redestro is having a fate worse than death right now," smirked Yami. Rikita sighed. Her work just started, but hopefully she could finish her goals without getting on Karma's shit list like her dad did so early on because he was an idiot. Nedzu, the HPSC and the government along with all the other villains are after her head now that she was the head of the MLA. Welp, she won't be bored these days, that's for sure. "Sawa Takeo, Selena? We need to talk." Selena Gomez. "Takeo, I am so happy to hear from you." Selena Gomez, "How's it going, man?" Sawa Takeo, "Fine fine." Sawa Takeo, "Is Karma the one who attacked Redestro's convoy to Tartarus?" Selena Gomez, "Is that even a question?" Tongue sticking out. Sawa Takeo, "Fair." Sawa Takeo, "But my concern is for now is if you heard anything about the PLF?" Selena Gomez, "Negative, sorry man, but those guys are ghosts." Selena Gomez, "Didn't know they exist until the Hosu aftermath." Selena Gomez, and Sawa Takeo, "Unfortunate but thanks anyways." Sawa Takeo, "What will happen to Redestro anyways?" Selena Gomez, "You don't want to know." Sawa Takeo, "Yikes, it's nasty, isn't it?" Selena Gomez, "Dabi was officially adopted into Karma's family like Reaper, and their first bonding experience with Dabi is killing Redestro as slowly and painfully as possible." Sawa Takeo, "All might. Please tell me I'm not in their shit list." Selena Gomez, "You're great, don't worry." Sawa Takeo, "Few bullet dodged. Any info you got to sell?" Selena Gomez, "Not really, nothing interesting is going on these days." Selena Gomez, "But I heard that the ISP is resting in a very specific warehouse after today's cluster F. Well, whoever was left anyways." Sawa Takeo, "Are you related to Sir Night Eye? Because I could swear you see the future and just pick random locations with your quirk to sell." Selena Gomez, "Oh no, my quirk makes me able to remember everything I learn like a computer." Sawa Takeo, "So in a business where you exchange info you don't need records?" Shit. Selena Gomez, "And that way you can't have physical proof of my operations, heck I don't even have an office or a base, I work from home." Sawa Takeo, "What happened to the CRC idiots? And Maria?" Selena Gomez, "Got screwed over by the students, and Maria was almost exploded to Kingdom Come by Katsuki Bakugo." Selena Gomez, "She'll need a while to leave her bed honestly." Sawa Takeo, "The kid who started the rehab course? Cursed endeavor publicly on the government?" Selena Gomez, "That Katsuki Bakugo, yes." Sawa Takeo, "Super cool." Selena Gomez, aye. Selena Gomez, by the way, the MLA seems to have a new leader." Sawa Takeo, "Who?" Selena Gomez, "Redestro has a daughter." Sawa Takeo, "Oh shit." Selena Gomez, "Exactly, so tell the rat to prepare because I heard she is even a better leader than him." Sawa Takeo, "Alright, thanks." Selena Gomez, "NP buddy, anyways let me message you the coordinates for the CRC and ISP that I tracked down, I got shit to watch." Selena Gomez sent an email. Sawa Takeo, "The big boss says pleasure doing business with you lady." Selena Gomez, "Pleasure's all mine." Sawa Takeo, "Nedzu won't like this about the MLA." Selena Gomez, "Because I don't like it either." Selena Gomez, GTG bye. The president of the Hero Public Safety Commission is these days way more stressed than she likes to be. Her organized world was ruined by Karma and his League of Villains, starting by attacking the U.A and exposing All Might's true form to the world and shaking the faith in heroes. Then targeting her people and humiliating the HPSC heroes. Then she had the bright idea of taking his mom as a bargaining chip, but unfortunately it just didn't work as intended and she almost became Karma's newest amusement toy. But now it increased even more after he exposed Endeavor's family life to the world, and while PLF's rampage was a godsend, things were still bad. Mizuki was panicking over re-election in 2 years and she honestly was too, because other ministers wouldn't back her up. The PR's office of the HPSC is in the permanent disaster management mode ever since the HPSC HQ's destruction, And while Karma didn't upload any dirt on her, she was still very hated by the public. And let's not forget how that brat, Katsuki Bakugo, had opened a goddamn villain rehabilitation course, well, half rehabilitation this year and half gen ed students that were given a second chance. But from next year it will be an entire class, and that's not all. Her propaganda was dumped on publicly by a supposed victim of it, so well that it was a very popular belief on the internet now. The manifest on the internet got too popular now for her taste. Things couldn't possibly get worse, or so she thought, because Nezu is calling her that rat. She picked up her phone, looking at it as if it was a venomous snake. "What is it, you abominable chimera pretending to be a human being?" asked the president, concealing how tired and caffeine-dependent she was right now. Her voice sounding as strong as always. "Something came up, you damnable witch who somehow missed her appointment with a steak," chirped Nezu. Both of them truly mean their insults, and there was no joke to them. Their hatred to each other equals the one between All for One and All Might, but they are yet to conclude it with murder, which she honestly is waiting for. Once she reclaimed Hokkaido, dealt with Elite Four, and finally jailed Karma and his league, she will focus on the rat. What exactly? Let me guess, you tried to screw a panda in the local zoo, some kid saw it and now you need my help to cover it up? Asked the president sarcastically. Insulting each other with almost every sentence is something of a tradition in their mutual relationship. Murdering each other through the phone is hard, which didn't stop the president from trying to find a quirk capable of doing that. Nezu is probably doing the same, knowing how legendarily vindictive, cruel and sadistic he was, only surpassed by All for One and his supposed son. Oh? So your people are good at hiding SEC with animals from the public? I guess with you around they have a lot of experience with that, shrugged Nezu. The president sneered at her phone. I happen to have new information concerning the MLA. You won't like it, which would be pretty great, but unfortunately I don't like it either. Redestro has a successor that's already taking charge, it seems, and she is supposed to be a better leader than him, continued the rat. Shit. Now she will have to listen because she depended on the MLA getting weak and not getting stronger. The 1A rising stars. Goddess, alright, do let me some today in just a small sentence. Goddess, what a mess. King explosion murder. Understatement of the century at Goddess, we were attacked by an army of idiots for F's sake. Pikachu, but I think we kinda handled it pretty well, don't you agree guys? Rockstar. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with that Pikachu on this, we got them up pretty well, and I mean both in the festival and in the attack. Alien Queen, because we are the U.A's rising stars, all of us. King explosion murder? Well yeah, it's obvious. Uravity at King explosion murder? Aren't you in the hospital in critical condition? Alien Queen, you are? In Vizy Beach, well you saw that explosion right? Froggy, it was as reckless and crazy as it was badass. Riot and Red, IT was sussa manly. Crow, revelry in the dark. Sugarman, but seriously man, are you okay? King explosion murder, of course I am. King explosion murder. That explosion wasn't that lethal, shit. My and Icy Hot's explosion in the sports festival was more glorious than the one I did. King explosion murder. Plus my body is built to hand a freaking rocket exploding in my face, the burns sting like a beach, but the old lady should show up in an hour or so. Goddess, thank God for that Bakugo-kun. Tentacles. Now that we cleared that, I guess it would be appropriate to celebrate together the arrest of Redestro. Pikachu, hallelujah. Sugarman, thank God. Tailman, why in Vizy Beach, why Super Speed, may that Quirkus Destro wannabe spend the worst time in Tartarus. Pikachu, oh my God. Riot and Red, oh my God. Spider-Man, oh my God. Alien Queen, oh my God. Soba-man, I believe the best response to you Ida is. Soba-man, oh happy face. Uravity, Katsuki-kan. King explosion murder, I see it cheeks. King explosion murder. He is learning how to be a normal person. Froggy. Honestly I'm more surprised with you at Super Speed, you never stroke me as someone who celebrates these types of things. Super Speed. Do you have the slightest idea about how many times I heard my brother rant about how much he despises Quark's supremacist ideal? Now my brother could rest in peace that Redestro is sent to Tartarus. King explosion murder? Yeah, about that, I am pretty sure Tartarus would a 5-star hotel compared to what's coming to him. Frogging, what do you mean Bakugo-chan? King explosion murder. Do you really think Karma will let Redestro get to Tartarus? Sugarman. Oh shit. Tentacles, ouch. Tailman, I would say he will be in a better place after but. King explosion murder. Yeah, I'm not religious, but even I of all people can tell that idiot will be sent to hell. Spider-Man, and for good reasons too. Pikachu. Don't care, me and mom are throwing a party for Redestro getting what he deserves, and I honestly hope you are right about karma taking him as a new practice dummy for Russian torture art. Pikachu. My mom's quirkless, so to me him saying that quirkless people are worthless is personal and he should pay for it. King Explosion Murder, fair. Uravity? Anyways, that was a crazy day we had today, huh? Spider-Man. No shit, it was a mess, and why is our school always the one to be attacked? And us the first years too? King Explosion Murder? Yeah, I'm not touching that subject with a 50-meter pole wired in spikes. Uravity, me neither. Soba Man? Any chance that we are some type of chosen generation of heroes destined to save the country so the villains are trying to get rid of us? King Explosion Murder? Oh, why don't you keep the theories for the show? We don't want spoilers. Pikachu, which reminds me that we need to prepare for tomorrow's episode. Deku sighed as he got up from his bed. It has been 2 days since the festival attack fiasco was over with. He got the chance to visit his parents and have some sadistic fun with his dad and brothers, and now he was back to work. Deku walked to the bathroom and cleaned himself before going to the closet for one of the most important errands of a villainous mastermind's day. Picking what suit to wear. Let's see. Casually suit? Business suit? Meeting suit? Battle suit? Public murder suit? Wondered Deku as he kept rummaging through the suits. After a bit he decided to wear his navy blue suit for the day. It was good for all occasions after all. As he exited his room he adjusted his tie and fixed his color. He was a villainous mastermind, he needs to look dashing. And judging from the looks Melissa and Toga sent him, he was. As he entered the living room he saw everyone there already sitting and doing their own thing to pass the time. Stain and Nagant were sitting on a couch in the corner watching a recording of Mira Arisher shitting on the commission and everything it stood for while holding hands and laughing. It was precious in a way. If you forget that their bounding time is basically killing corrupt heroes and commission members and government agents together. Tamura is, like usual, sitting next to a TV screen and playing an RPG with a grumpy expression. Seriously, his brother needs to get a life because video games don't count. The guy references them to express himself for F's sake. Sherdu is, like always, glued to his phone screen with a tired expression. Even with Energy Saver there is nothing that could be done to those eye bags. Spinner and Twice are sitting while Mustard was giving his newest conspiracy theory, about space not being real and NASA making it all up to start a cult about alien overlords of the sorts. Mr. Compress and Razors were playing cards, with Razor easily seeing through his cheating. And smacking him on the head for it every time he does something. Gentle and La Brava were to the side drinking tea together while chatting happily. And then there was his kids, his beloved, adorable kids that he is ready to commit hundreds of murders for no questions asked. He is about to go sneak on them and grab them into a bear hug when Kurogiri waves at him to come, probably prioritize breakfast over playing such an uncle. Tea? Coffee? Soda? Water? Asked Kurogiri, to which Deku shook his head in negative. Breakfast is already waiting. The police and the heroes are blissfully unaware that if Kurogiri and Magna disappeared from the picture, the League would have no other choice than to surrender to the police. They would literally die of starvation without him. That or Deku would have to invite his mom to live with him and the League, and that would be a truly ultimate humiliation for a supervillain, especially the number one. You are a lifesaver, Uncle Giri, smiled Deku while eating the food. I have a business proposal for you, said Kurogiri with smile. He looked cheerful if Deku is reading the mood correctly, which thanks to his emotional sensory quirk he was. It was good to read his children correctly and be there for them if they needed him. I believe that I got an idea to improve our operations, and it would be useful for you in the long term as you rule the underworld. Deku blinked before smiling. Sure thing, go for it, Uncle Giri. He was about to make some internal changes to League structure in order to accommodate for the recent changes. He is planning that now, it's the best time to create the extra branches to his empire instead of just 2 combat cells. Kurogiri coughs into his hand to clear his throat, and then relays his idea to Deku. Kurogiri's idea is one of the most beautiful and crazy things Deku had ever heard about. Their warper pointed out that one of the reasons for the heroes' triumphs over the villains is that they can learn their trade openly. Villains, in the meantime, are typically self-taught or have mentors who tend to impart skills and mistakes alike. But now the League of Villains is branching out and its finances are stellar. Deku might not be reaching the level of funding the MLA has. The government is still pretending that Detronat and some other corporations didn't back his coup, because trying to dismantle them would kill what's left of the Japanese economy but it's quite close. They can invest into the future, and Compress and Gentle had robbed a lot of banks in Hosu. They have enough even after they did the donations, as anonymous of course, to charities. Plus, they got Momo freaking Yaoyorozu as their secret funder. She could probably finance the whole thing without putting a dent to her wealth. The Yaoyorozu wealth was no joke. Even his dad was only a bit wealthier with his illegal business. So as Kurogiri said, why not organize an underground academy for villains? Get some promising 15 to 18 years old thugs, tell them how to use their quirks for maximum power, teach them some proper quirkless combat skills, instruct them in things like picking locks, some basic hacking skills, disguises and whatever else they might need. Also some psychological counseling, because being an S to your comrades in the gang is probably the most common reason for a villain crew collapsing after the heroes screwing them over. If the trainees will be good enough, then the entire villain academy can finance itself by selling their skills in exchange for practical experience as a form of internships. And the graduates can pay back the remaining cash in installments from their villain career. Besides, even if graduates get captured by the heroes, the league can survive losing some money if it means a higher level of professional villainy out there. Not to mention that many active villains will simply pay the academy to train their kids for them. He could imagine Compress sending his own heir a few years from now. Lol. This is beautiful, Kurogiri. Deku grinned widely. Oh, Nedzu will shit breaks when he hears about this. You think Dad would like to be the principal? Kurogiri stared at him in horror, yet he could understand why. His dad had a reputation. You don't get to be called the symbol of evil without doing some nasty shit to your enemies, even if they kinda deserve it, no questions asked. Oh come on, Dad's a sadist but he has a soft spot for kids. Plus I'll send my moms to keep him under control. He will be like a more malevolent, more human Nedzu. Kurogiri calmed down after that. Alright then, a few pilot classes should do. Maybe 3? With proper homeroom teachers of course, said Kurogiri, and Deku nodded his head. Yes, he won't send someone like Stain to deal with kids. Deku shivered at the idea. His dad will be a terrifying principal, but at least nobody will have to spend an entire class with him. Yikes, the horror. It's like villain Nedzu with an OP mass destruction quirk, or quirks in the same body. That could be arranged, grinned Deku. Poppet squealed Eri as she came to him holding a crayon drawing of him standing over a defeated Pinocchio. Redestro. Was adorable. I drew you. Deku and Kurogiri ended forgetting what they were talking about as they cooed at Eri, something about destroying a local school? School. Okay, so can someone tell me why is Kurogiri hiding in one of the unused rooms, humming to himself in joy and looking through the teaching curriculums that it goddess stole from the UA? School? I'm getting bad vibes about it. The boss. Kurogiri suggested me to work on the level of professional villainy in Japan to help in the long run once I'm the unquestionable king, and I offered the league's unconditional support for his idea of opening an academy for villains. School. We're opening a school? School. On an unrelated note, does someone know about a villain crew interested in recruiting me? Don't. Same here. Or can I finally start my own gang? Please. Echidna. Hey, wait in line, I asked first and was vetoed. The boss. Don't get melodramatic, you two. It won't be open here and you don't have to participate. Plus dear, I'm not ready to part with my baby girl yet. I would probably burn the country in sadness. Game Master Yish. The boss. I'm probably going to offer quirk analysis and teach the kids how to analyze quirks of their enemies. The boss, looking forward to it already. Vampire Queen. So I'm going to teach them disguises and knife fu? The boss. Vampire Queen. Hey, that's actually super cool. Goddess. Let me make an educated guess. You want me to vanish more teaching materials? The boss. If possible, U.A is the best and we want to learn from the best. Game Master. This is just idiotic and count me out. The boss. I wouldn't trust you to not create a bunch of musculars and moonfishes anyways. School out. Gecko Man ouch. Insomniac ouch. Game Master. Yeah right, you will turn the students to dramatic serial killers, the creepy type. Insomniac, says the walking advertisement of hand cream. School. Oh. Purge the fakes. Liveriful. Ha. Silver Death. Oh. World's a stage. Guess I'll have to do more heists to finance this. Gentle Criminal. I'm joining. Gentle Hacker. Anyway. The boss? Yeah, so it might be the time to talk about it. The boss at everyone. The boss. I'm planning to make some internal reorganizations right now. Read stuff from here down and comment when you are on. Deadpool. What reorganizations? The boss. 1. Red is joining the league as regular member. Already chatted with her and Mightless allowed it, but in return the QLF could expect the league to save their asses in case shit got nasty. On the good side they changed their style, so I like them now. The boss. 2. We're branching out into numerous organizations and we need to figure out some form of command structure. The boss. Okay, less command and more who is responsible for what, or we'll all drown. Because I am not going to run everything myself, thank you so much. The boss. Okay, so I remain the head of the league obviously, because seeing how I almost died and you just started running in circles. The boss. None of you are mastermind material. The boss. Okay, I'm going to say things as if describing what's decided upon, but feel free to offer your input on things. Andyman, can I be the head? The boss, other than the first one. The boss, literally didn't give me enough time to write that small note, damn it Tamura XD. Game Master, that's not an answer though Carrot. The boss, I'm not letting you lead the League of Villains, you would literally start dusting cities for having bad internet connection or something else. Game Master, yes. The boss. Game Master, they deserve to die. Game Master, they all deserve to die. F-School, what? The boss, hey I understood that reference. The boss, now stop derailing. The boss, so the first branch are the heads of the subsidiary groups. They are going to be mostly retired from the front lines unless it's an emergency. The boss, this branch includes at Mad Scientist, Villain Enterprises, at Blood Y Habanero, Quirkless Equality Movement, at Demon Lord, Villain Academy. Game Master, wait a minute, you are putting DAD as a principal? Burn Beach, are you insane? The boss, relax, moms are there to supervise him, and speaking of Villain Academy, I hired few villains to be teachers. Rappa as the quirkless combat teacher, Kurogiri will be the homeroom teacher and Stain will teach how to use blades, Razor will be a teacher on how to shoot with guns, Nagant will teach the basics of being a sniper. Live Riffle, awesome. Purge the fakes, fine. Silver Death, will I get paid? Gecko Man, seriously? Titan, a fair concern. The boss, yes. The boss, Villain Enterprises is led by Mad Scientist, basically a support gear company for villains, and well vigilantes as well, no favoritism since they will both pay for it obviously. Mad Scientist, SHIELDNAMELIVESAGAIN. Mad Scientist at Uncligiri, are you interested in opening a support department in your school? As a CEO of Enterprises I'm interested in working together. Uncligiri, I'm sure we can come to an accommodations, Miss Shield. Eve, Father Mothers, can I make a small suggestion? The boss, of course my dear. Vampire Queen, we're all ears dearie. You got a spy, yes. Eve, why don't you name it Villain Tech? If it sounds more catchy I think. Mad Scientist, Villain Tech it is. The boss, that's actually much better. Game Master, I'm a proud uncle. Burn Beach, same. The boss, back on track, I expect getting more groups to join, but we aren't going to invite every head to be member of the League of Villains, this is going to be kinda a special privilege. Gecko Man, gotta be the first time in my life when I'm privileged lol Carrot. Insomniac, big mood. Vampire Queen, ouch. You got a spy. Wait a minute, at Blood Y Habanero is joining? Blood Y Habanero. And still in contact with the QLF but now I'm independent? I still work with both the League and QLF but also take action myself. The boss at Rockstar, at Invisi Beach and at Vampire Queen are going to be our infiltration, assassination and espionage department, mostly because they are damn good at that. At Invisi Beach is in charge though. Vampire Queen, hey you don't trust me? The boss, I trust you with a lot of things. Not making a bloodbath when you are discovered but there are other options is not one of them. Vampire Queen, you know me too well, fair. Invisi Beach. IHAVETHEPOWER. The boss, yeah whatever XD. Vampire Queen, a question please. Vampire Queen, can I at least name that branch? The boss, ladies? Invisi Beach, alright. Rockstar, sure whatever. Vampire Queen, red room, smiley face. Titan, dead dad. Posidone, oh my all for one. Rockstar, I regret certain decisions. Posidone, I regret watching scary stories to tell in the dark film with her as a bonding time. Titan, same. Vampire Queen, and oh taking back you promised. The boss. Just don't mention the name with me around and alright. You got a spy. Damn it, fine. Vampire Queen, what? Echidna, I am confused? The boss, hello confused, I'm Deku laughing face. Game Master, oh my god. Vampire Queen, oh my god. Rockstar, oh my god. Gecko Man, oh. Mad Scientist, Insomniac, PFFF. F-School, was that a dad joke? XD. Silver Death, Purge the fakes. You got a spy. The boss is the dad confirmed XD. The boss. Back on subject, now we go to the group that will keep providing money, a group of peerless thieves but still gaining a good profit for us, IW. The Robin Hood Creators. Insomniac, your naming is worst. The boss. You're the one who tried to name your cat dog? You aren't in a position to criticize me. Posidone, he what? Titan, what type of horrible crime is that? Echidna, oh dear. Insomniac, I trusted you to keep it secret. Insomniac, IT was ironic. The boss. Your facial features are ironic and why have them when you don't use them, now quiet down damn it. The boss. Back on subjects, breeders are at World's A stage at Deadpool, at Gentle Criminal and at Gentle Hacker. Eve. Can you name them the leveler's father? The boss. Your word is a love my dear. World's a stage, I love the name more no offense. The boss. Non-taken. The boss. And with that mad scientist no longer an active combatants, and with the most of you being busy with your organizations, the remaining will be fused into the team destruction. Led by my dear brother Reaper, laughing face. Game Master, yes. Purge the fakes, NO. F school, maybe? Insomniac, I don't mind honestly as long as I get to shoot people in the face. The boss. Are you visiting Hound Dog? Insomniac, yes, and he seems as hateful to my foster parents in old school. Burn Beach, dude, can I be your second in command? We could burn and destroy so much together. Game Master, you had me in destroying things. Purge the fakes, fantastic. Silver Death, as long as I'm paid I don't give a damn. Live Riffle, how surprising. Silver Death, go on a murder date or whatever and shut it. Live Riffle, at least I have a man. Silver Death, that looks like an eldritch knight from a horror movie. Live Riffle, still better than nothing. Insomniac, marry already you too. Silver Death, F you. Live Riffle, F you. Live Riffle, hashtag team kill the HPSC. Silver Death, hashtag team straight people. Silver Death, plus why don't you worry about your interests? Game Master, I must hear that one. F school, me too. World's a stage. Deadpool. Insomniac, what? Silver Death, I caught you 3 times daydreaming while watching photos of girls with cat and fox and wolf ears, mostly the latter though. Insomniac, F all of you. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through What If Deku Became the Villain Emperor. I hope you found it as intriguing and thought-provoking as we did. A big shout out to DekuVerse for crafting such a compelling story. Don't forget to check out their profile on Archive of Our Own for more amazing works. The link is in the description below. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to What If Deku 2.0 for more fascinating explorations into the world of fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we're always excited to hear your thoughts and suggestions in the comments section. See you guys in the next video.